One moment, existence ceased abruptly. Everything disintegrated. Structures turned to powder. Individuals started dying one after the other. A plague engulfed the planet. Initially, disbelief overtook all. The financial markets collapsed. Worldwide fear ignited rapidly. Reports circulated everywhere. This was humanity's demise. Conflicts ignited. Countries betrayed each other. Economies fell apart. Hunger devastated the masses. In the midst of deprivation, turmoil escalated. Even a single packet of ramen cost millions of won. Crowds flooded the avenues. They begged. They rioted. It was an apocalypse of incomprehensible proportions. Yet humanity wasn't responsible. Abruptly, mythical beasts invaded Earth. And that marked the end of humanity. Like a fable, as soon as these beasts emerged, people began acquiring extraordinary talents. They transformed into superhumans. Digital alerts started materializing, providing resources to confront these entities. At first glance, it mirrored a recognizable scenario. But here was the deviation. Despite newfound skills, the creatures were pure nightmare fuel. The so-labeled superhuman abilities were nearly ineffectual. The beasts annihilated humans as if they were insignificant. In under 72 hours, the planet was nearly eradicated. 3 days after the beginning of the apocalypse, the scene shifts to the introduction of a building amidst destruction, surrounded by rubble but intact. The building stands out, a solitary structure amid the wasteland, bearing witness to the chaos that has unfolded. Inside this building there is a man, the protagonist, who is eating some snacks. He reflects while eating that the world has not completely ended, and that is the reason he is still living normally. The taste of the snacks is a small comfort, a semblance of the mundane in a world turned upside down. However, he also reflects that, despite being alive, he is alone in his apartment, without the company of any other survivor, locked in an environment of 100 square meters. The silence of the apartment is deafening, reminding him constantly of his isolation. His mother, father, grandfather, and grandmother are all outside, somewhere in the vast expanse of the destroyed world. He also thinks about the high cost of acquiring the building he is in, stating that it cost 200 million wons, arising from the bank account, and another family belongings totaling 200 million wons. The memories of the sacrifices made to secure this refuge weigh heavily on his mind. The reason he is in this apartment now and alone is explained as being the need for someone to live in the apartment for 2 years to benefit from the purchase taxes. This seemingly trivial bureaucratic requirement now feels like a cruel twist of fate. This is the reason he is living there and ended up being suddenly locked inside due to the apocalypse. While lamenting, he also realizes, to his greater sadness, that his internet connection is very weak. The weak connection is a frustrating barrier, cutting him off from what little interaction he could have had with the outside world. He takes a deep breath, trying to relax, but a strange noise catches his attention. The sudden sound is jarring, pulling him out of his thoughts and back into the harsh reality of his situation. When he looks, he sees a creature flying towards the building and making noises. The sight of the creature fills him with a mix of fear and curiosity. Then, as soon as it gets close to his apartment, the creature violently crashes into the window with enough force to knock down the protagonist even without hitting him. The impact shakes the building and he feels the vibrations through the floor. The creature soon attempts another strike against the structure, and the protagonist protects himself. He braces for impact, his heart pounding in his chest. While he tries to defend himself against a possible monster invasion, the system informs him that it has denied the entry of the creature trying to penetrate the demarcated area. The cold, mechanical sound of the system is a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Thus, the ultimate shut-in system is presented, showing the declaration of the house, stating that no one can enter without the permission of the owner and said perimeter rules. The protagonist, then relieved, remembers that this condition is not new to him. As he gets up, he recalls that this is the reason he is alive and safe. The ability protects him from any creature invasion. The sense of security, however, is fleeting. However, he also remembers, while trying to unlock the door, that not only is the entry blocked but also the exit of anyone within the perimeter of the apartment. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. Enraged, he tries to open it with brute force, kicking the door. Each kick echoes in the empty apartment, a futile attempt to break free. On this third day, where the world succumbs to destruction, he is grateful for the ability protecting him but also laments being completely trapped inside the apartment. Sometime later, sitting and watching the system window, he continues to reflect on this condition of being trapped. The cold glow of the screen is his only company. Irritated, he laments not having the power to do anything about it. The feeling of helplessness is overwhelming. As he looks to the side, he notices that all his supplies are running out and that his refrigerator has lost power since the previous day. The ticking clock of his survival is a constant reminder of his predicament. His only source of energy is some food cooked in pans, which will not last much longer. The realization sets in, deepening his sense of urgency. Suddenly, the system shows a new notification. The unexpected beep of the notification is a jarring interruption. He has hunted a Calican, level 23, and gained a significant amount of XP, and some new skills have been added. The notification is a glimmer of hope in the darkness. His attention is entirely focused on the system as he analyzes the reason for this unexpected notification. The details on the screen are a puzzle he needs to solve. Looking out the window, he sees the ground floor, where the bird that had hit his window is lying on the ground lifeless and being attacked by goblins. This makes him realize that the death, even not caused by the animal's impact on the window, made him gain experience after the monster's life ended. The macabre scene outside is a grim reminder of the new rules of this world. The system continues to notify him, saying that a new skill has been unlocked, and resources have been acquired from the surroundings, and these resources are being calculated. The protagonist also notices a change in the goblin's behavior and wonders why. The shifting dynamics of the creatures are yet another uncertainty to navigate. Now, in desperation, the goblins face the monster's death, while they desperately try to scavenge something else. The system completes the resource calculation and informs him that 2,203 wands have been deposited in his wallet. The number on the screen seems surreal. This generates confusion about how this should work. The new reality of his resources is a puzzle he needs to piece together. Suddenly, the apartment's power returns, to the protagonist's surprise. The sudden return of power is a shock, a small miracle in a world gone mad. Everything was now working normally, and the house declaration evolved to level 3. The sense of normalcy, however fleeting, is a balm to his frayed nerves. With the XP gain, the dignity preservation ability was also unlocked, and this is the reason why all the basic resources of the house have been restored. The acquired money is now in his wallet, and the protagonist reflects on the return of the house functions with joy. Running to the refrigerator, opening it with great happiness, and also going directly to the sink to check the water supply, finally going to the electric stove to test its functionality, the protagonist kneels and cries with much joy, saying that everything is normal, just as it was before the beginning of the end of the world. The sense of relief washes over him, a precious moment of victory in the midst of chaos. However, when he picks up his cell phone and tests his internet connection, he notices that the phone is not working. The broken connection is a bitter reminder of his isolation. In frustration, analyzing the place, he notices a flash drive lying on the floor. The small object is a spark of curiosity in his otherwise dreary existence. Quickly, he goes to the computer and analyzes its content. There were photos of his mother holding him as a baby, taking him to school, and also photos of the united family. The images are a bittersweet trip down memory lane. In parks, at birthdays, making him reflective and planting in his head the idea of having to bring his family back no matter the cost. The determination hardens in his heart. Determined, he gets up and goes to the window when he is surprised by another notification. The persistent system, always ready with another twist in his journey. The system informs him that he now has a warehouse, where he can buy items listed at original prices. Intrigued by this new development, he decides to investigate further. Going to check what this store is about, he sees the acquired values being made available and concludes that the confined wallet is directly linked to the values available for use in this store. This realization brings a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this store could offer a way out, or at least provide better tools for survival. Thinking about some change in his condition, he goes to the window and laments that he is still confined within the apartment. The view outside, a constant reminder of his isolation, deepens his frustration. Nothing has changed regarding the permission to leave the perimeter, even though his skills and levels have increased. The invisible barrier remains as imposing as ever, a prison wall he cannot breach. However, one thing is certain, increasing levels can unlock skills that may help him get out of this condition. This thought fuels his determination. For that, he needs to hunt monsters. But then the question arises, how will he hunt these monsters? The memory of his past struggles makes him doubt. It will be very difficult for something like before to happen again, where simply a monster hitting the window, falling, and dying would allow him to gain experience and the rewards related to the monster's death. Looking once more at the bottom of the building through the window, he notices that there is a possibility of annihilating some goblins. This discovery ignites a spark of hope. The young man then takes a bottle to test if it will pass through the barrier that prevents him from leaving the apartment. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, he prepares to throw. As he throws it, he realizes that he succeeded in launching the bottle. The barrier does not impede objects. Thus, he concludes that anything he throws will be useful for his hunt. In this case, he picks up a dumbbell and will try to use it as a weapon. Its weight and solidity give him confidence. Looking through the window searching for potential targets, he notices a bunch of goblins still collecting parts of the previously slain monster. Seeing that some are leaving with parts of the monster, he shouts for them not to go away. His voice is urgent, a command born of desperation. Seeing the urgency, he then throws the first dumbbell through the window. Throwing it and hoping it hits a monster, he watches as the dumbbell falls and accurately hits one of the goblins, killing it. The other goblins around, surprised, cannot comprehend what just happened. The goblins' perception of one of their companions being killed causes the young man to feel frightened, fearing possible retaliation. His heart races, the adrenaline pumping. Realizing that only one dumbbell remains, he reflects on other possible artifacts that can be used in his hunt. He needs to be creative. Artifacts that are strong enough to perform a kill when thrown, even considering throwing the TV or computer. His mind races with possibilities. The goblin screams on the ground floor of the building catch the protagonist's attention, who becomes scared as they howl more and more with the intention of making some kind of counterattack. With the goblins advancing against the building, the protagonist realizes that this may be a good opportunity, as they are now closer, and he will be able to hit his targets more easily. The proximity could be an advantage. To solve the shortage of throwable artifacts, he goes back to the store and activates the function to list items, picking up his last dumbbell and registering it in the store to test the functionality. While scanning the dumbbell, he receives a notification of the artifact's characteristics and also the price registered in the store for the item acquisition. Surprised, he compares the listed price with the price he paid to buy this item online previously, concluding that the price of the items he registers will indeed be the same as normal stores from the period before the end of the world. This realization reassures him. With the item ready and scanned, the system suggests buying the item he just registered. Confirming the purchase, the dumbbell is projected and materialized in front of the young man. He now shouts with joy, considering that everything worked as expected. His plan is coming together. Now the second part, testing the purchased items by throwing them through the window to hit more targets. In the first throw, there is already success as the dumbbell hits a goblin. The thrill of the successful hit fills him with confidence. The system confirms the hit by showing the EXP obtained and the ones from the goblin's death. Meanwhile, the group of goblins watch the lifeless body. Not having much time to lament, they are surprised by more dumbbells falling from the sky, literally, a rain of dumbbells. Some, now smart, try to run to avoid being hit, causing the protagonist to become irritated with the situation and decide to take other strategies. He cannot afford to waste any more time. Buying now 3 dumbbells at once, he quickly uses them, generating more hits and gaining more XP and more one. Now happy, the protagonist is surprised by another notification from the system. The messages keep coming. Now the store would also function as a warehouse, where he can store items for later use. While opening his warehouse, he activates the function to store one of his acquired dumbbells. The ability to store items opens new tactical options. Realizing the perfect functioning of the tool, he rejoices and then thinks of a new strategy to make kills in a more optimized way. His mind races with new ideas. He can now summon items from his warehouse and place them anywhere he wants. Soon, a brilliant idea comes to mind. He will summon the dumbbells outside to fall directly on the goblins. The precision and efficiency of this method are compelling. Opening the warehouse with a large quantity of dumbbells, he watches as all the dumbbells fall towards the goblins, performing an absurd sequence of hits and a flood of system messages with all the kills and ones acquired. The system notifications are a testament to his success. Shortly after finishing his hunt, the protagonist had already acquired and allocated various items in his warehouse. Several of them are food and drinks so that he can stay healthy for as long as needed. Ensuring his survival is paramount. Additionally, he managed to acquire more one by selling the items he used to hit the goblins. The influx of resources is a welcome relief. Suddenly, he realizes that there was a reduction of 1 unit of one. Thus, he begins to reflect on the preservation of dignity ability, questioning if it is responsible for the reduction of someone. He then starts to scan his apartment, meticulously observing the electricity, gas and water expenses. He realizes, with a growing sense of frustration, that the only active thing at the moment is his refrigerator. The thought nags at him, why just the refrigerator? Could it be this is what's consuming the precious resources he so desperately needs? In frustration, he recalls his hunt against the goblins, a memory that brings a fresh wave of irritation. He reflects on how later several goblins fled, abandoning their former home, and since then he had managed to hit only 2. His efforts had yielded such meager results, leaving him to wonder if all this exertion was worth it. His mind races as he then wonders if there are other creatures he can hunt out there. Remembering the previous flying monster, a formidable foe that had tested his mettle, he recalls that no similar creature appeared near the apartment since then. This reflection leads him to ponder seeking other methods for his hunt, different strategies that could yield better results. He also wishes to be lucky enough for another flying monster, whose name is Calican, to fly nearby. A beast that had once promised a bounty of rewards if only he could master the tactics to bring it down. Then, almost like a miracle, he notices a Calican flying around the area. His heart races with a mixture of fear and excitement. This could be the opportunity he has been waiting for. Seeing the monster's presence, he then begins to act quickly, thanking God for not abandoning him in this dire time of need. With a metal structure and a mirror attached to it, he uses this makeshift tool he created to attract the Calican's attention. He focuses, aiming carefully, hitting the monster's vision with a precise beam of light. His strategy works, drawing the monster's attention, which advances toward him fiercely. The beast's sudden violent approach, hitting the barrier and knocking him down with a gust of wind, reminds him all too clearly of the previous attack. Happy with the success of his plan to attract the monster's attention, he contemplates the gain of another level with the Calican's kill. The monster, undeterred, then launches an attack with its powerful wings, hitting the protagonist with another gust of wind. With some effort, he manages to remain standing, his resolve unwavering. At the end of the attack, the protagonist looks to where the monster was and realizes with a sinking feeling that it is no longer there. Quickly, the monster reveals its position as if playing a cruel game of hide and seek. It was attacking the building structure, seeking an opportunity to strike the protagonist once more. While the system alerts that an unauthorized entity is trying to enter the zone, the protagonist observes, his mind racing. He wonders if the creature will be strong enough to break the ability's barrier. Opening his storage, he knows the urgency of taking some action. Each second feels like an eternity as he methodically scans his list, reflecting on the calculation of the spoils. He understands that if the spoils are not close enough, they will not be counted. This critical understanding dawns on him, as he recalls how several of the spoils that would come from goblins were not counted. The surviving goblins had removed the bodies of the slain ones to an area beyond where the system could make an accurate count. Leaving the young man extremely frustrated with the thought that this cannot happen again, he makes a determined decision. Reflecting on the possibility of killing the monster with just one strike, he scrutinizes his list of available items in storage. His attention turns to the canola oil, an unconventional choice but one that sparks a cunning plan. He immediately acquires 10 bottles, thinking through each step meticulously. After the system delivers the bottles, he quickly grabs them and heads to the kitchen, his pace quickening with purpose. He picks up a pan and fills it with the liquid from the bottles, setting it to heat. His goal is to heat this oil sufficiently. While that happens, he ties a cloth to a stick, improvising a tool that will serve as part of his plan. Bathing the stick with the cloth in the boiling oil, he then stores the pan with enough heated liquid in the storage. He knows that timing and preparation are crucial. After pouring all the oil into the storage, the system confirms the listing of the item, and the protagonist goes in search of a lighter, which he uses on his stick to ignite it. His weapon is ready. Now at the window, observing the Calican, the protagonist waits for a good opportunity to invoke the canola oil on the bird. He watches, his pulse quickening as the bird starts flapping its wings against the hot oil. Once it begins to descend, the protagonist sets the monster on fire. The flames engulf the creature almost immediately, a sight that fills the protagonist with a sense of grim satisfaction. The protagonist is pleased with the success of his plan while observing the Calican in its final moments. As the flames do their work and the Calican is indeed dead, the system returns the results to the protagonist. It indicates a level increase in abilities and also the unlocking of a new skill while calculating the spoils. With the calculation complete, an additional 9,347,487 won is directed to the confined person's wallet. He, surprised by the large amount of won, did not expect to receive 10 million in a single kill. This unexpected fortune catches him off guard. Now turning his attention to the gain of the new skill called territory expansion, the protagonist suffers changes in his body, making him wonder what is happening. Now, with black eyes and everything around him being seen differently, almost like an X-ray, he tries to adapt to the change. He notices that his eyes scan the entire building structure, revealing the hidden intricacies and finally leading him to 4 survivors in a room in the building. Clearly a surprise to him, as he did not imagine that there would be surviving neighbors so close. This revelation opens new possibilities and uncertainties, his mind racing with potential outcomes. Attempting to understand the situation, the young man, still with his eyes blackened, is overwhelmed by feelings of despair, confusion, and doubt. Suddenly, his eyes perceive the presence of people inside the building in a strange manner, leading him to a single question. What is happening? How is it possible that there are other survivors inside this building? And how does this ability work? As the effects of the ability fade, and while recovering from the changes it caused, the system emits several notifications. These inform that these individuals meet the requirements to become citizens and present a proposal for their acceptance within his jurisdiction. The individuals introduced are Choi Hyung-jun, referred to as Chubby, a 30-year-old husband, Park Hae-won, his wife, also 30, and their daughters Choi Na-yeon and Choi Seo-yeon, aged 3 and 6. Turning to the system, confused, the protagonist questions what would happen if they were not accepted as citizens. He quickly discovers the answer to the doubt. Those who are not accepted as citizens will be expelled from the residential zone. This would inevitably result in their certain death, as they would have no chance against the monstrous threats outside. With this realization, the young man makes the most obvious decision for someone with a good heart. He accepts these individuals as citizens of his zone. The system then confirms the addition of each inhabitant one by one, and the protagonist speculates about the possibility of unlocking new abilities related to managing these people. Consulting the system, more details are gathered, not only regarding these speculations but also about the ability that allowed the detection of the presence of these other beings. The ability is called Ultimate Eyes, and at level 1, it ensures that nothing within his home escapes detection. Learning about this ability, he explores skills related to citizens and finds an option within the system for citizen management. There, a list of all their names is displayed, alongside their current levels and trust scores. Below the list, a population counter shows 4 out of 600. The number is surprising. 600 people is a lot. Diving into the details about Chubby, information is found about awakened skills. Currently none, XP distribution at 0%, and money distribution also at 0%, with options to assign a mission to Chubby or remove him from the citizen list. Data such as XP and money distribution rates raise questions about the possibility of sharing gains with the host of the house, sparking curiosity about how much control there might be over these rates. Could this also be a way to grow stronger? Returning to the system, under the option to assign a mission to Chubby, the system presents a form requesting details such as description, time limit, mission rewards, and penalties for failure. This detail is surprising, especially the need to specify all these elements. In this case, the mission is described as Goblin Hunt, giving Chubby 168 hours to complete it. The reward is a small amount of XP with no penalties for failure. When confirming the mission, considerations are made to alter the form's details, balancing penalties for failure with the mission's complexity and its rewards, even contemplating imposing elimination as a failure penalty. However, back at the confirmation screen, the assignment is cancelled, deemed too dangerous and unfair to arbitrarily decide the lives of citizens. Reflective, the protagonist wonders what should be done with this ability. Then, an idea arises: use Ultimate Eyes again to check what is happening in the room where the citizens are. Observing everything, the family, sitting around a table, seemingly desolate, begins a dialogue with the wife questioning what they can do now. The reasoning behind her question soon becomes clear. Chubby intends to leave the safe zone to search for basic supplies such as water. Though he wishes to stay with his family and daughters, he knows the necessity of obtaining essentials for their survival. The wife shouts that he cannot do this, emphasizing the extreme danger involved. Chubby understands but, given their circumstances, fears they have no other choice. He wonders aloud if there might be any place with at least water. He answers that even if there isn't, it is necessary to try the nearby convenience stores, mentioning one particularly large store that will surely have something usable. Before much reflection, one of the daughters exclaims, "I'm thirsty." The mother, realizing this is not a good time to voice concerns, tries to hush the child, knowing such a statement would act as a trigger for Chubby's decision. Confident, Chubby takes his wife's hand, asking if she trusts him and assuring her he will definitely return safely with something for their family. Saddened, the wife finds no further arguments to stop him. Back in his room, the protagonist ends the ability and reflects on the family's situation. The decision is then made to open the store and check the list of items. It appears that the maximum item storage capacity is limited, and it is wished that this could be expanded. While navigating the skill window, information is noticed showing storage at level 1, dignity preservation also at level 1, and the store at level 1 as well. Observing the levels of each item, there is a sense of relief. If there are levels, there must be a way to increase them and, consequently, enhance the capacities of these abilities. With points available for immediate upgrades, the store's level is raised to 2, increasing its capacity by 20 items. Additionally, the system applies a 10% discount to the total price of all used items. The protagonist, with enthusiasm, evaluates the given data and wonders what to do with the 2 remaining points. He considers investing in the shop or in the preservation of dignity, recognizing that these skills might help him encounter more citizens in the future. His shop, now at level 3 with a maximum capacity of 40, also has a new function: item recovery. This function enables him to restore old items and turn them into new ones. This was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Without further ado, he visits his shop again to acquire water and some fruits. With the remaining points, he decides to allocate them to other skills, particularly the preservation of dignity. Still at level 1, the choice to upgrade is based on the ability to request various things in return if he provides energy and water. With the preservation of dignity skill at level 2, he can now register vassals, leaving the protagonist puzzled about what vassals might be. The scene shifts to the living room where the family is gathered, and Chubby is seen preparing for his journey. Looking back, his wife and daughters appear distressed, wishing he would reconsider before it's too late. However, Chubby responds with a display of affection and protection, promising that he will return and asking the children to protect the house while he is away. The children ask if he really plans to go, and he responds as if it's a simple task, saying he is merely going to fetch some food and water. He also requests that they obey their mother in the meantime. The eldest daughter, however, knows it won't be that simple. She cries and screams about the monsters outside. Her memories take over, revealing details of day 1 of the apocalypse. The children had been playing in a sandbox in a park when monstrous creatures suddenly appeared, catching their attention. Terrified, the children stood up and started running in panic. While running, their father grabbed the youngest in one arm, desperate to survive, while their mother carried the other child so they could all reach safety faster, pursued by goblins. Now determined, the father swallowed his apprehensions, resolute in his decision. The mother tried to comfort the children to stop them from crying, making the father's decision even harder. He reflected on the possibility that this might be the last time he would see his daughters, trying to remain strong in front of his family. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling everyone and preparing them for a potential confrontation with monsters. Gathering his courage, the father cautiously checked the situation while hearing someone on the other side of the door asking to be let in. The voice from the other side caused surprise and doubt. Could it really be a person? Chubby wondered, but he didn't rule out the possibility of a cunning monster. As the voice continued from the other side, he prepared for a potential confrontation, noticing a sudden silence. Pondering whether the monster had left, he was startled when the door suddenly opened. Quickly, he turned to his family, holding them in hopes of protecting them from a possible threat. Everyone screamed, and the father begged for mercy for his wife and daughters. Amid the cries, a calm voice asked for permission, completely breaking the tension and prompting everyone to finally look at the one who had knocked. It was the protagonist, holding a bag of items, creating a pleasantly surprising moment for everyone. The question, "Who are you?" arose naturally. Then the protagonist's real name, Kim Jae-hyun, was revealed, although he would henceforth be known as June. After introducing himself, he explained that he lived nearby. Handing over the bag of items, he informed them it contained water and fruits, requesting a small conversation once everyone was settled. Both happy and apprehensive, the father looked at his family, seeing the worry in their eyes, and declared that there was no reason to refuse, given June's sincere demeanor. He then invited June into the house. Once everyone was seated, the children stared at the visitor with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. June wondered if the children were shocked by his arrival but quickly turned his attention to the dark curtains covering the windows. He considered this an intelligent choice, as it significantly reduced the risk of monster attacks. However, the darkness necessitated light. To address this, June activated his skill, restoring power to the room where they were conversing. While organizing items in his bag, the family, still in shock, was astonished by the return of power to their apartment. June then decided to interact with the family by offering water to everyone, starting with the children. Chubby expressed gratitude and distributed the water bottles to his daughters, who eagerly quenched their thirst. Shaun, the youngest, drank her bottle so quickly that she choked, briefly worrying her mother. June observed and promptly offered the little one a tangerine, which she accepted with slight hesitation. The mother stepped in, requesting that Shaun hand over the tangerine so she could peel it. Taking a piece of the fruit, the mother returned it to her daughter, who quickly devoured it, expressing immense joy as she savored it. The mother asked if it was good, and Shaun enthusiastically confirmed. The elder sister then asked the mother for a piece as well, which she also enjoyed, showing similar delight. For June, the system notified him that the citizens' trust levels had increased. It reported that Shaun's trust score had reached 50 points and her loyalty level had exceeded 30 points, meeting the requirements for her to become a vassal. Now at level 2, Shaun, with 57 trust points, no skills and no XP or money allocated, had new options available for missions to be assigned by June. He then reflects that this little girl has met the requirements. However, she is still too young to receive missions. Another thought that crosses June's mind is that the number of registrable vassals is highly limited compared to the number of citizens. Therefore, he needs to be very cautious in selecting vassals to avoid filling these slots carelessly. Looking at Chubby, whose trust level is at 31, June realizes that this score must be raised further. While contemplating, he is interrupted by Chubby, who asks if there is a way to repay June for his actions toward the family. June invites Chubby to talk in the hallway. Surprised, Chubby agrees and both move outside the room. Once outside, June asks Chubby if he received the invitation to become a citizen. Chubby checks his notification window and confirms that the entire family received this notification about 30 minutes ago. June then inquires if anything strange or unusual occurred during that time. Chubby confirms, explaining that they were immobilized for a short period. June understands the situation and assures Chubby that soon his life will return to normal. Shocked by this statement, Chubby questions whether such a thing is possible. June confidently replies that it is entirely possible, thanks to his ability. Chubby processes this information and then remarks that he knows such actions would never come without a cost. He asks what he should do. June explains the possibility that while on the mission given to him, Chubby might lose his life, and he asks if Chubby is truly willing to proceed with what is being asked. After a brief moment of reflection, Chubby firmly confirms his readiness to do whatever is necessary, stating that he had already been considering stepping out of his comfort zone to seek food and water before June's arrival. Chubby declares that he was already prepared to risk his life. Suddenly, June interrupts to ask about the golf club Chubby is carrying, curious about its cost. Confused, Chubby replies that the club cost around 400,000 to 500,000 won. Reflecting on this price, June considers it expensive and realizes the importance of saving money for future acquisitions. Chubby, still puzzled, questions the abrupt inquiry. June dismisses it as unimportant and shifts the conversation, asking if Chubby remembers the day the monsters first appeared. Chubby recalls the weekend when the monsters emerged, chasing them, and recounts the horror of that moment. June reflects that those who stayed inside their homes might have survived the attack. Considering that goblins are not very strong and their conditions are unfavorable compared to those of an adult man, June notes their primary advantage lies in their strategy of always attacking in groups. However, humans also have the strategic capacity to form armies, and an army is precisely what June intends to build from this point forward. Starting with Chubby, who will be the first member and will join June in finding other survivors. Sometime later, back in his apartment, June analyzes the system, which notifies him that his trust level with Chubby has risen further. Checking his list of citizens, the system displays Chubby's trust level at 40 points. Reflecting on having an entire family as citizens, June considers the possibility of his own family being added to this list as he continues to develop the system. Suddenly, a goblin screech catches June's attention. He gets up and goes to the window to investigate the commotion. Looking down, he is surprised to see other people fighting against a large number of goblins. Contemplating how he could assist and how challenging it would be, June formulates a plan while observing the goblins' assault on the group of humans. One individual, armed with a baseball, prepares a powerful throw at one of the attacking goblins. The ball strikes the goblin's face, knocking it out instantly. The attack's force sends the goblin flying, its skull bursting into a fountain of kaiju-like blood. The sheer power of the blow leaves June, watching from above, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, another member of the human group, a young woman, fires 2 arrows simultaneously from her bow, each striking the chest of a different goblin. Beside her, another man wields a baseball bat, targeting the goblin standing between the 2 struck by the young woman. The man leaps and smashes the goblin, reducing its body to a green pulp. The remaining goblins, fearing for their safety, decide to flee, realizing the group's overwhelming strength. The archer, still on alert after the battle, notices something strange moving and quickly aims her bow at the object. She soon realizes it is a food package, causing her confusion. June, shouting from the building's top floor, finally catches her attention. She looks up, noticing the man frantically gesturing and yelling to attract the group's notice. Suddenly, someone knocks on June's door. Looking through the peephole, he sees that it is Chubby carrying a box. June invites Chubby to enter the apartment with the box. Following June's instructions, Chubby approaches the entrance but discovers that the system's barrier prevents him from entering. The system makes it clear that Chubby is not qualified and therefore cannot access the apartment. Chubby questioned what it meant to be not qualified. June wondered if the system would prevent anyone from entering his apartment at that moment. He also speculated whether registering Chubby as a vassal might resolve the issue. However, he decided to postpone addressing the matter of entry and instead focused on receiving the box, which contained items that could be used as weapons. Upon receiving the box, June placed it on the floor, opened it and examined its contents. Inside there was a toolbox and several knives. June activated the system, accessed the store, and ordered 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles. As the store projected June's order, Chubby watched in disbelief, amazed at how such a thing was even possible. Without dwelling too much on the situation, June packed all the requested items into the box and handed it back to Chubby, instructing him to take the box to the building's entrance on the 1st floor. Chubby accepted the box but questioned whether this task might be too dangerous. June replied that, based on his brief observations, the goblin's behavior became more active during daylight hours. He also thought to himself that the people fighting downstairs could be vital additions to his group of citizens. The food box would serve as the primary tool for earning their trust and loyalty. Speaking aloud to Chubby, June revealed that he had a plan and emphasized the importance of delivering the box to the 1st floor. Chubby questioned the simplicity of the plan, asking if it really was just about leaving the box on the 1st floor and returning. June confirmed that it was indeed that simple. Relieved, Chubby agreed to carry out the task, bidding June farewell as he left with the box. June thanked him as he departed. Opening the system's interface, June reflected on the need to reward Chubby's trust generously. The mission menu described the task: delivering the box containing water bottles and instant noodles to the 1st floor and returning within 24 hours. The mission offered a small amount of XP as a reward, with no penalties for failure. Chubby received the notification and realized he would gain experience upon completing the mission. He wondered aloud if this was somehow related to a leveling system like in a game. June confirmed this and revealed that Chubby's current level was 9. If Chubby leveled up, he would receive rewards. June assured Chubby that he was relying on him, and Chubby, understanding his task, promptly made his way toward the 1st floor. Armed with the box and a golf club for protection, he cautiously descended the stairs. Finally reaching the 1st floor, his mission was to place the box on the ground. However, before he could act, he noticed movement nearby. The sudden motion startled him. He suspected it was goblins and grew alarmed as darkness was beginning to set in. Panicked, he decided to flee. Yet, in his haste, he twisted his ankle and fell, causing the box of supplies to spill across the floor. Items scattered everywhere, and Chubby, now lying on the ground, desperately tried to regain his composure. As the creatures drew closer, Chubby instinctively shielded himself with his arms and shut his eyes tightly. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Opening his eyes, he saw a group of humans approaching, asking if he was okay. While in June's apartment, the system issued an alert about an unauthorized attempt to enter. June began to wonder what it could be, speculating that it might involve an invasion by the group. Activating his ultimate eyes ability, he scanned the building and noticed Chubby with a group of people, leading them as they conversed among themselves. The group questioned how it was possible for someone in the building to throw a package of noodles. This raised their hopes, thinking the building might have an abundance of food while they were on the brink of exhaustion. Deactivating his observational ability, June recognized everyone in the group. The system then notified him that they met the requirements to become citizens and proposed adding them. However, June realized the risks of accepting outsiders as members of his group. He also considered the possibility that these people might reject his offer to join, which made him anxious and stressed. While contemplating the best course of action, June was interrupted by Chubby's voice calling out from nearby, trying to communicate with him. Responding to Chubby, June received a system notification indicating that this citizen had an ongoing mission. The system suggested editing the current mission, which June confirmed. The updated mission now included delivering meals to the newcomers. After confirming the changes, June and Chubby exchanged updates on the situation. June instructed Chubby to immediately gift the newcomers some food, as June had a plan in mind. Chubby agreed and followed the plan. When the group reached the barrier of June's safe zone, they had to wait while Chubby explained the situation. Reporting back to June, Chubby detailed the group's status, which June received positively. He then accessed the system and initiated invitations for the group to become citizens. The system sent invitations to Ha Donggan, Kang Deoksu, Kim Gaeong, Yu Hyerin, Kim Jian, and Moon Byung-go. Once permission was granted, all new group members entered the safe zone. The system announced that the citizen count had increased to 10, granting a 10% bonus to XP and monetary rewards. June felt a surge of gratitude toward the newcomers, knowing their presence would be crucial for future monster hunts. The system updated the trust scores and levels for the new members. Dong with 19 trust and level 23, Kong with 28 trust and level 13, Young with 17 trust and level 17, Yu with 30 trust and level 10, Kim with 15 trust and level 15, and Moon with 11 trust and level 10. June noticed Dong's higher level and speculated that he might be stronger than Calican, a foe June had recently defeated. Examining Dong's stats further, the system highlighted a skill called Baseball Throw, ranked at D. This ability consumes stamina to triple the power of thrown objects like baseballs. June concluded that Dong was a metahuman capable of turning baseballs into lethal weapons. He recognized Dong's potential as an indispensable ally for monster hunting. To strengthen their bond, June planned to gradually build Dong's trust. June instructed the system to set the group's XP sharing to 70%, which the system confirmed. He then began assigning hunting missions to help the newcomers gain XP and resources. June likened his strategy to an auto-hunting system in games. Beyond logistics, June acknowledged the importance of establishing personal relationships with the group. He believed a good rapport was essential to eventually locating and reuniting with his family. Unexpectedly, the system notified him that the trust scores of Dong, Young, and Yu had increased, leaving June surprised and curious about the cause. The scene shifted to Chubby's apartment, where he invited the group inside. The archer, Gaeong, expressed her gratitude. Chubby's wife, confused by the situation, questioned what was happening. Chubby reassured her to stay calm and promised to explain soon. He also requested that she prepare food for everyone. Initially startled, Chubby's wife pointed out that there was no food ready and that everything would need to be made from scratch. Chubby urged her to proceed, explaining it was part of June's plan. After some hesitation, she agreed and began cooking. Han, previously referred to as Dong, expressed his gratitude and shifted his focus to Chubby, asking about June. Chubby admitted he didn't know much about June, except that he was their neighbor. Surprised, Han listened as Chubby described June as someone mysterious yet immensely resourceful, providing them with everything they needed. Han concluded that June must be a metahuman, possessing the extraordinary ability to solve everyone's problems with essentials like food and water. Determined to make a good impression on June, Han believed that June's abilities were almost miraculous. Chubby informed the group that they could take a shower while waiting for the food. The female members were stunned by the idea of taking a shower amidst the chaos. Han observed that, given the building's functional resources, such luxuries were indeed possible. Chubby elaborated, mentioning the availability of hot showers, leaving the women speechless. Chubby added that there were 2 showers available for simultaneous use. Another group member, who bore a resemblance to Toji, jokingly suggested challenging June to a fight. Han immediately dismissed the idea, calling it absurd and emphasizing the importance of impressing June instead. The group agreed on the need to prioritize securing food, recognizing this as a rare opportunity that couldn't be wasted. They turned their attention to Moon, who appeared lost in thought. Han gently touched Moon's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. When Han apologized for potentially upsetting him, Moon reassured him that nothing was wrong. Han began expressing regret over a past decision, but Moon interrupted, affirming that every choice had been consensual and there was no need for remorse. The group collectively strategized about obtaining supplies for Moon's grandmother. However, Moon internally lamented that it might already be too late for her. As Han discussed their plan further, the sound of the door opening startled everyone. Han readied a baseball in his hand, prepared for confrontation, but quickly realized it was June. June's presence radiated warmth and reassurance, instilling hope in the group. They felt certain that June was the key to lifting them out of their despair. A few minutes went by and they sat in silence around the table. The atmosphere was tense until Haiwan, a fatty's wife, feeling the strain, finally spoke. She apologized for how cramped the room was. Han, striving to be courteous, replied that it was fine. Since they had arrived unannounced, it didn't bother them. Just then, Fatty entered the room and announced that the food was ready. One by one, Fatty placed bowls of rice before them. They could hardly believe they were about to enjoy a real meal and began to wonder when they had last eaten something proper. Haiwan, feeling slightly awkward, hesitated before admitting she wasn't sure if the food she had prepared would match their tastes. What seemed like a simple meal to Haiwan left the group's archer stunned with admiration. As she stared at the dishes laid out before her, she couldn't contain her amazement. She told Haiwan that the food was incredible, confessing it had been a long time since she had eaten something so delicious. Haiwan, shyly brushing off the compliments, explained that it was all thanks to the ingredients Seo Jun had provided. She admitted that, without Seo Jun's help, she would have only been able to serve rice and tangerines. Meanwhile, Seo Jun noticed that Haiwan's trust level had reached 50. He smiled quietly to himself, reminded of his mother, who always beamed with joy when guests praised her cooking. But as the thought lingered, he realized with some surprise that Haiwan's trust had surpassed Jun's. Later on, they all started eating, expressing their gratitude to Haiwan for the meal. Haiwan and Fatty watched as their guests eagerly enjoyed the food, eating as though they hadn't had a proper meal in ages. The archer couldn't stop complimenting the egg roll, while another girl remarked to Haiwan that the style of the egg seemed Japanese. Haiwan smiled warmly, agreeing and politely encouraging her to enjoy the meal. At that moment, Haiwan's youngest daughter called out to her, capturing her attention. The little girl wanted to eat the egg rolls too, but Haiwan gently explained that she would make more for her after the guests left. This made her daughter a bit sad. Noticing this, the archer asked Haiwan's daughter if she'd like to share the egg rolls with her. The child's face lit up immediately, her excitement brightening the room. She quickly ran over and climbed onto the archer's lap, her happiness obvious. The archer smiled warmly, delighted by the little girl's enthusiasm. The child eagerly announced she was ready, and the archer picked up a piece of egg roll, softly asking Seoyin to open her mouth. As the archer fed her, Seoyin beamed with joy, her smile lighting up the moment. Seo Jun then suggested that Fatty and Haiwan join them, assuring them there was enough food for everyone. The two exchanged a hesitant glance, unsure at first, but eventually smiled and agreed, happy to join the gathering. As they all shared the meal together, the room filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Seo Jun took a quiet moment to reflect on the warmth of the scene. The lively noise reminded him of how long it had been since he had experienced something like this. His thoughts drifted to memories of his mother and the care she had always shown. A soft smile spread across his face as he silently hoped his family was safe and well. Time passed and soon the food was gone, leaving behind only empty dishes. Haiwan's youngest daughter, now tired, mentioned she wanted to rest. Haiwan gently lifted her and asked her eldest daughter to follow her to their room for bedtime before leaving the table. Moments later, Seo Jun decided it was the right time to get back to business. He turned to the guests and suggested they continue their earlier conversation, questioning why they couldn't reach the grandmother's house despite its close proximity. Han, his expression serious, explained that it was due to the goblins. Seo Jun raised an eyebrow, doubting whether it was truly goblins, recalling his own struggles when he had first encountered them. Han nodded, affirming it was true. He elaborated that the goblins had discovered an underground parking lot and had turned it into their base, hiding there. Seo Jun's curiosity deepened, and he asked if they had any idea how many goblins were down there. Han, with a somber look, answered that there were several thousand goblins in the underground area. Seo Jun paused, thinking carefully. He realized that his abilities only worked effectively from ground level to level 30, meaning they wouldn't be as useful in the underground parking lot beneath the building. Suddenly, it all made sense to him. This was how the goblins had infiltrated the area. Han continued, explaining that the underground parking lot was connected directly to the entrance of the apartment building they needed to reach. The goblins had turned it into their stronghold and rarely ventured outside. Seo Jun, remembering the nearby side roads, asked Han about them, recalling there were alternative paths they could have taken. Han nodded, admitting that their initial plan was to use the side roads to escape, but they had encountered something far worse than the goblins. Intrigued, Seo-jun pressed Han to explain what could possibly be more dangerous than an army of goblins. Han recounted seeing a massive shadow, describing it as resembling a bear. He explained that they had managed to escape the apartment building because the bear had been fighting the goblins, providing a brief window for their escape. Seo-jun, considering how to deal with such a large creature, asked Han for more details. Han confessed that he wasn't entirely sure it was a bear, as the darkness had obscured his view. Seo-jun stated decisively that eventually, they would have to face both the goblins and the shadowy figure. Han agreed but looked down, acknowledging that their group had limitations and wasn't equipped to handle both threats simultaneously. Seo-jun, curious about these limitations, asked for clarification. The archer spoke up, explaining that both she and Han relied on items like arrows and baseballs for combat, but they were running low and couldn't replenish their supplies easily. Despite the challenges, Han remained composed and suggested he could find a solution. He asked to inspect their current weapons, the arrow and baseball. Without hesitation, the archer handed over her equipment. The system then prompted Seo-jun, asking if he wanted to list the new items. Seo-jun agreed and the system began scanning them. Moments later, it displayed the cost to replicate the items. When asked if he was certain, Seo-jun confirmed. Seo-jun glanced around the table and asked if everyone could use the archer's weapon. The group nodded silently, understanding there was only one available. Seo-jun took their silence as agreement. Turning back to the system, he requested 5 sets of the archer's weapon and arrows. The newly created items appeared on the table, and Seo-jun addressed the group, encouraging anyone unfamiliar with weapons to take this opportunity to learn. "These will be your primary weapons from now on," he stated firmly. As the items materialized, the system notified Seo-jun that several members of Han's group had increased their trust in him. Meanwhile, Moon's gaze was fixed on the weapons. He couldn't help but marvel at Seo-jun's resourcefulness, realizing that with Seo-jun on their side, they might actually save his grandmother. The system confirmed that Moon's trust in Seo-jun had grown significantly. Han broke the silence, commenting that with Seo-jun's support, their hunting speed would improve dramatically. Another girl chimed in, noting that Seo-jun's assistance would make their tasks safer, as they wouldn't have to risk themselves to collect arrows anymore. Seo-jun then gathered everyone's attention and announced that before they could move forward, they needed to reduce the number of goblins in the area. Han agreed and asked when they would begin hunting. Seo-jun replied decisively, "Tomorrow?" Han seemed hesitant, questioning the urgency, but Seo-jun explained that the sooner they acted, the better their chances of success. Han eventually nodded, though he still appeared uncertain. Seo-jun turned to Moon and assured him, "Tomorrow we're going to rescue your grandmother." Moon's face lit up with hope and excitement at the thought of seeing his grandmother again. Han, still wary, voiced his concerns about how they would manage with so many obstacles in their way. Seo-jun smiled confidently and revealed his plan. "We'll use a bait strategy to lure the goblins out." After Seo-jun spoke, everyone at the table turned their attention to him, waiting for more details about his plan. Han and the archer girl remained pensive, wondering if the idea could truly work. The boy with glasses voiced his concern, saying the plan would only succeed if everything went exactly as planned. As they deliberated, the system notified Seo-jun, revealing that the mission previously assigned to Fatty had been completed. Along with the notification came a reward of 30,000 won. Reading the message, Seo-jun was surprised. He hadn't realized that payment was given for every completed mission. To be certain, he read the notification again and it was confirmed. Seo-jun quickly realized that, with money, he could assign missions to his citizens, allowing them to level up. In other words, the more money he had, the more power he could accumulate. Closing his eyes, he thought about how, while this seemed like a strong long-term strategy, he hoped not to rely on it too heavily for now. The system also informed Seo-jun that Jun's trust had increased to a total of 50 points, unlocking a new status, loyalty, which surpassed 30 points. Meeting the minimum requirements, Fatty transitioned from being a simple resident to becoming a vassal. The system displayed Jun's updated stats and attributes. He was now at level 9 with a trust level of 51 points and loyalty at 62. However, he had no awakened skills and 0% shared XP or money. After carefully analyzing the information, Seo-jun decided to register Fatty as his first vassal. As a result, a blue aura began to emanate from Jun, who started feeling sudden changes in his body and broke into a sweat. The system notified that the first vassal registration was successful, unlocking a new skill for Seo Jun called Summon Vassal. This skill allowed Seo Jun to summon the vassal within his house, although it came with a cooldown of 2 hours after use. The system updated Jun's stats again, revealing that he had reached level 20 and gained the title of First Servant. Additionally, he awakened his first skill, Gorilla Strength, a Tier C passive ability that granted him superhuman strength. The system further explained that, thanks to the First Servant title, all XP and gold earned by Fatty through hunting would be shared. Lastly, the system revealed that Seo Jun could use the Ultimate Eyes skill to summon the vassal within a 5-meter radius of his house. Seo Jun noticed a plus symbol beside Jun's level and wondered what it did. Upon pressing it, he discovered it was a feature to increase the vassal's level at the cost of 1 million won. Shocked by the exorbitant cost, Seo Jun exclaimed that it was far too expensive for a single vassal skill. Seeing his expression, the woman at the table asked what was wrong. Seo Jun brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and turned his attention back to Jun, asking how he was feeling. The focus shifted to Jun, who stated that his strength was overflowing, with his veins visibly pulsing. He asked if this transformation was Seo Jun's doing. Seo Jun confirmed with a nod. Jun, looking at his hands, remarked that it felt as though his body had become 10 years younger. Seo Jun smiled proudly and suggested that Fatty join the rescue mission team, handing him a bow. Fatty looked confused by the gesture. Seo Jun explained that the mission was assigned because vassals earned double the rewards of regular citizens. In a commanding tone, Seo Jun instructed Fatty to defeat as many monsters as possible. Fatty nodded in agreement, prompting Seo Jun to smile and express his trust in him. Outside the house, on the first floor, the rescue team began their search for survivors. The boy holding a baseball bat questioned whether it was necessary to search the first floor, but Han reminded him that it was Seo Jun's order. The rescue team embarked on their first mission, to locate all survivors in the building and lead them to the 30th floor. The crucial part of the mission was to draw out a large number of goblins for elimination while rescuing as many survivors as possible. The boy with the baseball bat acknowledged the plan, and the group pressed forward. Han, shouting to keep the team alert, emphasized that goblins could appear at any moment or from any direction. As they continued their search, they had yet to encounter any survivors or goblins. While guiding the team, Han noticed something unusual. Some members of the group couldn't believe their eyes. Several lifeless bodies were sprawled across the floor, victims of the goblins. The sight filled the team with sorrow and rage, intensifying their hatred for the goblins. But they couldn't afford to stop. Determined, they pushed on to the second floor. On the second floor, the situation was catastrophic. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, leaving the team horrified as they continued to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, everything appeared to be calm. The team leader knocked on the doors, calling out to see if anyone was inside. The rest of the team followed suit, hoping to find survivors. After several unsuccessful attempts, the team lowered their heads, burdened by a sense of sadness. However, the boy with the baseball bat refused to give up, encouraging the team to press on to the next floor. On the fourth floor, they resumed knocking on doors, announcing themselves as the rescue team. Suddenly, a door creaked open, revealing a man with a tired expression. He asked if they were truly part of the rescue team, mentioning that he was extremely thirsty and begging for water. Han quickly pulled out a bottle and handed it to him. The man, still skeptical, asked again if they were really from the rescue team. Han reassured him, confirming their purpose and explaining that, as a resident of the building, he was helping to lead all survivors to a safe location. The man seemed surprised to hear this. He closed the door momentarily but reopened it shortly after, revealing 2 others inside the apartment. Introducing himself as Hong Young-soo, he stated that he would rely on the team. Han introduced himself as well, expressing his hope for good cooperation between them. Han then introduced the girls on the team and instructed them to escort Hong Young-soo and his group to the 30th floor before returning to continue the mission. Hong Young-soo hesitated, questioning the safety of the 30th floor and expressing his reluctance to leave. His son, however, admitted he had been hoping for a rescue and suggested there might even be a helicopter waiting for them. The girl clarified there wasn't a helicopter but assured them there was hot food and the chance to take a bath. Hearing this, Hong Jung-soo's daughter became excited, marveling at the idea of taking a bath even in the midst of the apocalypse. The girl chuckled and confirmed it would be a warm bath. The daughter eagerly turned to her father, urging him to stop hesitating and go with them. Reluctantly, the man gave in to his children's wishes. Shortly afterward, The system notified Seo Jun that the total number of citizens had increased to 40. Along with this, their XP in gold had increased to 90%. Sometime later, it is shown that the mission was a success, and they managed to rescue several people. The elderly and children were taken to Fatty's house, where everyone seemed happy. The younger members stayed in the hallways. Han confidently confirmed that there were now a total of 40 people, with no one missing from the search. Seo Jun thanked everyone for their excellent work. Seo Jun then activated his skill, Absolute Eye, causing his eyes to turn black as he carefully observed every movement his citizens were making. He saw them carrying chairs, working with cables on the stairs, hauling ropes, and even climbing the stairs with a very heavy object. After ending the skill, his eyes returned to normal, and smiling he told Han it was time to begin phase 2 of the goblin hunting operation. Now in the hallway, Han, alongside the other members, called for focus and explained the plan and how it would work. Everyone listened patiently as Han detailed how they would lure out all the goblins hiding in the basement. Initially, they would start on the first underground floor, B1. The group would divide into 2 teams with the goal of attracting and clearing out the goblins on B1. Afterward, they would proceed to B2 to eliminate all the goblins there as well. A boy with glasses raised his hand and voiced a question. He asked what they would do if more goblins appeared than anticipated. He also mentioned that if the goblins counterattacked, the bodies on the floor might obstruct their escape. The archer and Han, confident, assured him they could handle all the goblins on their own since they now had plenty of arrows, unlike before. The boy with glasses nodded in agreement and said he trusted them. Suddenly they heard a strange noise. Turning toward the source of the sound, they noticed a small group of 3 goblins ready to attack. Without giving the goblins a chance to make the first move, the archer drew her bow and with 2 quick shots hit the heads of 2 goblins, leaving only one alive. Without hesitation, the man with the bat charged forward and, with a single blow, smashed the remaining goblin's head. The 3 goblins now lay lifeless on the ground. The boy with glasses questioned the man with the bat, asking why he was using the bat when he had previously said he would need a bow to defeat goblins. The senior admitted they were right. Meanwhile, the archer pointed to the goblin bodies, noting that they were disappearing shortly after being defeated. The newcomer wondered if this phenomenon was also a skill of Seo Jun. Han declared the mission on that floor complete and announced they would now proceed to B1. The newcomer, still lost in thought, remarked that he had expected Seo Jun to have a solution for dealing with the goblin bodies. The system then alerted the group that the citizens' trust was increasing. The scene shifted to Seo Jun, sitting calmly and opening a bottle while a series of system windows appeared in front of him. He found the moment quite enjoyable. He remarked that it wasn't intentional but reassured himself that he was still keeping an eye on everyone. The system sent another notification showing that Moon's trust had reached 50, unlocking loyalty. The loyalty stat had surpassed 30, meeting the conditions for registration. Seo Jun was surprised by how quickly he had achieved these stats. However, he noted that the faster this happened, the better it would be in the long run. Sitting on the floor and staring thoughtfully at the system window, Seo Jun reviewed Moon's stats: 55 in trust and an impressive 88 in loyalty, along with other attributes. Seo Jun was surprised by the 88 loyalty but remained calm, considering it a positive outcome. With an ironic smile, he pressed a button on the system window, declaring that the time for retention registration was complete. Back in the basement on B1, the entire group was fighting fiercely against the goblins. Suddenly, the newcomer began to emit a blue light, similar to what Fatty had done before. Holding his bow, Moon, the newcomer, was stunned as lightning surrounded him. The other group members were equally shocked, questioning what was happening. Even the goblins were confused, unable to see due to the intense glow radiating from Moon. After revealing his red eyes in the darkness, it was also shown that the goblins couldn't withstand the brightness emitted by the newcomer, leaving them momentarily blinded. Han shouted that he didn't know what was happening, but it was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Part of the group quickly ran to create distance, while others stayed behind to eliminate the goblins using their bows from a long distance. Both archers had deadly accuracy, aiming only for the goblins' heads. The archer, visibly furious, performed a swift maneuver that took down several more goblins. Seeing what had just unfolded before them, the goblins became enraged and charged forward to attack. Despite the number of goblins they had already killed, their numbers only seemed to increase. While running, the group realized the sheer aggressiveness of their opponents and remarked how they hadn't expected them to be so relentless. The archer shouted, ordering everyone to retreat to the emergency stairwell, while the man with the baseball bat speculated that all the goblins from the B2 floor had likely converged on their current location. Reaching the emergency stairs, the group ascended frantically without daring to look back. To slow the goblins' advance, Han held the door shut. One of the goblins managed to wedge its hand through the gap and sarcastically asked if Han was holding the door by himself. Hearing this, the boy with glasses and the man with the bat joined Han to push the door shut. The goblins, however, were slowly forcing the door open. While the group struggled, they admitted it was getting increasingly difficult to hold it shut due to the overwhelming number of goblins. Suddenly, a voice from behind reassured them of help. It was Fatty, using the gorilla strength ability Seo Jun had granted him earlier. As he channeled the ability, Fatty single-handedly held the door and managed to block the goblins' advance. Han asked if he would be okay and Fatty urged them to hurry up the stairs. Despite his superhuman strength, Fatty was sweating and straining to hold the door with all his might. He focused and declared that it was his duty, one he had to fulfill. Finally, Han called out to him, letting him know everyone was safe and telling him to come up the stairs as well. Without hesitation, Fatty turned his back to the door and began running up the stairs. However, midway up, he tripped on a step and fell to the ground, just as the goblins were about to catch up to him. Lying on the ground and almost within the goblins' reach, Fatty shouted at his friends to leave him behind and continue the evacuation. While Han hesitated, trying to decide what to do, someone suddenly and without hesitation rushed down the stairs to help. It was the boy with the baseball bat who, with a single powerful swing, smashed the goblin threatening Fatty. He called out to Jun, urging him to hurry, and extended a hand to help. Still on the ground, Fatty tried to crawl closer to his rescuer, but one of the goblins managed to grab his leg. Before he could even react, Fatty vanished without a trace, leaving his savior stunned and speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Looking ahead, however, the goblins continued advancing in an unrelenting horde. Suddenly, one of them leaped toward the boy with the bat, but he swung his weapon and struck it down mid-air. Meanwhile, the other group members provided support with their bows, urging Deok-su, the boy with the bat, to move faster. Running in desperation as the goblins closed in, Han and the archer shouted frantically, pleading with him to hurry. Clutching his bat and without looking back, Deok-su pushed forward, racing up the stairs. Meanwhile, outside, under a full moon, the scene unfolds. A monstrous bear-like creature with glowing red eyes effortlessly devours a goblin, whose agonized screams pierce the night. With every passing second, the creature exudes a sinister aura, finishing its gruesome meal of the small goblin. Its sharp fangs and blazing eyes make it clear that its hunger is far from sated. It growls, declaring it wants more. From behind the beast, eerie screams echo, a sound that should not exist in the stillness of the night. Turning around, the creature notices the noise is coming from a massive building behind it. Coincidentally, the top floor of the building is still illuminated. The creature's bloodlust intensifies as it snarls, proclaiming that it will devour everyone in that building. In a sudden twist, Fatty is seen falling from a swirling purple portal. Don't worry, our Fatty didn't die. Instead, he was teleported to safety using Seo Jun's ability. Seo Jun, who had been observing from afar, pulled Fatty out of danger just in time. Fatty lands on the ground in a clumsy hero's pose, feeling relief despite his confusion about what just happened. Seo Jun, standing nearby, remarks, "That was close." Fatty rubs his eyes to make sure he's not imagining things and sees Seo Jun offering his hand to help him up. Seo Jun explains that, just in case, he kept an eye on the situation using his absolute eye ability. He's glad to see that the vassal summoning ability worked perfectly. As Fatty tries to stand, he notices a sharp pain in his leg. It's then that he realizes the goblin had managed to cut him when it grabbed hold of him earlier. He hadn't even noticed how fast it happened, given the brief struggle. Seo Jun immediately asks if Fatty is okay, but Fatty brushes off his concern, insisting that the wound will heal faster than he thinks. Seo Jun, however, notices a shortage of medical supplies in his inventory and mentions that he should register some medicine to the system as well. He asks Fatty not to overexert himself and to wait for a moment. Though confused, Fatty agrees. Inside, Seo Jun searches for medical supplies and finds a first aid kit. Looking at it, he recalls how essential medicine is in situations like this. The sight brings back memories of his childhood with his mother, leaving him momentarily deep in thought. Opening the kit, he discovers it contains far more than he expected. Sitting on the floor, he examines the items and mutters that his inventory has only 40 slots left, but there's still so much to register. After a brief moment, he has an idea. He decides to register the entire kit instead of the individual medicines. The system initiates the registration process, scanning the kit. A system notification pops up, confirming that it's a standard first aid kit valued at 77,331. Without hesitation, Seo-jun accepts. Back in the corridor, Seo-jun brings the first aid kit to Fatty, who notices Seo-jun's genuine concern for someone he barely knows. Kneeling down, Seo-jun asks to examine the goblin-inflicted wound. Fatty rolls up his pant leg, revealing a cut near his calf. With a pair of tweezers and a cotton ball in hand, Seo-jun warns that he's going to disinfect the wound first. Carefully dabbing the cotton onto the cut, Seo-jun works meticulously, though Fatty winces in pain. Despite this, Fatty reassures Seo-jun that he can endure it. The system promptly notifies Seo-jun that Choi Hyung-jun's, Fatty's, trust level has increased, along with his loyalty. After partially cleaning the wound, Fatty thanks Seo-jun for his care. Seo-jun, while packing the first aid supplies back into the kit, expresses his concern for the others. He stands and instructs Fatty to rest, explaining that he has something important to attend to. Fatty nods and agrees to follow his boss's orders. Seo-jun closes his eyes, focuses, and activates his ultimate eyes ability. His eyes darken as he scans the building, allowing him to see everything happening within. Back at the emergency stairs, Deoksu, also known as Toji the baseball bat wielder, is desperately fleeing from the relentless goblins. The archer, with her impeccable aim, provides support, taking out goblins with perfect headshots that would make anyone envious. Han and the guy with glasses try to help Deoksu create distance from the goblins but shout in frustration that they can only handle one goblin at a time, urging Deoksu to run faster. Toji sprints as fast as he can, but the goblins remain undeterred, chasing him with tireless persistence. From behind an improvised barricade, the support team fires arrows that was dangerously close to Deoksu, but every shot lands perfectly on the pursuing goblins. Deoksu finally reaches the end of the staircase and, with a leap, crosses the barricade. However, in a moment of carelessness, two goblins manage to jump and lunge at his back, catching him off guard. Instinctively, the rookie Moon charges forward with a shout, determined to protect his comrade. With a single powerful blow from his bow at close range, he takes down the two goblins that had pounced. Moon stands with a serious expression, his eyes glowing blue and filled with determination. Without hesitation, he leaps back into the stairwell, plunging straight into the swarm of goblins. Han is left speechless. Delivering rapid, precise strikes, Moon significantly thins the goblin horde as Han and Toji watch in awe. The rest of the group, witnessing the scene, asks in disbelief if Byung-go Moon had always been this skilled in combat, remarking that his actions are utterly insane. From afar, Seo-jun observes everything and comments that the rookie is doing exceptionally well. The system screen appears, displaying Moon's status. For reference, his full name is Moon Byung-go, and he holds the title of second vassal. His confidence level is 55, and his loyalty is 88. He possesses a teleportation ability that consumes mental energy to move within his line of sight. The mental energy cost increases with the number of companions and the distance traveled. With a sly smile and darkened eyes, Seo-jun remarks that registering Moon as a vassal was a brilliant decision. Back at the stairwell, goblins are being decimated by Moon, each of his blows striking their heads with deadly accuracy. Han asks Jiana, the guy with glasses, if the extension cord is ready. Jiana, holding it firmly, replies that it is. Han then checks if the water tank is prepared. The archer and the baseball bat wielder confirm its readiness. Moon, realizing he has to retreat, sprints toward the barricade as Han yells at him to hurry up. With a swift jump, Moon lands safely behind the barricade. For a brief moment, the goblins believe the group has simply fled. But moments later, a massive water tank appears above the barricade. The tank is tipped over, drenching the goblins and flooding the emergency stairwell with water. The goblins, initially confused, think it's merely a stalling tactic. Han shouts that this is the perfect opportunity, and Jiana flips the switch. An electrical surge travels down the now soaked stairwell through the wires they had previously laid, electrocuting all the goblins that had been pursuing them. Seo-jun's system screen notifies him that he has hunted numerous goblins of varying levels, including some at levels 6 and 7. Another notification pops up, showing that Seo-jun has gained significant XP and earned a total of 334,464 won, which has been deposited into his account. Additionally, his skill level has increased, and a new ability has been unlocked. While using his ultimate eyes ability, Seo-jun suddenly feels a strange pressure. A sharp pain begins to spread through his body, causing him to writhe in agony. Upon closer inspection, a purple wave expands outward from him, covering an increasingly large area. The purple energy travels through the building, the stairwell, the parking lot, and even the goblins chasing his friends. The purple wave appears to function as a scanning mechanism because Seo Jun's ability screen indicates that hostile entities have been detected. After the scan, the system declares that the hostiles will be eliminated. As the energy wave dissipates, the goblins begin to deform, screaming in agony. In an instant, their bodies explode, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The system notifies Seo Jun once again, confirming that he has defeated numerous goblins, including several at levels 6 and 7. Not long ago, some goblins still hadn't given up chasing the group and continued climbing the emergency staircase. One of the goblins sensed something was amiss. A chill ran down its spine as it realized something was following them as well. Turning around slowly, it was greeted by an enormous shadow, its reaction one of pure shock. As it focused, it saw the silhouette of a massive bear approaching from behind. Before the goblin could even think, the bear, with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes, let out a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, before the goblin could react, the bear attacked, biting near its neck. The goblin screamed in pain, drawing the attention of all the other goblins, who stopped and turned to see what was happening to their comrade. By then, the bear had already eliminated the first goblin and had begun attacking the others with its enormous claws. The first goblin was struck down, followed by another and then 2 more. The bear was making effective use of both its claws and teeth. Despite the bear's massive size, the goblins noticed they outnumbered it and decided to fight back. They surrounded the bear and launched their attack. Some jumped onto its back while others distracted it from the front. Quickly, the bear used its claws to knock off the goblins clinging to its back, but this left it vulnerable to more attacks. The goblins lunged at the bear, biting it with their sharp teeth. One managed to grip near its eyes while another bit into its back. The enormous beast tried to resist, striking nearby goblins with heavy blows, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed it, allowing them to attack from all sides. Using their sharp claws, they aimed for the bear's eyes, and just as they were about to blind it, all the goblins' heads suddenly exploded in an instant, likely due to Seo Jun's domain expansion. Now terrified and confused, the bear realized it was safe. At the same time, a system notification appeared, indicating citizenship had been granted. Exhausted from the grueling battle, the bear seemed to shrink in size. It began twisting its neck in an unnatural way, its body contorting strangely. Then it started to transform, revealing a human face emerging from its furry body. Finally, the bear's true form was revealed, a stunning woman with brown hair and eyes. Weakened from the intense fight, she collapsed in the parking lot, surrounded by the bodies of the goblins. Meanwhile, as Seo Jun writhed in pain while using his ultimate eyes ability, like a surveillance camera, he noticed the woman's unconscious body on the ground. He wondered who she was. A system notification identified her as Yanju, level 33, with 9 trust points and an awakened A-rank ability called Werbear. This ability allowed her to transform into a beast, enhancing all her physical capabilities and granting powerful regenerative properties. Seo Jun's eyes widened as he realized this woman possessed an A-rank ability. Additionally, the system revealed that both Dongan and Hyerin had reached 50 trust points, unlocking their loyalty. The notification also stated that Deoksu's loyalty had reached 30, meeting the requirement to be registered as a vassal. Seo Jun quickly decided to register Deoksu as a vassal. Deoksu, now at level 25 and holding the title of third vassal, had 52 trust points and 31 ability points. Upon awakening, he gained a B-tier ability called Iron Knight, which allowed him to summon full steel armor and a halberd. Seo Jun, deep in thought, deduced that a vassal's level is determined by the rank of their awakened ability. He recalled that Fatty had awakened the strength of the gorilla, a C-rank ability, and was at level 20. Deoksu's Iron Knight was a B-rank ability, placing him at level 25. Moon's A-rank teleportation ability had placed him at level 30. Seo Jun concluded that when a vassal is registered, their level corresponds to the rank of their awakened ability. Yet, one question lingered: is the ability selection random like a roll of the dice? He wonders if Moon received an A-rank ability due to his loyalty. If that's the case, then Fatty, who has higher loyalty, should have awakened a B-rank ability instead of a C-rank one. This thought becomes even more puzzling considering that Deoksu, the baseball bat wielder, has only 31 loyalty yet already possesses a B-tier ability. Still deep in thought, Seo-jun remarks that understanding the conditions for obtaining higher-ranked abilities is crucial. It's an important question to answer. Since the number of vassals is limited to just 10, it's advantageous to select individuals with the highest potential rankings. He then reflects on whether there are any differences in accepting someone who has already awakened as a vassal. The system displays that an awakened individual can move freely through staircases, hallways, and elevators. Seo-jun decides to take action and walks toward the elevator. As he approaches, he activates his ultimate eyes, his gaze darkening. Meanwhile, the woman remains unconscious on the parking lot floor, near the goblin's lifeless bodies. Seo-jun calls Fatty, who arrives quickly, and instructs him to head to the parking lot. He asks Fatty to bring the woman from the second level of the parking structure back to their floor. While this unfolds, the team on the emergency staircase is dismantling and recovering the materials used for the electric trap. Deoksu, feeling relieved by the goblin's sudden defeat, asks his friends if they know why the goblins exploded so suddenly. The bespectacled man speculates that it was likely someone's doing. Han, sweating nervously, realizes that such a powerful skill could only belong to one person. The way the goblins were dealt with so effortlessly leaves no doubt in his mind. It must have been Seo-jun. He recalls that when he first met Fatty, Fatty mentioned that Seo-jun was a bit of an enigma. Han also remembers Fatty talking about hot baths, which amazed the girls, and how the ingredients for their meals had also been thanks to Seo-jun's ability. Reflecting on all this, Han grows more unsettled by Seo-jun's overwhelming power, convinced that the mysterious skill must be his. As Han coils the wires around his arm, he glances at Moon and recalls how he used to be an introvert, someone who changed drastically after meeting Seo-jun. Realizing the terrifying scope of Seo-jun's abilities, Han thinks to himself that being saved by Seo-jun means being chosen by him. Back in the parking lot, as the elevator reaches the ground floor, Fatty dashes toward the unconscious woman. He quickly picks her up and heads to the 30th floor as instructed. All of this is observed by Seo-jun through the surveillance-like view of his ultimate eyes, while Han silently contemplates how being saved in this world seems to hinge on being favored by Seo-jun. A flashback is revealed, showing a small toy car. A child was playing with it in a park while being watched. The boy was filled with joy, calling out to his mother to watch what he could do. The woman from the parking lot, Yeonju, was his mother. She smiled at him genuinely, encouraging him. As the child stood up and waved to his mother, something appeared behind him. The genuine smile on the mother's face turned into an expression of horror. She froze, overcome with terror. A group of 3 vile goblins surrounded the poor boy, who was innocently waving at his mother. She tried to act, summoning all her strength, but she wasn't fast enough. The goblins attacked the boy, leaving her helpless to stop them. All she could do was weep as the sight of her son's final moments was burned into her memory. All that remained was the toy car the boy had been playing with. Trapped in a nightmare, Yeonju suddenly woke up, startled by the painful memories. She looked to her side and saw Seo-jun, who called her by name. He watched her lying down and she sat up on the bed, her head throbbing. Seo-jun extended his hand and introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Ignoring his introduction, she asked him if he was the one who did it. Surprised, Seo-jun hesitated, unsure what she was referring to. Quickly she clarified, saying he knew exactly what she meant, the thing that made the goblins' heads explode. Seo-jun froze in a moment of hesitation, and his hand began to tremble. Gripping his hand to steady himself, he admitted that, yes, he was the one who had done it. Yeonju started thinking, realizing how immensely powerful he must be. Someone with such a neutral expression could wipe out an entire horde of goblins in an instant. Fearful but hopeful, she thought that if he could do something so incredible, then maybe. She began trembling, her thoughts racing. Finally, she begged him, pleading for him to save her child. Through her tears, she cried out, asking him for just one day to bring her son back. As she finished her plea, Seo-jun looked at her, seeing her face soaked with tears, an expression of unbearable pain. It was the face of someone who had their child ripped away. Still crying, she said she missed her beloved son terribly. Seo-jun clenched his teeth, anger boiling within him as he realized she had lost her son to those wretched goblins. Yeonju sobbed so hard, trembling and unable to speak coherently through her hiccups. Seo-jun stood there, frozen, wondering if there was truly nothing he could do. He decided to try issuing a mission through the system. Hunt down 1,000 goblins with no time limit and no penalty for failure. The reward would be the resurrection of her child. Lost in thought, he wondered if such a thing was even possible. The idea filled him with apprehension. But then the system notified him that the mission couldn't be issued. Frustration surged through him as he realized resurrection was beyond his current capabilities, even with his powers. The system explained further, stating that a resurrection required a tremendous amount of power and resources. Then another notification appeared. There weren't enough funds to cover the resurrection mission's reward. It suggested trying again after increasing his funds. Seo Jun was stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he read the message. Resurrecting someone might actually be possible if he had enough money. Overwhelmed with excitement, Seo Jun shouted at the system, demanding confirmation. Could he truly bring someone back to life if he had the funds? Returning to the room, he saw Yeonju still crying. He realized he had no idea how much it might cost to resurrect someone, nor could he even begin to guess. But knowing the possibility existed, he decided to act. He called out to Yeonju, who quickly looked up, wiping her tear-filled eyes. With a serious expression, Seo Jun told her that he thought he might be able to help her. He explained that there might be a way to bring her son back. Upon hearing this, Yeonju feels a sense of relief. Though not a certainty, the idea that there might still be hope offers her comfort. Still crying, she grips the bedsheet tightly and asks if what he said is truly real or just a cruel joke. Seo Jun reassures her that he would never joke about something so serious. However, he explains that while it is possible, it cannot happen just yet, and she nods in understanding. He adds that he doesn't know exactly how long it will take, but there is definitely a way. Yeonju turns to him, saying she'll do whatever it takes and asks what she should do to make it possible. Seo Jun considers the situation. With Han's group, which now includes Moon, Toji and Fatty with their awakened abilities, they already have a strong team. Adding Yeonju, a level 33 fighter, would make them capable of handling most monsters. He thinks the best course of action is to transform all 7 of his minions. Changing his expression to a smile, he asks Yeonju to get up, saying he'll introduce her to some people. Shortly after, Han introduces himself, and Yeonju politely returns the greeting. She then asks if he's the one who was throwing baseballs to hunt goblins, which startles Han that she knows about that. Yeonju also turns to the archer, saying she recognizes her too since she was shooting arrows at the goblins, leaving the archer equally surprised. Nervous, the archer asks how Yeonju knows her. Yeonju, growling and mimicking claws with her hands and sharp teeth, asks if they really don't recognize her, saying they've met before. Toji, the archer, and Han look confused about her growling while cute bears appear in the background. Deciding to clarify, Yeonju begins transforming. Gradually, fur starts appearing on her body as she focuses. Her bear form becomes evident, complete with a snout and brown fur. The archer, shocked, points at her and asks if this is actually happening. Now a massive bear stands in the room before the group. Still pointing, the archer exclaims that it's the beast they saw in the alley earlier. Yeonju, laughing awkwardly, corrects her, saying it's actually a bear, not a beast, leaving the archer dumbfounded. The bear woman explains that she had helped them deal with the goblins a few times before, though they hadn't realized it until now. Looking at the giant bear in front of him, Han remarks that their meeting wasn't a coincidence after all. The bear woman confirms this, saying that anyone who opposes the goblins is a friend of hers. At that moment, Seo Jun arrives and interrupts their conversation, stating that it's good they're already acquainted. With a serious expression, he says he has something important to announce. Seo Jun explains that after thinking it through, they'll execute the plan to rescue Moon's grandmother tomorrow. The group listens intently as he informs them that the number of goblins has drastically decreased, making this the perfect opportunity for the mission. He adds that Fatty will sit out this mission due to his injuries and mentions that he borrowed Fatty's room, as Fatty lost his bed to the bear woman. Seo Jun then announces that Yeonju, the bear woman, will join them on the mission. She nervously thanks him for the opportunity and says it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Concluding the meeting, Seo Jun tells them to prepare for tomorrow morning. The group, filled with determination, agrees to the mission without question. Afterward, Seo Jun calls Toji and Moon aside for a private conversation in the hallway, leaving them feeling uneasy. He reassures them not to worry, saying it'll only take a moment. Under the full moon in the hallway, Seo Jun asks if they know why he called them there. Both Toji and Moon look startled, unsure of what he's referring to, though deep down they might have an idea. The two were caught off guard by the sudden question and visibly startled. Toji hesitated and admitted he wasn't sure, while Moon spoke up, asking if it had something to do with the powers they had recently acquired. June smirked sarcastically and replied, "Yes, it's about your powers." He went on to explain that both of them had awakened abilities this time, leaving them shocked at how perceptive their leader was. Seo Jun explained further, revealing that Moon's newly obtained ability was teleportation. This excited Moon, who was eager to learn how to use it. As for Toji, his ability was named Knight of Steel, which left him curious about what it could do. Jun's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he considered the situation. He realized he needed to understand how both their abilities worked before they embarked on the mission the next day. Deep in thought, he opened the system screen to analyze their progress. He issued a mission to both of them: demonstrate their newly awakened abilities within 1 hour. The reward for success was increased strength, while the penalty for failure was having to sleep in the corridor. The system confirmed the mission parameters, and Jun found himself intrigued by these team-oriented challenges. As Jun mulled over the situation, Toji, unable to contain his enthusiasm, called out, asking if it was true that he had awakened a new ability. Jun confirmed with a nod. Toji's excitement was palpable. Snorting with exhilaration, he exclaimed how great it was, but then asked about the Knight of Steel ability, curious about its specific capabilities. Jun explained that it allowed Toji to summon a steel suit of armor and a halberd. Before Toji could ask further questions, since he was used to wielding a baseball bat, a blue light suddenly materialized beside him. The light was Moon's teleportation ability activating. In an instant, Moon vanished, leaving Toji stunned by how quickly he had picked up the skill. For a few seconds, Jun and Toji exchanged wide-eyed, speechless glances, both trying to process what had just happened. Moments later, Moon reappeared in the corridor, slightly wobbly as he landed. Looking down at his hands, Moon's face lit up with excitement as he marveled at the functionality of his power. Clenching his fist, he declared, "With this power, rescuing my grandmother will be a breeze." The system notified Seo Jun that Moon's confidence had increased, along with a rise in his loyalty. Overcome with gratitude, Moon bowed deeply to Jun, thanking him for everything he was doing. The gesture took Jun by surprise. After a moment, Jun urged Moon to pause and carefully assess the situation. "Even though you've managed to use your powers," Jun explained, "going to your grandmother's house right now is impossible." Moon, puzzled, asked why that was the case. Jun patiently elaborated that there was no guarantee he could fully control his ability, even though it had worked once. "It's possible you just got lucky," Jun said, causing Moon to lower his head in disappointment at the realization that rescuing his grandmother would have to wait. Jun reassured him, saying, "For now, we'll figure out the maximum range of your teleportation and determine if there's any penalty for using it multiple times." Moon nodded silently in agreement. As the conversation continued, they noticed something unusual happening down the corridor. Turning to investigate, they saw a knight clad in gleaming steel armor wielding an enormous halberd. Toji's eyes widened in amazement as he realized the sheer magnitude of his power. Ecstatic, he couldn't help but comment on how well the ability suited him. The system then notified Jun that Toji's confidence and loyalty had also increased. While Toji celebrated, swinging the halberd to test its weight, Jun called Moon over. Pointing toward a nearby building, Jun asked if Moon could test his teleportation by attempting to reach it. Moon studied the building carefully, gauging the distance and calculating the effort it would take to make such a leap on only his second try. Finally, he turned to his leader and said, "I'm not sure I can make it, but I'll try." The system presented a new mission: teleport to the rooftop of Building 113 within 3 minutes. The reward was an improvement to Moon's teleportation ability, while the penalty for failure was having to sleep outside. While focusing intensely, Moon positioned his hands in a stance resembling a Kamehameha to channel his energy for teleportation. In the background, Toji cheered him on enthusiastically, offering words of encouragement and telling him he could do it. After aligning his thoughts and gathering his energy, Moon opened his eyes. In that instant he vanished once again, enveloped by a burst of blue light. The force of his ability was so intense that Toji instinctively shielded himself from the shockwave. Moon reappeared on the rooftop of the other building, landing in a dramatic superhero pose. However, his face contorted in pain, and his eyes turned completely white. From his new vantage point, Moon felt a wave of relief knowing the teleportation had worked. Looking across at his friends, he waved to ensure they saw him and shouted that everything went as planned. The system notified Jun, confirming that Moon had successfully completed the mission. Seo Jun let out a sigh of relief and smiled, praising Moon for his impressive and quick mastery of the ability. Moon, still waving happily, basked in the moment. But suddenly, without warning, Moon's strength gave out. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious on the rooftop, leaving him vulnerable. Both June and Toji froze in shock, their previous excitement quickly replaced by concern. Everything had been going so well, until it hadn't. Acting swiftly, June used his ability to summon a servant, bringing Moon's unconscious body back to their corridor. Moments later, they laid Moon down in one of the beds to let him recover. "Is he going to be okay?" Toji asked anxiously. June, studying the system's readout, reassured him, "Yes, he's just unconscious. The teleportation ability took a lot out of him." He explained that with enough rest, Moon would be fine. The system confirmed that Moon was healthy and in a deep sleep. June added, "This probably happened because he's not used to using the ability yet." Relieved, Toji sighed and said he was glad to hear it. June then shifted the focus. "Now it's your turn," he said, surprising Toji with the sudden declaration. "Wait, my turn?" Toji asked, caught off guard. The system displayed Toji's mission: perform 100 push-ups and 100 squats while wearing the steel armor. The time limit was 10 minutes and the reward was increased strength. The penalty for failure? Sleeping outside. Without hesitation, Toji began the exercises, starting with the push-ups. Clad in his heavy steel armor, every movement required an incredible amount of effort. Sweat poured down his face and dripped onto the floor as he pushed himself to the limit. Determined, he moved on to the squats, completing the second half of the mission with gritted teeth and unwavering resolve. When he finished, Toji stood tall, exhausted but triumphant, shouting, "Mission accomplished. I did it." The system confirmed his success, notifying June that Kang Deoksu, Toji, had completed the mission. Breathing heavily, Toji leaned against the wall to catch his breath while June observed him, impressed. With a body like his, so athletic and resilient, it's no wonder he has such endurance, June thought to himself. Suddenly, the system displayed a new message, something June had never seen before. "What's this?" June muttered, his eyes narrowing at the unexpected notification. As he studied the screen, Toji asked, "Is that really all for the mission?" June nodded, smiling warmly. "Yes, great job. You can go rest now." The system finished calculating and displayed a notification. Toji's strength had slightly increased. Turning to June, Toji expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for taking the time to help us. I really appreciate it." June, surprised by the sudden notification and watching Toji feel the changes in his body, noticed a new sense of energy radiating from him. Looking at his own hands, Toji clenched them into fists, feeling the power coursing through his veins. "This reward changes everything," he said with a confident smile. The next day, somewhere in a dark alley in Busan, Han screamed in desperation, urging everyone to run. The group scattered, fleeing for their lives as a ferocious horde of goblins pursued them. Toji, however, stopped running and turned around, his fury evident. Assessing the situation, he decided to act. The goblins, focused on their chase, were suddenly blinded by a brilliant light shining in front of them. As they adjusted their vision, they saw a towering figure clad in a steel suit of armor wielding a massive halberd. Without hesitation, Toji charged forward and struck the nearest goblin, impaling it with his halberd in one swift, powerful motion. Then Toji unleashed a flurry of diagonal strikes in rapid succession, cutting down goblins one after another. But the goblins, fueled by rage, refused to give up and surged forward with a determined attack. Expecting a direct assault, Toji braced himself, but the goblins cunningly outmaneuvered him, slipping past to target the more vulnerable backline. In an instant, arrows struck the goblins' heads in swift succession, ending their rampage permanently. Toji turned to see what had happened and spotted Moon wielding a bow and arrow. "Don't worry," Moon called out confidently. "I'll handle any goblins that get past you. Focus on the ones ahead." Gripping his halberd tightly, Toji turned back to the remaining goblins. A smirk spread across his face as he responded, "Got it?" Seeing Toji's renewed focus, the goblins froze, hesitating in their attack. One by one they began to retreat, turning back to where they came from. Frustrated, Toji yelled at them to come back and face him. As the goblins retreated, terror gripped them when a massive shadow appeared before them. It was the bear girl, her glowing red eyes piercing through the chaos. This was her dramatic first appearance, emerging from an ambush prepared for the retreating goblins. The goblins had no choice but to surrender to their fate, collapsing in despair and lamenting their past misdeeds. The group showed no mercy. Moon's arrows flew with precision, Toji's halberd struck powerfully, and the bear girl slashed through the goblins with her razor-sharp claws. Together they defeated the goblins one by one. Seizing the opportunity, Han shouted to Moon, "Now's your chance. Go." Moon, understanding the urgency, broke into a sprint toward his grandmother's house. "Thank you, Han," he called back as he ran, grateful for the opening created by his comrades. Meanwhile, the system notified Seo Jun that the citizen Moon had completed his mission. A pop-up appeared, stating that it was now evaluating the missions Moon had completed. Back in the comfort of his room, Seo Jun sat with his ultimate eyes ability activated, observing the system screen while slurping on cup noodles. The system pinged again, declaring the evaluation complete and awarding him 132,966 won, which was deposited into his Shutin's wallet. Jun paused mid-bite, stunned by the reward. This time it was actual money. Returning to his meal, Jun reflected on the situation. When Toji completed his mission, the reward had been strength, suggesting that additional rewards were now randomized. It makes sense, Jun thought. The missions are getting harder, so the rewards should scale with the difficulty. The system chimed again, confirming that Moon had completed all the missions available to him for the day. It also announced it would begin evaluating the rewards for Moon's completed tasks. The assessment concluded instantly. Still savoring his noodles, Jun grinned and said, "All right, let's see what the reward is." The system congratulated him for hitting the jackpot. For those unfamiliar, it clarified that a jackpot is the maximum prize accumulated in games of chance like slot machines or lotteries. Reading this, Seo Jun froze, momentarily stunned. Paralyzed with anticipation, he stared at the screen, waiting to see what incredible reward the jackpot would bring. Still staring at the system notification, Jun remained frozen in shock, his cup noodles stuck in his throat as he tried to process what the jackpot could possibly be. Then the system displayed the reward, a skill point granted as part of the jackpot. Upon reading this, Seo Jun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was perfect. He could choose exactly where to use the point. Back on the streets, Moon sprinted toward his grandmother's house at such an incredible speed that a faint blue aura trailed behind him. As he drew closer, exhaustion crept in, sweat dripping down his forehead. His mind raced with anxious thoughts. What if something had happened to her? Upon arrival, the house came into view, a small, simple home, completely unprotected against monster attacks. There were no barriers, no fortifications, just an ordinary house standing vulnerably amidst the chaos. Moon didn't hesitate. He rushed to the door and pushed it open, but a deep fear clawed at his chest. Frantically, he dashed through the house, checking every room as he called out, "Grandma, where are you?" Then he reached the bedroom. His eyes widened in shock. There she was, lying on a futon mattress, peacefully asleep, far calmer than Moon had ever imagined she would be. Cautiously, he approached, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "Grandma," he whispered, shaking her lightly, hoping for any sign of response. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered open. Her voice was faint and drowsy as she murmured, "Who is there?" She reached out, her frail fingers brushing against his hand. "Moon, is that you?" And at that moment, ninjas cutting onions must have passed through the room, because Moon's vision blurred as he choked up, his chest tightening with overwhelming relief. Tears streamed down his face. His body trembled as he sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the sheer relief that she was still alive. Unable to hold back, he threw his arms around her in a warm, desperate embrace, whispering apologies between his sobs. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry it took me so long to come back for you." Despite his tears, the old woman smiled kindly and patted his back. "You're such a brave and kind boy, Moon. I knew you would come for me." At that exact moment, a system notification appeared in front of Seo Jun. Moon's loyalty had reached 100. Moon was now officially registered as a vassal. The number of available vassal slots had increased. Jun squinted at the system window in confusion. "Huh? What's this?" Apparently, reaching a certain level of trust unlocked an additional vassal slot. The system then displayed his current vassals. Choi Hyungjin aka Fatty, level 20, Moon level 30, and Kang Deoksu aka Toji level 25. Scratching his chin, Jun was taken aback. "Wait, so I can level them up too?" Curious, he decided to check how much it would cost to upgrade Moon's level. He tapped the plus symbol next to Moon's name. A new notification popped up. Insufficient funds to level up. Then another window appeared, showing the required amount. 100 million won is needed to upgrade vassal Moon to the next level. Jun's jaw nearly hit the floor. His hands clenched into fists. 100 million won? His face twisted in frustration as he rubbed his temples. That's insane. Just for one vassal? With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair and lightly punched the table. I'm sorry, Moon, he muttered under his breath. I'll make it up to you by assigning you missions every single day. At that moment, a noise snapped June out of his thoughts, his senses going on high alert. The elevator was moving. His brow furrowed. Who the hell could that be? His comrades were still out in the streets, fighting goblins. Narrowing his eyes, he activated Ultimate Eyes. His pupils darkened as his vision extended, scanning the entire building. Two people stood outside one of the apartment doors. A man and a woman. The man carried a box on his shoulder, while the woman knocked on the door, asking if anyone was inside. Something felt off. Their expressions weren't exactly friendly, and their dark under-eye circles hinted at exhaustion or something more sinister. June immediately recognized the apartment. Inside was Fatty's wife. From the other side of the door, she hesitated. Hearing the knocking and voices, she called out cautiously, "Who is it?" Assuming it was urgent, she made a quick decision and opened the door. Standing there was the young woman, who greeted her with a bright smile. "Hello," she said cheerfully. "I'm Kim Dabin." Then she gestured toward the man beside her. "And this is my younger brother, Kim Miho." She continues, mentioning that they live in unit number 1701. Intrigued, Fatty's wife asks what brings them there. The girl sighs, explaining that she only came because she desperately needed help, leaving Fatty's wife wondering what kind of help she could possibly need. Then, with a sudden burst of desperation, the girl blurts out, practically shouting, "Would it be possible for you to let me take a shower?" Fatty's wife is completely caught off guard. Her jaw drops. Of all the things she had expected to hear, this was the absolute last. Still trying to process it, she blinks in disbelief and asks if she heard correctly. "Did you really just ask to take a shower? And that's all you need?" The girl nods eagerly. "Yes, that's all. I just want a shower." Relieved that the request wasn't anything too complicated, Fatty's wife lets out a small chuckle and waves them inside. "Well, that's easy enough. Come in." The two enter, expressing their gratitude. The man, still carrying the box on his shoulder, also thanks her before asking where he should put it. Curious, Fatty's wife asks what's inside. As he places it down on the floor, the girl, still grateful, explains that it's just canned food and some miscellaneous supplies. The man opens the box, revealing various types of canned goods, exactly as she had said. Seeing this, Fatty's wife smiles and thanks them, mentioning that they really didn't have to go through all that trouble. The girl waves it off. "It's nothing really. If you think about it, I just walked into a stranger's house and made a pretty weird request." Just as she finishes speaking, something catches her attention from the corner of her eye. She turns her head slightly, her gaze landing on the collection of bows lined up against the wall, alongside Toji's baseball bat. Curious, she can't help but ask, "Do these bows and that bat belong to the owner of this apartment?" Fatty's wife wasn't expecting that question. Still, after a brief pause, she shakes her head. "No, actually. These don't belong to the apartment's owner. The real owners live in another unit, but it's kind of a complicated situation to explain in just a few words." The girl nods in understanding. "I see." Watching everything unfold, Seo Jun deactivates his ability and thinks to himself that so far they don't seem like bad people. He then shifts his gaze toward the window and murmurs to himself, "I'll go check it out later." After a brief moment of thought, he adds, "I also need to talk to them. I want to ask if they'd be willing to help rescue other survivors from the nearby apartments." Before he can dwell on it further, a sudden system notification pops up. June blinks in surprise as the message appears before him. "You have successfully hunted a red tiger." A second notification follows immediately after. "You have gained a large amount of XP." Then another. 39,783,201 has been deposited into the Ultimate Shut-in's wallet. And finally, one last message. "Your skill level has increased and you have acquired a new ability." June stares at the notifications, his eyes widening in shock. What just happened out there? He hadn't even been paying attention for that long. How could so much have changed in such a short time? Without hesitation, he forces himself to reactivate Ultimate Eyes, pushing his abilities to their limit despite the strain. Outside, the battlefield is far from calm. Han, the archer, and the guy with glasses are both lightly wounded. In front of them, the corpse of a massive red tiger lies motionless on the ground, and next to it, the werbear is also severely injured, struggling to move. The rest of the group stands frozen, unsure of what to do next. June observes everything, but a strange feeling creeps up on him. His stomach twists, and his chest tightens as a wave of unease washes over him. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his body. His muscles spasm, cold sweat dripping down his face as an overwhelming pressure grips his chest. He groans in agony, barely able to keep himself upright. Then the system sends another notification. You have discovered individuals who are eligible to receive citizenship. Through the pain, June barely manages to process the message. There are still people who aren't citizens yet? His breathing is ragged, but he forces himself to speak. System, grant them citizenship. A new notification appears instantly. A list of names flashes across the screen. Citizenship has been granted. And then, another alert. You have officially reached 50 citizens. An additional message follows. The amount of XP and money that citizens can earn has increased by 100%. But the surprises don't stop there. A final notification appears on the screen, revealing something unexpected. As the number of citizens has reached a specific threshold, all citizens have unlocked a new ability, Power of Trust. June stares at the words, mind racing. Power of Trust. What does that even mean? Despite his lingering confusion, his thoughts drift back to the battlefield. He clenches his jaw. Did anyone get seriously hurt? Back on the streets, we see Moon, slightly injured and gasping for breath, making a tremendous effort as he carries his grandmother on his back. Everyone else is also wounded, running desperately while providing cover for Toji, who is carrying the injured werebear woman. Observing this, June quickly realizes that the situation outside is far worse than he had imagined. And of all people to be seriously hurt, it had to be the werebear. As the group races to escape, a horde of goblins suddenly appears right in front of the two carrying the wounded. The team members covering them from behind immediately let loose a volley of arrows, striking down goblins to clear a path. The archer, watching closely, is startled by the precision of the man with glasses. How the hell did you pull that off with a single shot? She asks, eyes wide. The man looks just as confused. I honestly have no idea. As they continue running, the archer suddenly realizes something. For some reason, my body feels lighter. Han, running beside her, nods in agreement. Yeah. And I just noticed, I'm not even out of breath anymore. Meanwhile, back with June, the system finally provides an explanation. The ability Power of Trust is a passive skill that increases all stats by X%, where X equals the trust level of each citizen. Seo Jun stares at the message in disbelief. This skill didn't even exist before. How the hell is it so strong? Then, another realization hits him. Every single member of his group has at least 50 trust points or more. This means that all their stats, including stamina, strength, reflexes, and more, have naturally increased by 50%. At that very moment, Moon's expression shifts as if something suddenly clicks in his mind. He has a hunch. This must be another one of June's new abilities. The system then notifies June of something else. Both of the girls have now surpassed 30 loyalty points. As a result, they are now eligible to be registered as vassals. Without hesitation, Kim immediately commands the system to register both of them. The moment it happens, the two women suddenly stop in their tracks, their bodies tingling as an overwhelming power surges through them. The system follows up with an update. Kim Gaeong, now at level 20, has acquired the piercing ability. Yu Hyerin, now at level 25, has awakened the skill Poisonous Mist. Now, brimming with their newfound power, the two turn back, ready to face the goblins chasing them. The archer steadies herself, drawing her bow. She fires an arrow straight at the goblins. Normally, her shots always land as headshots, every single time. But this time, something is different. The arrow doesn't just pierce through one goblin, it ricochets off and strikes several others, piercing through them effortlessly. Confused, the archer furrows her brows. What the hell? What just happened? The system promptly provides an answer. The ability's piercing is a tier C skill that uses mental strength to fire a penetrating arrow. June, standing with his arms crossed, watches as the information unfolds before him. Now that he knows what the ability is, he immediately issues a command to the system. Create a mission. A new quest pops up. The archer must use piercing to hunt 10 goblins within a 10-minute time limit. Reward, increased piercing proficiency. Penalty for failure, fatigue. As he processes this, June shifts his attention to the other ability. Unlike piercing, this one seems far trickier. Poisonous Mist is a deadly attack, and while it's classified as a B-rank skill, using it incorrectly could endanger the entire team. June exhales sharply, deciding to deal with it later. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Just then, the system sends another notification. The archer has successfully completed the mission. 10 goblins eliminated. A new message follows. The maximum number of missions available for today has been reached. Evaluating. June sighs, unimpressed. The rewards weren't that great this time. But now that the battle outside has settled, he decides it's time to check on the citizens living on the lower floors. Activating ultimate eyes, he scans the corridors. His gaze locks onto the silhouette of a man walking calmly through the halls, his hands tucked into his pockets. June watches as the man heads toward the bathroom, likely to collect water. Smart. June notes that this man has good survival instincts. He's gathering water before supplies run low. Shifting his focus elsewhere, June spots another pair, a man and a woman sitting together, preparing to eat. He observes them for a moment, realizing something important. They're already capable of gathering food and water on their own. Then, in another part of the building, something unexpected catches his eye. A woman. She's lying motionless on the floor inside a room. Without a second thought, June bolts toward her. The system immediately provides an update. Kim De-jung. Trust level, 18. Ability, healing, awakened. June's heart pounds in his chest. Healing? His eyes dart between the system message and the unconscious woman on the floor. He reads the ability description. She can heal wounds. A surge of urgency floods through him. She's the first healer they've found, and they desperately need her. Without hesitation, June sprints forward. He has to help her, no matter what. After sprinting through the hallways, June finally arrives in front of the door to the room where the woman had collapsed. His breathing is still heavy from the run, but he quickly composes himself and reaches for the doorknob. Slowly, he tries to turn it, hoping to gain access without any trouble. However, to his surprise, the door is locked from the inside. A deep frown settles on his face as he realizes there is no way for him to open it from the outside. The sudden obstacle causes his shoulders to slump slightly, and he takes a step back, frustration creeping into his thoughts. But just as he starts to contemplate another course of action, something unexpected happens. His eyes widen momentarily as a new notification from the system appears before him. By sheer coincidence, or perhaps fate itself, he has just acquired a new skill. The system promptly displays its details. The ability is called Invisible Hand, and it is currently at level 1. According to the description, it allows him to summon and control an invisible hand at will. Reading the notification, a surge of newfound determination fills his chest. His grip tightens into fists as he mentally acknowledges the absurd but undeniable reality of his newfound power. Silently, he expresses his gratitude for this sudden stroke of fortune. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, June focuses his thoughts entirely on the locked door before him. He visualizes himself breaking the lock, willing it to yield under his command. When he finally opens his eyes, he is met with an unexpected yet welcome sight. Right before him, materialized out of shut-in energy, is a lock-breaking tool, a sturdy bolt cutter formed entirely of the same strange energy he has come to rely on. Without hesitation, he reaches forward, taking hold of the newly formed tool. The cold sensation of the manifested object in his grip confirms its existence. Without wasting another second, he positions it against the lock and applies pressure. A sharp snap echoes through the quiet hallway as the lock gives way effortlessly. With a swift motion, he pushes the door open and rushes inside. The moment he steps into the dimly lit room, his gaze immediately lands on the unmoving woman lying on the floor. Now that he is seeing her up close, the eerie stillness of her body makes the entire scene feel unsettling. June quickly kneels beside her, concern evident in his expression. Reaching out, he gently nudges her shoulder, his voice calm yet firm as he speaks. He asks if she can hear him, if she is all right, urging her to wake up. There is no response. A deep sense of unease washes over him. He carefully observes her condition, scanning for any visible injuries. But what he notices instead sends a wave of worry through him. Her face is unnaturally pale, her lips dry and cracked. Severe dehydration. His mind races. Dehydration this extreme could be dangerous. She needs help, immediately. He quickly shifts his attention to the surroundings, searching for anything that might assist in stabilizing her condition. His eyes dart around the room, taking in every detail. Then, something catches his attention, something that makes him pause, confusion flickering across his face. There is water in the room. Yet, despite the presence of water, she is still in this critical state. It makes no sense. The contradiction unsettles him, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Glancing back at the woman, he forces himself to push aside the troubling thoughts. Now is not the time to question the situation. The priority right now is saving her. A sudden idea forms in his mind. Without hesitation, he opens the system interface. There is a chance this might work. June quickly assigns her a mission, a simple yet crucial task. The mission objective: breathe. The reward: immediate recovery from dehydration. The system processes the command, deducting 10,001 as the cost for activating the mission. Almost instantly, a soft blue aura begins to envelop the woman's body. June watches intently, his pulse quickening as the energy works through her. Then faint sounds escape her lips, a weak, breathy noise, but a clear sign that she is beginning to stir. Relief floods through him. It worked. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open, her gaze hazy and unfocused. A blurred silhouette of a figure stands before her, a voice reaching her ears, asking if she is awake. Her mind struggles to process the situation. Her voice, weak but laced with confusion, manages to form a question. Who is he? And why is he in her room? June straightens slightly, meeting her dazed gaze. He introduces himself, explaining that he lives in a unit just above hers in the building. She blinks, her expression still foggy with exhaustion. The information doesn't seem to register right away. Still lying on the floor, she questions him again, her voice laced with uncertainty. How did he get inside? June, seeing no reason to hide the truth, states it plainly. He tells her that he saw she was unwell and decided to enter, by force breaking the door open to reach her. A moment of silence lingers between them. Then her breath hitches. Her expression shifts as realization dawns. Without warning, tears begin streaming down her face. And yet she does not say a word. She simply cries as if the weight of everything she had been enduring had finally caught up with her. She raises her hands to her face, wiping away the tears in an attempt to hide her crying. Her shoulders tremble slightly as she struggles to compose herself. June, watching her closely, immediately senses that something is wrong. There is an uneasiness in the way she reacts, something beyond just exhaustion or confusion. Taking a deep breath, he calls her name, Kim De-jung, his voice firm yet gentle. As she slowly pushes herself up from the floor, still visibly shaken, he speaks again. He apologizes for being so abrupt, for barging into her life so suddenly, but he makes it clear that he needs her help. There is urgency in his tone, something that makes her pause despite her lingering distress. Now sitting upright, her tear-filled eyes meet his, though her expression remains guarded. Her lips, still cracked from dehydration, barely part as she listens to him speak. June wastes no time in explaining, one of his allies is severely injured. The words seem to take a moment to register. De-jung slowly turns her body toward him, staring as if trying to process what he just said. Silence stretches between them. She blinks, her mind racing, trying to make sense of his words. His ally? Someone severely injured? Why is he telling her this? She doesn't understand, she doesn't even know this man. Panic begins to rise in her chest. He wants her to save someone? Why her? Doubt and fear intertwine within her thoughts. Her hands tremble slightly as she lowers them to her lap. It seems impossible, an absurd request thrown at her out of nowhere. He's putting his faith in the wrong person. And then another realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning. How does he know she's a nurse? Her breath catches. She has never told him that. No one in this building should even know. A wave of unease washes over her, yet at the same time, something about the way he speaks, the way he asks for help, doesn't feel threatening. There is no malice in his words, no ill intent in his eyes. Still hesitant, still uncertain, she makes a decision. She has to see for herself. Slowly she turns to face him completely. Though suspicion lingers in her gaze, she swallows down her doubts and agrees to help. Her voice, though weak, carries a firm resolve as she asks where exactly she is supposed to go. June doesn't answer right away. Instead, he opens the system interface, his fingers moving swiftly across the translucent screen in front of him. He asks her to wait just a moment. He assigns her a mission, one that instructs her to use healing magic to cure the wounded werbear. The mission comes with a 1-hour time limit, a reward labeled as improved, and to his relief, no penalties. His eyes flicker with determination as he reads the details. He must save the werbear no matter what. Turning back to De-jung, he tells her that for now she should rest. He will personally bring the injured person to her. He then instructs her to find something to help with her own dehydration. But De-jung, already overwhelmed, barely has time to process his words before something utterly impossible happens. From seemingly nowhere, oranges begin to materialize in midair. Her eyes widen in pure shock, her breath hitching as she watches several bright oranges fall from the void and land in front of her. For a long moment she simply stares, her mouth slightly open, completely stunned. Then, snapping out of her daze, she frantically raises a shaking finger, pointing at the fruit on the floor. "What is this?" Her voice trembles as she demands an answer. June, realizing how bizarre this must seem to her, quickly apologizes. But Jung isn't satisfied. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears as she watches more oranges drop into existence. Where are these coming from? How is this happening? What kind of person is this man? Before she can demand further explanations, June simply turns his back to her. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he tells her, he'll explain everything later, once things have calmed down. And with that he walks away. Leaving her still kneeling on the floor, still staring in disbelief, he exits the room with a final request. He reminds her that she is still weak, that her body needs to recover, and he asks, no, insists, that she prioritize her own rest. As soon as June is gone, Jung lowers her gaze to the scattered oranges. Slowly she reaches out, picking one up. The texture, the weight, the coolness against her fingertips. It all feels real. She squeezes the fruit gently, expecting it to vanish like an illusion, but it remains solid in her grasp. A shiver runs down her spine. What is this? Still overwhelmed, she hesitantly mutters to herself, wondering if she's dreaming. Because never, in her life has she seen anything like this before. Meanwhile, June wastes no time. He rushes back to his shut-in apartment, moving with quick, determined strides. His mind is already focused on helping his allies outside as fast as possible. The system chimes with a notification. The healer's trust level has increased. He stops for a brief moment, narrowing his eyes at the message. She hadn't trusted him before. That much was obvious. But now, it seems like her perception of him has changed, even if only slightly. Still, it isn't enough for him to let his guard down. Trust takes time. And honestly, he can't blame her. If someone broke into his home out of nowhere, he wouldn't trust them either. Shaking his head, he steps onto the balcony, his gaze drifting downward. His thoughts remain heavy, but as he looks out toward the streets below, something makes his entire body freeze. His blood runs cold. A massive, ferocious red tiger is charging through the streets, its powerful limbs propelling it forward with terrifying speed. And it's chasing his allies. June's breath catches as he sees his companions below, running for their lives. Desperation is evident in the way they scramble to escape, but the monstrous beast closes in on them, its deadly fangs gleaming under the dim light. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, its piercing eyes fixed on its targets, its muscular body moving in perfect synchrony as it hunts his team. A wave of panic washes over June. This isn't just a dangerous situation. This is a massacre waiting to happen. June stood frozen in shock as he took in the sight before him. There wasn't just one red tiger. Another had appeared, a second ferocious beast, separate from the one that had already fought the Werbear woman and left her gravely wounded. Down below, chaos continued to unfold. The massive red tiger prowled menacingly, striking fear into the hearts of the remaining group members, who were now running desperately, not daring to look back. Fear gripped them entirely, their survival instincts pushing them forward. Amidst the frantic escape, Hyarin, the girl who had received the power of poison, misstepped. Her foot twisted unnaturally, and pain exploded through her leg as she collapsed onto the hard ground. A sharp, involuntary cry of agony tore from her throat. Both the archer woman and Han immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces contorted with panic. Their eyes darted back to her, calling out her name with pure desperation. Gritting her teeth, Hyarin struggled to push herself up, trying to fight through the pain. But her body was already beyond exhaustion, her limbs heavy, refusing to obey her will. No matter how much she willed herself to move, she couldn't. The archer's voice rang out through the air, a raw scream of distress. Because the enormous red tiger was already preparing to strike. Its muscles coiled, eyes locked onto Hyarin like a predator savoring its helpless prey. It was ready to devour her, its powerful body lunging forward just as she finally managed to stagger back onto her feet. But she had yet to realize how dangerously close the beast truly was. Her mind was occupied by something else, perhaps a last-ditch plan or sheer disbelief at her predicament. Then at last she turned her head. And in that instant she understood. The beast was right there. The realization hit her like a tidal wave, crashing down and swallowing her whole. A cruel truth settled into her bones: there was no escape. For a brief, soul-crushing moment she stopped resisting. The fight drained from her eyes and she surrendered to the inevitable. She stood still, bracing for the end, waiting for the red tiger's jaws to clamp down and rip her apart. And then, in a sudden flash of light and violet smoke, she was gone. The tiger's gaping maw snapped shut on empty air. A growl rumbled deep in its throat, confusion flickering through its burning eyes. It didn't understand what had just happened. A heartbeat ago, its prey had been right there. And now, vanished. The frustration of the failed kill sent the beast into a deeper fury. At the same moment, Hiren reappeared, disoriented, drenched in sweat, her breath ragged and uneven. Her mind reeled as she tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Had she died? Was this the afterlife? Pain surged through her limbs, sharp and unrelenting, reminding her that she was still very much alive. That was when she saw him. June. He was standing there watching her closely. It had been too close. A fraction of a second later and she wouldn't have survived. The weight of that realization pressed down on him. Hiren, still trembling, looked up at him, but no words came. She was too exhausted, too overwhelmed to speak. Meanwhile, outside, the others were still running for their lives. June took a deep breath, his mind racing. At the very least, he had bought them some time. One less person in immediate danger meant the group below had a slightly better chance of escaping. Then his system screen flashed with a new notification. He had discovered individuals who met the criteria to be granted citizenship. The system prompted him, did he wish to approve their citizenship? Before he could process this, another sudden movement caught his eye. Moon appeared, using his teleportation ability to warp into the apartment, carrying his grandmother in his arms. As soon as he landed, he turned to June, his expression frantic. His breathing was unsteady, but his grip on the elderly woman remained firm as he pleaded for June to take care of her. June glanced at Moon, then at the frail woman in his arms. The concern in Moon's eyes was unmistakable, but June's mind was already occupied with something far more urgent. Raising a hand, he told Moon to wait. There was a bigger problem right now. Moon parted his lips, ready to argue, ready to demand an explanation. But then he looked at June's face, at the seriousness in his expression, and he understood. Whatever June was dealing with, it was far worse than he had realized. Without another word, Moon nodded. He could tell that, at this moment, his grandmother was not the priority. Down below, the relentless red tiger was still in pursuit, refusing to let up. It chased the remaining group members without mercy, its predatory instincts fully awakened. June clenched his fists, forcing himself to focus. He needed to act. Activating his new ability, Invisible Hand, he made a decision. That tiger needed to die, and he had to find a way to kill it. Down in the streets, the archer, Han, and Togi, who was still carrying the injured werbear, kept running. But no matter how hard they pushed themselves, the red tiger was catching up. Han risked a glance over his shoulder, his stomach twisting with dread. If this continued, they were all going to be devoured. He had to do something. Instinct took over. Without a second thought, Han skidded to a stop, planting his foot firmly on the ground. His fingers tightened around one of his baseballs. His heart pounded in his chest as he raised his arm, channeling everything he had into one throw. A faint blue glow began to radiate around him, intensifying with each passing second. He poured everything into it. Then, he hurled the ball with all the force he could muster. It soared through the air, cutting through the night like a bullet. For a moment, hope flickered. Maybe, just maybe, it would hit. But in the blink of an eye, the tiger dodged. The ball shot past it, colliding uselessly with the ground. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the air. Then, the red tiger threw back its head and roared, a deafening sound that reverberated through the city streets, a declaration of its dominance. The archer's voice rang out in terror as she screamed for Han, begging him to run. But it was too late. The red tiger, eyes gleaming with lethal intent, lunged at him. Teeth bared, claws outstretched. Han gritted his teeth, knowing he was out of time. There was nothing he could do to stop it. But there was one thing he could still do. A single desperate choice. He turned his head and shouted for his friends to keep running. Then, without hesitation, he broke into a full sprint in the opposite direction. If he could lead the tiger away, even if it cost him his life, then at least the others might make it out alive. His chest heaved. His legs burned. Every step was fueled by sheer willpower. But deep down he knew. This could be the end for him. And still he ran. As he approached a parking lot, hoping against all odds that goblins or some other kind of monster would appear to distract the red tiger. Han continued to run with all the strength he had left. But once again the relentless beast was far too close behind him. It was undeniable now, this was truly the end for him. While sprinting, he risked a glance over his shoulder, his breath catching in his throat as he took in the sight of the enormous glistening fangs of the red tiger. They were massive, sharp, and deadly, a testament to the inevitable doom that awaited him. At that moment, his gaze locked with the tiger's, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. This was it. There was no escape. His fate was sealed. Just when all hope seemed lost, when every fiber of his being prepared to accept his tragic demise, something unexpected happened. A strange, pulsating purple force suddenly materialized and coiled tightly around the red tiger's neck. It appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the beast with a speed and intensity that defied comprehension. In an instant, the force pulled downward with such overwhelming strength that the tiger's head was violently slammed into the ground. The impact was so powerful that the very pavement beneath them cracked and shattered, sending debris flying in every direction. The tiger let out a guttural snarl of frustration, struggling against the mysterious force. Its powerful limbs instinctively clawed at the ground, attempting to regain stability, but the unseen energy was relentless. Slowly, its paws began to lift off the ground, its body suspended as if an invisible hand were hoisting it up. The purple force continued to constrict, tightening mercilessly around the tiger's throat, squeezing the life out of the monstrous creature. It was unmistakable. This wasn't a natural occurrence. This was someone's doing. And Han, still frozen in shock from witnessing the impossible, knew exactly whose work this was. There was no doubt in his mind, this was Jun's power. Moments later, the archer woman and the bespectacled man arrived at the scene, their breaths ragged from the exhausting chase. They had rushed there, fearing for Han's safety, but what they found left them momentarily speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the red tiger, still writhing in agony, its body dangling helplessly as the mysterious force continued to choke the life out of it. As the archer took in the scene, a system screen suddenly appeared before her, glowing softly in the dim light. She hesitated for a brief moment before focusing her attention on the text displayed before her. Her expression shifted almost instantly. Her eyes widened in shock as she absorbed the information. Then, as though gaining a newfound sense of understanding, she took a deep breath, regaining her composure. With a newfound calmness, she turned to her companions and without hesitation, stepped forward. High above, watching the events unfold from his vantage point, Jun observed everything with sharp, calculating eyes. There was no need for him to intervene any further. He had already done what was necessary. Now, as long as Gaoung, the archer, landed the final blow, he would receive 4 times the loot. Below, the red tiger, still trapped and gasping for air, thrashed desperately in a futile attempt to escape. But its fate was already sealed. The archer, understanding the significance of this moment, took her time, preparing what would be her most crucial shot yet. The tiger's fiery gaze turned to her, desperation evident in its glowing eyes. It was pleading for mercy, seeking even the faintest glimmer of hope for survival. But the woman standing before it held no sympathy. Her expression was one of cold resolve. Mercy was not an option, not for this wretched beast. She pulled back the string of her bow, channeling an intense blue aura into her arrow. The pressure emanating from the charged shot was immense, causing the very air around them to tremble. Then with a swift, decisive motion she released the arrow. A powerful gust of wind exploded outward as the arrow soared through the air, its force cutting through the night like a spear of vengeance. The instant it found its mark, a system notification flashed before Jun's eyes. You have successfully hunted a level 28 red tiger. You have gained a significant amount of experience points. 62,311,776 one has been deposited into your shut-in wallet. As the tiger's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, another notification appeared, this one highlighting the growing dynamics among the group. Team trust and loyalty levels have increased. Another notification followed shortly after. Han's loyalty level has exceeded 30. He now meets the requirements to be registered as a vassal. A satisfied smile played on Jun's lips. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He nodded to himself before selecting the prompt to accept Han's registration as his vassal. A few moments later, the scene shifted to another part of the building where someone was being healed. It was the healer, the woman who had previously collapsed in exhaustion within one of the rooms. Now fully conscious, she focused her energy, her hands glowing faintly as she tended to the wounded. The injuries of the others faded rapidly under her care, not even leaving scars behind. The first person she prioritized was the Werbear woman, whose body had suffered severe damage during the brutal encounter with the red tiger. June, watching from afar, reflected on the sheer luck they all had, him included, in having found a healer in a situation like this. Han approached, still catching his breath. Without wasting any time, June turned to him and asked what had happened below, particularly why the red tigers had suddenly appeared. Han, his voice still carrying traces of exhaustion and gratitude, explained that the location where Moon's grandmother's house had once stood was likely a territory belonging to the red tigers. They had managed to take one down, but another had soon appeared, proving that the area was far more dangerous than they had initially assumed. Hearing this, June processed the information carefully. It made sense. There was no reason to believe that only goblins would inhabit this region. And now that he thought about it, there hadn't been any goblins in this area. That meant the goblins had probably already invaded the buildings nearby. If that was the case, Moon's grandmother wouldn't have been safe if she had remained inside. Despite everything, the only reason she had survived was that she had unknowingly been within the red tiger's territory. June exhaled slowly, shaking his head. The sheer luck involved in this entire ordeal was truly something extraordinary. Just then, another system notification appeared before him. Healer's performance is being evaluated. 73,312 won has been deducted for the mission. The healer let out a relieved sigh upon realizing that her task had been successfully completed. Seeing her reaction, June stepped forward and acknowledged her efforts, telling her that she had done a great job. However, she quickly waved off his praise and instead asked if she could finally return home. Before anyone could respond, a voice interrupted. Wait a moment. It was Fatty, who had finally reappeared after spending some time resting and recovering from the ordeal. Scratching the back of his head, he looked around awkwardly before addressing the group. I know this might not be the best time to bring this up, but are you guys seriously planning on gathering in my apartment all the time? June turned his attention to Fatty and, for the first time, truly took in the number of people currently occupying the space. The realization dawned on him, and at that moment, everyone around them wore equally amused and sheepish expressions. With a small chuckle, June reassured him. There was no need to worry, he had already made arrangements. Unit 2901 was currently unoccupied. Electricity, water, and every other necessity for daily life would be provided, and they were free to live there. Upon hearing this, the entire group erupted in joy. He also calls out to Dabin and informs her that Units 2101 and 2102 are currently unoccupied as well. June states that he will ensure that electricity is supplied to those units and requests that she notify the other survivors, letting them know they can use the bathrooms and showers in those apartments. Upon hearing this, Dabin and her brother exchange glances before nodding in agreement, assuring him that they will take care of it. June then adds that out of the two available units, Dabin and her brother are welcome to claim one for themselves. The unexpected offer leaves both of them stunned, their jaws practically dropping in disbelief. June, however, remains composed and instructs them to inform the other survivors that they may take the remaining unit. After settling that, June shifts the conversation to another matter, saying that he has a favor to ask. Dabin, still somewhat taken aback, encourages him to go ahead and say what he needs. Without hesitation, June states that he wants her to become the messenger between himself and the rest of the survivors. The moment those words leave his mouth, Dabin pauses, furrowing her brows in confusion. She repeats his request, asking if she heard him correctly. Did he really mean messenger? June, completely serious, confirms it. He then lays out the details of his plan, instructing her to inform everyone that whichever team manages to eliminate 100 goblins the fastest will be rewarded with an empty unit of their own. Furthermore, he emphasizes that in addition to securing a place to live, the winning team will also receive essential supplies, unlimited electricity, running water, gas, and food, ensuring their survival and comfort. But there's more. June goes on to clarify that if the team agrees to take in 10 additional survivors, those individuals will also be granted access to the same benefits. For a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room grows heavy with tension. The weight of June's words settles over them, and everyone seems to grasp the implications of what he is proposing. Then, as if anticipating concerns, June adds one final note. He instructs Dabin to make sure she informs them that the distribution of these benefits may take longer depending on which floor their new residence is located. As he watches their reactions, June contemplates his next move. From this point forward, he realizes, every decision will be like moving pieces in a strategic game of chess. Only those who prove their worth will receive the resources they need. At that moment, a system notification appears before him. A new quest materializes, an official mission to hunt down goblins. The quest has a strict time limit of 168 hours, a modest reward of experience points, and a harsh penalty for failure, being barred from using any shared facilities. A final message flashes before his eyes. Will you grant this quest? Yes or no? After that, all the residents that June had helped began hunting the goblins. Outside, one of them was desperately running for his life, being chased by an enormous horde of goblins. His breath was ragged and his legs burned with exhaustion, but he had no choice but to keep moving forward. The goblins were enraged, shrieking as they pursued him, their eyes glowing with a savage hunger. The young man in the red jacket was already drained from all the running, and regret started creeping in. He cursed himself for getting into this situation but kept repeating in his mind that he just needed to endure a little longer. As he continued sprinting, his eyes locked onto a door ahead, leading into the parking lot. His last hope of survival. Behind him, the goblins, with their sharp claws outstretched, were closing in rapidly, almost managing to grasp him. But at the last second, the young man threw himself forward, sliding across the ground as if making a desperate soccer tackle. His body barely squeezed through the doorway just before the goblins could reach him. With whatever breath he had left, he screamed in desperation, urging the others to attack immediately. His voice rang with panic as he warned them that the whole thing had been a trap. 3 other members of the group, armed with spears, stepped forward, assessing the situation with calm determination. They acknowledged the red-jacketed man's efforts, commending him for doing a great job in luring in even more goblins than they had initially expected. Without wasting a second, the spear-wielding men began their assault. Their weapons thrust forward in swift, practiced movements, piercing through the goblins before they could force their way through the door. Some of the goblins, already wounded, stumbled back, while others still fought desperately, pushing forward with wild fury. One by one, the goblins were cut down, their bodies being flung backward with every powerful strike. Realizing the overwhelming disadvantage, one of the goblins, seemingly higher in rank, let out a sharp, commanding screech, a call for retreat. Upon hearing it, several goblins turned tail and began fleeing without even looking back. Noticing their retreat, the spear-wielding men shouted for everyone to attack faster before they could escape. One of the men suddenly grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes, as if he had just come up with something interesting. He turned to the others and asked if they wanted to see something cool. His teammates, unsure of what he was planning but intrigued nonetheless, nodded in agreement. The red-haired man took a deep breath, steadying himself, his focus entirely on his target. Holding his spear tightly, he aimed at the fleeing goblins and, with a force that almost seemed superhuman, hurled it forward. The sheer speed and strength behind the throw made it seem as if he possessed some hidden power. But in reality it was pure brute strength. The spear flew past the twin brothers, slicing through the air at an incredible speed, heading straight for the escaping goblins. One of the goblins, foolishly thinking it had made it to safety, was struck squarely in the back. Its body convulsed for a brief moment before falling lifelessly to the ground. The red-haired man turned back to the twins, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he asked if they thought that was amazing. The twins, eyes wide in awe, immediately agreed, saying it was absolutely badass. Stretching his arms as if shaking off the tension, the red-haired man then casually asked how many goblins each of them had managed to kill. The twin on the left proudly declared that he had taken down 22. The twin on the right smirked and smugly announced that he had won, having slain 23. Hearing this, the red-haired man grinned even wider and stated that they had officially completed their mission of defeating 100 goblins. After all, between just the 3 of them they had already slain over 100. The twins exchanged glances, surprised at how quickly they had achieved their goal. They had initially thought it would take an eternity to eliminate that many goblins. Just then Min, the man in the red jacket, stormed up to them, clearly irritated. He wasted no time in complaining, reminding the red-haired man that he had said there would be only about 10 goblins. Yet Min had barely escaped with his life. The red-haired man immediately bristled, veins bulging on his forehead in frustration. He snapped back, demanding to know what Min was whining about this time. Min, still seething, shot back that there was no way anyone could have mistaken that many goblins for just 10, and he had nearly died because of it. Rolling his eyes, the red-haired man brushed off his complaints, saying that the results had turned out well. Thanks to their success, they were about to get a brand new place to live, so Min should quit complaining. Irritated, he then told Min to pay attention and called him bro, which suggested they might actually be siblings. Then, with the veins on his face bulging even more, he reminded Min that he had come up with this hunting strategy himself, so there was never any chance of failure. He also pointed out that it was his idea to use the spears, which had been crafted by the twins. All Min had to do was run, something he was already confident in doing. With an exasperated sigh, the red-haired man then offered Min a way out. If he was that dissatisfied, he could simply leave the team. At this point, his presence wasn't even making much of a difference anymore. Sensing the tension between the two brothers, the twins quickly intervened to prevent the argument from escalating into an actual fight. One of the twins calmly asked the red-haired man to relax, reminding him that Min had put in effort as well. The other twin turned to Min and, with a playful grin, told him that he had done an excellent job acting as bait, pointing out that he had been running incredibly fast. The red-haired man clicked his tongue in irritation, saying that Min always managed to find a way to get on his nerves. He then demanded to know how Min dared to talk back to him like that. One of the twins, still grinning, urged Min to just apologize and get it over with. Realizing that arguing would get him nowhere, Min let out a sigh and begrudgingly muttered an apology. The red-haired man huffed in response, then turned his back on him. Dismissing the whole ordeal, he stated that it was time to move on, as they needed to head to the 21st floor to claim their new home. However, upon arriving at the 21st floor, ready to receive their reward, they were met with unexpected news. Dabin, looking somewhat apologetic, informed them that another team had already beaten them to it and claimed the reward first. The entire group froze in disbelief, their excitement immediately turning into shock. In their minds, they had been incredibly fast. There was no way another team had completed the mission before them. The red-haired man's face darkened, his irritation flaring up again. He demanded to know if there was really another team that had managed to slay 100 goblins faster than them. Dabin nodded, confirming it. Still unable to believe what he was hearing, the red-haired man furrowed his brows and told Dabin to stop joking around. In a protesting tone, he once again asked Dabin to stop joking around and to just hand over their house already. Dabin, maintaining a serious expression, insisted that it was no joke, she was telling the truth. Then she revealed that the group who had finished the hunt even faster had just arrived. The group that had killed the goblins first. Seeing who they were made the red-haired man even more irritated. The group consisted of Dabin's brother and an elderly couple, both of whom were smiling cheerfully as if nothing had happened. Dabin turned to her brother and asked how things went with June. In response, her brother explained that they had made a deal. In exchange for giving up the new house, his own home and the elderly couple's home would now have electricity, food, and other necessities. On top of that, their daughters would no longer have to take part in missions. Upon hearing this, Dabin immediately pointed out that the elderly couple's daughters were minors, meaning they should have already been exempt from missions in the first place. The elderly couple continued smiling, unfazed, and corrected her by saying that their daughters were actually adults. Despite their youthful appearance, they were older than they seemed. The elderly woman then added that their daughters were probably quite skilled with bows and arrows, though her husband always worried too much about them. Dabin's brother also mentioned that part of the agreement included providing bows and arrows for their daughters. Dabin frowned, questioning the need for bows and arrows. Were they planning to continue hunting goblins? Her brother nodded, confirming that they were, but specified that June had only requested the goblins in the surrounding areas. Since the goblins were relentless and kept coming no matter how many were killed, it was necessary to keep them under control. Hearing all of this, the red-haired man grew even more irritated and told them to stop with all the useless chatter. Then, in a firm voice, he questioned whether they were giving themselves special privileges simply because they were the ones in charge. Wasn't that unfair? To some extent, Dabin's brother agreed. That's why, to balance things out, he explained that June had ordered the second and third groups to kill 100 goblins and head to the 30th floor to receive their rewards. Upon hearing that, a genuine smile appeared on Dabin's face. She reassured them that everything had worked out and instructed them to head up to the 30th floor. Dabin then added that Seo Jun would be waiting for them there, while the red-haired man, still visibly irritated, remained bitter about not being the first group. As they ascended in the elevator, the red-haired man suddenly asked if the guy's name was really June, since he looked younger than all of them. Then, laughing with clear sarcasm, he commented on how ridiculous it had been to hear Dabin speak so respectfully about this June. One of the twins joined in on the sarcasm, joking that maybe Dabin saw June as some kind of god or something. The other twin laughed as well and scoffed, saying, "God my ass. At most he's just the leader of some cult." Then, as if pondering the idea, he questioned whether this Seo Jun guy was even sane in the first place. Min, who had been listening to all of this quietly, murmured under his breath that all of them were being protected thanks to Jun's abilities. Therefore he suggested that maybe they didn't have the right to speak about him like that. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere inside the elevator changed. Everyone else became visibly irritated. The red-haired man, looking more annoyed than ever, questioned if all of them were just trying to get on Jun's good side. That single remark filled the elevator with a tense silence. Everyone was now staring at Min. As expected, the red-haired man, frustrated beyond belief, cursed at Min under his breath. Then, glancing over his shoulder with a menacing expression, he warned Min that they would have a little talk later. At that moment the twins noticed something strange. Jun was approaching, walking at a calm and leisurely pace, one hand tucked casually into his pocket. As he neared them, he gave them a small, relaxed smile and simply said, "Hello." That simple greeting, combined with the way Jun carried himself, sent a wave of shock through all four members of the group. Feeling a sudden nervousness creeping over him, the red-haired man extended his hand hesitantly, introducing himself as Baek Sunjiob. Jun shook his hand in a firm yet casual manner, acknowledging him before commenting that he had observed how Sunjiob and his team had hunted. He noted that they had made excellent use of the barrier and that their strategy had been quite effective. Hearing that sent another chill down Sunjiob's spine. His voice slightly unsteady, he asked how Jun could possibly know that. Jun completely ignored the question. Instead, he simply smiled and stated that from now on, he would be providing electricity, water and gas to units 1301 and 1502. Sunjiob, still trying to make sense of what was happening, managed to thank him but couldn't hold back another question. How was any of this possible? Once again, Sunjiob asked how Jun was doing all of this, how exactly he was making it happen. And yet, for the second time, Jun ignored him. Instead, he casually reminded them that since they had successfully hunted 100 goblins, they were now qualified for these benefits. Then, as if the entire situation wasn't unsettling enough, Jun's expression shifted into a disturbingly eerie smile. With a tone that sent chills down their spines, he added, "By the way, I'm not some cult leader." His eyes glinted with amusement as he continued, "And I certainly don't have any intention of becoming a god." The weight of those words left the entire group frozen in place, completely paralyzed with fear and unable to react. Then, with that same eerie and slightly devilish smile, Jun raised his hand near his mouth, as if about to share a secret. "There's just one more thing." His voice carried an unsettling undertone as he announced that he had a request to make of them. Sometime after that, the new group is seen running at full speed, desperately fleeing from something. When the scene shifts to a front view, the four members are revealed to be escaping, but this time, it's not from goblins, it's from massive, bloodthirsty orcs. Their feet move swiftly as they turn a corner, frantically trying to put more distance between themselves and the monsters. As they round another street, they shout desperately for someone to hurry up and throw things at the orcs. Standing in front of them is Han, holding several spears in his hands. With a subtle smirk, Han tells them they did a good job. As the orcs remain distracted by the fleeing group, Han channels his energy into one of his spears, causing a blue aura to radiate from its blade. A system notification appears, displaying Han's stats. Level 33, holding the title of the 6th Knight, with 70 points in trust and 78 in loyalty. His awakened ability is throwing. Han's throws were already powerful, but now, by consuming mental energy, he can amplify his attack power up to 5 times. As he focuses on his throw, energy visibly gathers along the blade of his spear. The system further indicates that his physical abilities increase by a percentage based on his loyalty, that the experience points and money dropped by monsters are tripled, and that knights can grow at an accelerated rate. Then, with immense force, Han hurls the spear, striking one of the leading orcs directly. Upon witnessing its companion fall, another orc becomes enraged. Gripping a massive machete, it lunges forward, ready to strike Han with a devastating blow. Despite facing such a formidable enemy, Han remains completely calm. That's because, from the back line, a well-aimed arrow infused with energy is already soaring toward the orc. The arrow pierces the orc's head, and with that, it's clear who fired the shot. The archer had been providing cover from the rear all along, and that was precisely why Han could remain so composed. As the second orc collapses, Han swiftly draws another spear and hurls it toward the third orc. The moment it lands, Han finally exhales and says that it's all over. At that moment, a notification appears for June, informing him that he has successfully hunted a level 19 orc and earned wands as a reward for the mission to eliminate 100 orcs. With the mission now complete, 3 people who had been hiding from the orcs in that region are rescued. Han approaches them, reassuring them that there is a safe place they can go. As they move toward the main group, the system suddenly issues an alert. Unauthorized individuals are attempting to enter. The system then prompts Seo Jun, asking if he would like to grant them citizenship. Having just deactivated his Ultimate Eyes ability, Jun notices that this time, there are 3 new individuals. When he looks at the system's interface, he realizes that by accepting them, the total number of citizens under his care has now reached 200. A new system notification appears, confirming that citizenship has been granted to the 3 newcomers, bringing the total to 200. The system further reveals that as the number of citizens reaches certain thresholds, new abilities are unlocked. This time the ability Tax Collection has been activated. This newly unlocked ability allows him to collect 10% of all the money his citizens possess. However, it comes with a cooldown period of 30 days. Realizing this, Jun understands that the tax collection ability essentially returns a portion of the citizens' money to him. As he contemplates it, he notes that these kinds of actions are not something he can freely reverse whenever he wants. Biting his finger anxiously, he acknowledges that he will have to wait for a long time before he can actually benefit from it. But time is a luxury he does not have. He is running out of time to save his parents and must send Han's team to where they are as soon as possible. Scrolling through the system, Jun considers redistributing only 30% of the collected funds, seeing it as an investment. Upon executing this command, the system notifies him that the ability's level has increased, reaching level 10 and granting him 3 additional skill points. At that moment, Jun feels a sharp tightness in his chest, accompanied by an intense pain. A deep purple domain expansion begins spreading beyond the building. Another system notification appears, displaying a congratulatory message. It states that with this expansion, an official declaration has been made across every corner of the apartment complex. Additionally, a fund of 1 billion wands has been deposited into his wallet. Furthermore, the construction function has been activated. Still clutching his chest from the lingering pain, Jun looks at the system screen, reading the new notification. His mind immediately starts racing, questioning what exactly this construction function entails. The system then displays a list of available facilities that can be built, along with their respective costs. It also shows the value of the fund and an annual production revenue of 30 million wands. The available construction options include a solar power generator, a store, and a training facility. As he reads through the details, Jun is visibly shocked. The annual revenue is only 30 million wands, yet installing a solar generator alone costs 130 million wands. That means he would need to maintain the solar power system for nearly 5 years just to break even. Following this realization, the system asks if he would like to proceed with installing the solar generator. For now, Jun declines, stating that his current priority lies elsewhere. The money needs to be allocated toward more immediate necessities, such as increasing the levels of his vassals. At that moment, Jun notices something different, something unusual. The system displays the total amount in the fund, exactly 1 billion wands, the same amount he had received upon leveling up. After investigating further, the system clarifies that this amount is exclusively available for construction purposes. Trying to process what he was reading, it takes Jun a moment for everything to click. But when it finally does, he smiles, realizing just how significant this is. This money is entirely separate from the funds in his personal wallet. Seeing this as an extremely positive thing, Jun quickly understands that there's no reason to hold back from using it all. Without hesitation, he accepts the installation of the solar power system. The system then informs him that the process will take 24 hours to complete and updates his remaining balance, which now stands at 867 million wands. Looking at the cost, Jun realizes that it was surprisingly cheap. This leads him to ask whether the system is capable of installing an additional solar generator. The system responds that only one solar generator can be installed per apartment building. With that in mind, Jun shifts his attention to the store option. As he selects it, he is met with an unexpected but pleasant surprise. The feature is far more impressive than he had initially thought. This store is directly linked to the one he already owns, allowing him to sell registered items to his citizens. However, what truly makes this ability unique is that it is not a physical store. Instead, the system produces items in real time, and as long as there are funds available, the system itself will handle the transactions. Up until recently, managing and distributing supplies had been a tedious and time-consuming task, with Dabin having to handle most of the distribution. But now, with a system-operated store in place, the citizens will be able to purchase what they need on their own. As he reflects on this, Jun realizes that he can personally set the prices, increasing overall liquidation rates even further. Without hesitation, he issues the command to install the store immediately. The system prompts him to select the location for the store's installation. He carefully considers the available locations before deciding to place it on the 101st floor. The system then displays the remaining construction time, 48 hours until completion. Finally, the third option, the training facility. The system notifies him that this training facility will allow citizens to improve their strength and endurance through basic training exercises, with a 200% efficiency boost. Additionally, for those below level 15, an extra 300% efficiency bonus will apply. Reading this, Jun feels a surge of excitement. He already knew that leveling up through training was possible, but with these additional boosts, progress would be significantly faster, making it even easier to reap mission rewards. The system also prompts him to choose a location for the training facility. Jun decides to install it across the entire second floor, converting the entire level into a dedicated training center. The system then updates, displaying a 72-hour countdown for its completion. Lastly, there are also the 3 skill points he had acquired. However, something new has also been unlocked, the itemization feature. This allows registered products to be purchased in different sizes and quantities. Intrigued, Jun taps on the system interface to learn more details. Until now, package deals were available, but individual purchases had only just become possible. Looking through the list, he sees various liquid-based items and notes that while not everything is there yet, the range of available options has expanded significantly. There are now different types of food and additional product variations. Now, with a slightly mischievous smile and a new plan forming in his mind, Jun realizes just how useful this could be. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Toji is clad in his knight armor, engaged in combat against an orc wielding a large knife. The orc lands a strike, but Toji's armor absorbs the impact, leaving him completely unharmed. Spotting an opening, Toji seizes the moment and delivers a decisive blow, eliminating the orc with a single strike. After defeating his opponent, Toki sighs in relief, muttering that it was a close call and that this battle is far more exhausting than expected. From behind him, Han calls out to Toji and poses a question. What would happen if he threw the halberd he was holding? Looking down at the weapon in his grip, Toji admits that he has never actually considered that possibility before. Han then asks him to hand over the halberd for a moment, wanting to try something. As soon as Han takes hold of it, a familiar blue aura begins to radiate from his hands. Focusing intensely, he prepares himself before hurling the weapon with all his might. The halberd soars through the air at an incredible speed, vanishing into the distance with overwhelming force. Toji, wide-eyed in shock, watches in disbelief before finally speaking. He had assumed Han was joking when he mentioned throwing the halberd. Now, however, the weapon was far beyond their reach. Crossing his arms, Han simply responds that he has already thrown it. Now he suggests that Toji deactivate the weapon's summoning and call it back again. Only then does Toji finally understand what Han had been thinking when he proposed the idea. Focusing, Toji channels his energy and cancels the summoning of the halberd before reactivating it. Instantly, another halberd materializes in his hands. Toji stares at the weapon in awe, his surprise quickly turning into exhilaration. Overcome with excitement, he turns to Han, calling him a genius. Han, however, remains modest and tells him not to exaggerate. Just then, the female archer arrives looking somewhat tense. She informs them that they need to leave as her supply of arrows is running low. However, just as she finishes speaking, something completely unexpected catches her attention. Glancing down at the ground, the archer spots something unusual. Confused, she asks what it is, because right before their eyes, a fresh quiver filled with new arrows is materializing out of nowhere. It was as if the Jun himself was telling them that they were meant to continue the mission. Retreat was not an option. The system displays a new ability called Omni-Focus, which allows the user to activate another ability while observing an area using the Ultimate Eyes ability. After collecting the new arrows, the archer continues hunting creatures alongside the group. The system keeps notifying them of the orc kills, showing that the last one was level 19 and the amount of one deposited into the shut-in wallet. Additionally, the system indicates that some citizens have completed the mission assigned to them, resulting in more ones being spent. Furthermore, some citizens are leveling up. With his arms crossed, June looks at the system and realizes that he has always been right. It is indeed possible to increase attributes through mission rewards as well. A glimmer of hope begins to appear in his thoughts. Staring out the window, he notes that his parents' house is about 10 kilometers away, which would take approximately 3 hours on foot to reach. After considering this, he decides to take a walk around the building and heads toward the elevator. Upon stepping out, he makes his way toward the rooftop, approaching the highest point of the structure. Observing the state of the city in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he takes in the sight of the ruins, every single building reduced to rubble except for his own. The devastation is overwhelming, and he mutters that this is truly horrifying. Thoughts race through June's mind and he quickly comes to a realization. He needs to act fast as soon as possible. Opening the system window, he decides to start with Han's group. The first person the system highlights is the bespectacled man Jian. He holds the title of 7th servant, with a trust level of 59 and a loyalty level of 33, and his awakened ability is the Raven Pact. Seeing this, June realizes that as long as Jian's ability is being effectively utilized for reconnaissance, it would be best for him to team up with the Warbear and the healer. The Warbear, Yanju, is at level 33 and has awakened the Warrior Bear ability, but her loyalty remains low at only 12. Meanwhile, the healer, Kim Dejung, is at level 30 and has the awakened abilities of healing, blessing, and magic armor. Examining the details, June notes that unlike the healer, who is already registered as a vassal, the Warbear does not yet possess the necessary trust to qualify for vassal status. Beyond her healing ability, the healer also possesses an A-tier blessing, which enhances physical abilities by 70%. Additionally, she has a B-tier magic armor, which generates a magical barrier that protects a chosen target. Kim recognizes that those who had an awakened ability from the beginning hold a tremendous advantage and begins to wonder how he could gain the Warbear woman's trust. Recalling her desperate goal of resurrecting her son, June questions whether that might be the only way. He opens the system's resurrection tab and immediately, the system informs him that he does not have enough money to grant the reward, instructing him to acquire more funds. Kim clenches his fists in frustration, irritated that he still lacks the necessary amount. An idea sparks in his mind, to drastically increase the difficulty of the missions to the highest level possible. He then declares that he will set up a mission to hunt a level 40 monster, knowing that such a monster must be incredibly powerful, which in turn would yield a far greater reward. With a serious expression, he sets the time limit to 24 hours. The penalty? Yet, once again the system notifies him that he does not have enough money to provide the resurrection reward. Despite the harsh penalty of death upon failure, June is infuriated that the system still deems it insufficient. Then, another notification appears, momentarily catching him off guard. The system announces that he has slain a level 18 orc. An idea suddenly takes root in his mind, perhaps a group mission might work. Without hesitation, he reopens the system and attempts to issue a mission to hunt a level 40 or higher monster, with the same 24-hour time limit and the same penalty of death upon failure. However, this time the reward is modified. The Werebear's son will be resurrected, but only for 1 day. June accepts the mission, determining that for now, he must ensure the Werebear woman fully commits to his cause. Back in his room, Seo Jun hears desperate knocking at his door. A frantic voice from the other side pleads for him to open it. Seo Jun moves toward the door, and as he cracks it open, he barely has time to react. The Werebear woman barges in without waiting for him to open it fully. She had already been informed of the mission's reward and the possibility of resurrecting her son, which explained why she looked completely exhausted. Her eyes brim with tears as she declares, with a trembling voice, that she will do anything, anything at all, and she is willing to start immediately. June tells her that it is indeed possible, but there is a strict time limit, 24 hours to complete the mission and 24 hours for the resurrection itself. Upon hearing this, the Werebear woman collapses into uncontrollable sobs, overwhelmed by the mere possibility of something she had long believed to be impossible. Tears stream down her face as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude to June, telling him that she is truly happy, ecstatic, to have even just 1 day with her son. With unwavering determination, she promises that she will do whatever it takes to make it happen. After that, the system notifies that she has surpassed 30 loyalty points and can now be registered as a vassal. Sometime later, June is seen lying in his room, staring at the ceiling. And with nothing but the power of his mind, he manages to turn on the light. Realizing that he succeeded, he shifts his focus to the faucet and attempts to do the same. He concentrates, directing his thoughts toward opening the faucet until water begins to flow. At first, only a few droplets trickle out, barely noticeable. He concentrates a little harder, and this time he manages to fully open the faucet, allowing water to gush out at maximum flow. Feeling somewhat relieved, June comments that this is pretty cool, but at the same time he has already grown somewhat accustomed to it. Now he feels as if he has become a mage, like something straight out of Harry Potter, wielding a wand and controlling electricity, water and gas with precise mastery. The system then displays an update, indicating that the store's earnings are being calculated. A total of 320,981 wons has been deposited into the shut-in wallet. Glancing at the system, June does some quick calculations and realizes that a profit of 320,000 wons suggests that today's total sales have exceeded 1.5 million won. He activates the ultimate eye's ability to check on the people within the building, observing what they are doing on the different floors. On another floor, a man asks how much they need to save. Another man, holding a bow, responds that the bow itself cost 150,000 won, and today they only earn 10,000 won, meaning it will take roughly 15 days. The first man calls the other an idiot, pointing out that he didn't even factor in the cost of water and food for the next 15 days. Frustrated, the man with the bow turns his back and says that since the other is so smart, he should calculate everything on his own. Observing the interactions and dynamics between the people, June notes how much the atmosphere has shifted ever since he started distributing the reward money. He also realizes that ever since the mysterious place known as the store appeared on the first floor of the building, the small amount of money earned from hunting goblins has begun to ignite a growing desire among the people to hunt even more. And now that there are no longer enough goblins left within the apartment complex, people are being forced to venture outside in search of prey. Looking at the system, he feels a certain satisfaction, as level-ups are progressing steadily, and the number of new citizens has grown significantly. The system shows that the current population is 789, with XP and money bonuses now at 100%. Fixated on the system screen, Seo Jun realizes that things are about to expand exponentially from this point forward. Then once again another notification appears. Another level 18 orc has been slain. Sometime later, down below, the Werbear woman, with her immense superhuman strength, is tearing through wave after wave of goblins, crushing them without hesitation. Now she is emitting a golden aura, striking fear into the goblins before they even have a chance to fight back. Without wasting a single second, her thoughts consumed by the possibility of seeing her son again, she charges forward, completely obliterating the remaining goblins. Once no more goblins are left standing, she begins to revert to her human form. The exhaustion catches up with her, and she breathes heavily, struggling to steady herself. From a distance, the healer calls out to her, asking if she is okay and whether she is injured anywhere. The Werbear reassures her that she is fine, stating that even if she were hurt, it wouldn't be enough to stop her. The healer, concerned, urges her not to push herself too hard, mentioning that she is eliminating all the monsters before anyone else even has a chance to fight them. The Werbear apologizes, insisting that she isn't trying to steal anyone's kills. The archer, curious, asks why she is apologizing in the first place, pointing out that by taking down the monsters so quickly, she is making things much easier for everyone. Hearing this, the Werbear feels a sense of relief. Her companions are not upset with her after all. Watching from afar using the ultimate eyes, June acknowledges that forming this team was indeed a good decision. The system then updates, displaying the Werbear woman's status. Her name is Yun, and she has now reached level 40, with her trust and loyalty both rising to 66. She has also acquired new abilities beyond just her Werbear transformation. The newly awakened abilities are Ancestral Vital Blood and Primal Frenzy. These new abilities grant her a 50% boost to melee attack damage. Additionally, whenever she sustains wounds, Vital Blood drastically increases her regeneration. Furthermore, her eyes turn crimson upon witnessing blood, triggering an effect that amplifies her physical abilities by an astonishing 300%. Before she has a chance to process these new developments, the women suddenly hear a terrifying, unfamiliar roar echoing through the air, immediately putting them on high alert. The growls grow louder and closer, signaling that whatever is coming is approaching fast. Then, out of the shadows, a monstrous figure appears, stopping just a short distance in front of them. Without hesitation, the archer swiftly pulls back her bowstring, while the Werbear instructs the healer to fall back slightly. Standing before them is an orc, its presence alone exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Its crimson eyes gleam ominously, and its body is riddled with deep scars, evidence of countless battles. In its massive hands, it grips a weapon resembling a giant club, and it begins to speak in a language that none of them can understand. Faced with the imminent threat before her, the werebear woman does not hesitate for a single second and immediately begins her transformation. In an instant she completes the shift into her full beastly form, her massive figure standing in a battle stance directly in front of the orc. Now, enveloped by her golden aura, she lunges forward to attack the enemy, while in the background both the archer and the healer call out, urging her to be careful. As she charges, she lets out a deafening roar in an attempt to intimidate the orc, but he remains unfazed, standing his ground and locking eyes with her. With his club firmly in hand, the orc also assumes a battle-ready posture, prepared to engage the werebear head-on. At that very moment, the werebear woman unleashes her first strike. However, the orc reacts swiftly, managing to block the attack with his weapon. Without hesitation, she delivers another blow, but the orc remains solely on the defensive, skillfully withstanding the onslaught of her relentless attacks. Noticing an opening, she quickly shifts her angle, launching a strike from a different direction in an effort to land a clean hit on her opponent. Meanwhile, as the fierce exchange of attacks continues, the archer readies her bow. With unwavering determination in her eyes, she focuses intensely on her target, and a brilliant blue aura begins to radiate from the arrow. Observing the battle closely, she notices a brief moment when the orc becomes slightly distracted while fending off the werebear's strikes. Seizing the opportunity, she releases her powerful shot with impeccable precision. Catching sight of the incoming arrow, the werebear woman swiftly retreats a few steps to avoid being hit. The orc, displaying impressive reflexes, swiftly swings his club to deflect the projectile, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, this movement momentarily exposes a weakness, and without wasting a second, the werebear, fueled by raw fury, surges forward with overwhelming force. With the full weight of her massive body behind her charge, she manages to slam into the orc, sending him crashing to the ground. Not allowing him even a moment to recover, she bares her enormous, razor-sharp fangs. The orc's eyes widen in terror as he realizes that this could very well be his end. And with a single devastating bite, she finishes him off, bringing an abrupt end to his life. At that precise moment, the system notifies June that he has successfully hunted a level 28 orc captain, and as a result, a larger sum of wands has been deposited into the shut-in wallet. Additionally, a certain condition has been fulfilled, one that allows for the construction of a new forward outpost. This forward outpost resembles a defense tower, and according to the system, it serves as a safe zone located outside of the main home. When activated, it temporarily exerts the same protective influence as the house itself. There are two conditions for its activation. The first is that it will only be operational if a citizen holding the rank of knight or higher resides there. The second condition states that if an unauthorized individual remains inside for more than a day, the outpost will automatically be destroyed. Reading this information, June is caught off guard, surprised by the realization that he now has the ability to construct something entirely new. A grin spreads across his face as he remarks that, despite the staggering cost of 1.3 billion wands, his bank account has more than enough funds now that all the orcs have been dealt with. He decides that this forward outpost is well worth the investment. The system also displays additional details, revealing that the construction process will take 7 full days and will require 3 citizens of knight rank or higher to be stationed there. With that in mind, June realizes that his only option is to wait for those 7 days while the 3 necessary members return to occupy the outpost. As various thoughts race through his mind, the one that troubles him most is the sheer amount of time that will be lost, an entire week spent waiting. Deep in thought, he acknowledges that he cannot afford to waste too much time. Furthermore, most of the monsters near the outpost site have already been eliminated thanks to the efforts of his citizens. Understanding this, Seo Jun decisively presses the button on the system to initiate the construction of the outpost. Even though it will take 7 days, he realizes that it is not a bad option at all. If he can build this within the main house's territory, it will at least provide him with some peace of mind. As these thoughts occupy his mind, he finds himself recalling memories from his childhood, moments of pure happiness spent with his family. And now, by strengthening his domain, he believes he will be able to protect his family more effectively. Staring out the window at the ruined city beyond, he feels a deep sense of unease, knowing that bringing his grandparents here will not be an easy task. Closing his eyes, he silently wishes for his family's safety. When he opens them again, his resolve strengthens. Since things have reached this point, he decides that tomorrow he will send Han's group to begin the rescue mission. The following day arrives and once again they find themselves back at the train station. A bespectacled man watches the events unfolding before him in absolute disbelief. At the front lines, the Werbear woman is tearing through enemies, completely unstoppable, while he observes in utter shock from the sidelines. Witnessing her eliminate the monsters one by one, he struggles to comprehend how a single person could possibly be capable of taking down an orc with nothing but her bare hands. With every orc she slaughters, the realization dawns on him: she is no ordinary human. She is a Werbear. Even though he is still overwhelmed by everything happening before his eyes, he acknowledges that it all makes sense. After all, she was already incredibly powerful even before receiving June's blessing. As she continues her relentless rampage, crushing orcs with ease, one thought refuses to leave the bespectacled man's mind. How the hell did June manage to win her over? After all, not too long ago this Werbear woman was utterly obsessed with hunting goblins. The bespectacled man then considers the possibility that she may have acquired new abilities, despite already being incredibly strong. At that moment, the system displays a notification indicating that there is a mission with a strict time limit of 1 hour. They must complete the mission and return home within this time frame, though there is no penalty in case of failure. Back at the station, the bespectacled man takes position at the front to scout the area, carefully scanning his surroundings. Not far from him, he spots the rest of the group who had accompanied him on this mission. Han calls out to him, suggesting that it would be best to head back home. The bespectacled man turns around, briefly considering the suggestion, and ultimately nods in agreement. As he waits, his raven, an extension of his newly acquired ability, returns from its reconnaissance flight. The bird lands gracefully on his arm, having completed its task, and the bespectacled man gazes at it with pride. Gently stroking the raven's sleek feathers, he decides to name it Black and expresses his gratitude for its good work. Han steps closer, placing a firm hand on his shoulder before asking if he can now take the lead in patrolling ahead, given his new ability. The bespectacled man turns to Black, instructing it to be cautious before sending it forward on a new scouting mission. The raven, its dark eyes filled with an eerie intelligence, silently observes its surroundings before taking flight once more. With a powerful beat of its wings, Black soars high above the station, climbing as high as possible among the towering buildings to gain a broad vantage point of the area. It moves in calculated circles, carefully surveying the entire perimeter. Thanks to the bespectacled man's new ability, he is able to access everything the raven sees as if their visions are linked, distance proving to be no obstacle to their connection. Once he fully processes the information relayed by Black, the bespectacled man turns to Han and reports that the area outside appears to be clear, confirming that it is safe to proceed. Han acknowledges the report with a nod and promptly signals the rest of the group. Upon receiving the order, everyone quickly moves into formation, positioning the strongest members at the outer edges while the healer remains securely in the center. As they march forward, the bespectacled man suddenly senses an unusual presence near his back. His instincts kick in and without hesitation he whirls around to check for any threats. A faint rustling sound reaches his ears and after a brief moment he identifies the source, a small rat scurrying along the path. Since he is positioned at the back line, the bespectacled man swiftly climbs onto the platform, stepping away from the train tracks to avoid obstructing the others. His companions continue moving ahead, yet an uneasy feeling lingers. Unable to shake it off, he turns once more to scan the area behind them, double-checking to ensure that they are not being followed. In the dimly lit tunnel, just beyond the tracks, something catches his attention, a pair of gleaming eyes watching from the shadows. The eyes belong to a rat. Without hesitation, the small creature leaps forward, mirroring the group's path with uncanny precision. Relentlessly, despite its diminutive size, the rat pursues them, its glowing eyes locked onto their trail. Carefully and persistently, it follows their every move, all the way to the station's exit. A short while later, back at the apartment, Seo Jun expresses his desire for everyone to help him. Lowering his head slightly, he humbly asks for a favor and begins to explain the situation regarding his family. The other members of the group exchange glances, silently processing his words without uttering a single response. Jun continues, acknowledging that the chances of his family being alive are slim, given the current state of the world. Han then asks if his relatives are also within the apartment complex, to which Jun replies that it is difficult to say for certain. At that moment, Moon steps forward and without hesitation, exclaims that they will help rescue Jun's family. The sudden outburst catches everyone's attention, and all eyes turn to Moon as he fervently insists that they should be allowed to assist with this. Han, with a faint but genuine smile, nods in agreement, stating that all of them have only managed to survive up until now thanks to Jun's efforts. Turning to face Jun directly, Han firmly declares that they will help, but only if Jun provides clear instructions on what needs to be done. Hearing this, Jun lets out a small, relieved smile and expresses his heartfelt gratitude for their willingness to assist him. With everyone watching attentively, he explains that now that they have successfully eliminated all the orcs occupying the station, their next move should be to follow the subway tracks leading to the next station. He then elaborates further, saying that this station is the closest one to his home. However, they can exit through exit number 2, and once outside he will provide them with more specific instructions. Jun reassures them that he is not asking them to go there immediately in one direct mission, as that would be too selfish on his part. Instead, he clarifies that their current objective is simply to secure the station first. Once again, he bows his head slightly in gratitude, asking everyone to rest well for today, as the operation will commence the following day. At that moment, the Werbear woman respectfully asks for permission to speak. She then poses a question, wondering why Jun cannot simply use the abilities he has displayed so far to bring his family to him. A flicker of frustration crosses Jun's face as he admits that he has already tried. He has attempted teleporting a target as a mission reward. Furthermore, he had been excited when Moon awakened his teleportation ability, thinking it might allow them to bring his family back instantly. However, the system immediately indicated that such a reward was impossible, leading to a complete failure. Jun speculates that the reason his abilities do not work might be due to his family being outside of their effective range. Scratching his head in contemplation, he adds that if this truly is the reason, then even if his parents were to die, there would be absolutely nothing he could do to save them, as they remain beyond his reach. As the group listens, Jun acknowledges that, despite his powers, he is not capable of everything. Even with the abilities he has gained, there are still things beyond his control. Turning his gaze toward the Werbear woman, he reassures her not to worry, affirming that the promise he made to her before is one he can still fulfill. At that moment, the system displays a notification indicating that her trust in him has increased even further. She smiles warmly and thanks him for his honesty, appreciating that he has been straightforward from the very beginning. Jun in turn thanks the entire group for their honesty as well, and once more urges them to rest for the day. One by one, they begin dispersing to prepare for the much-needed rest ahead. As Han steps away, he pauses briefly, turning back to remind Jun that he should get some rest as well. At that precise moment, something catches Jun's attention, making him instinctively glance to the side. The system suddenly notifies him that someone is attempting to enter, and that this individual meets the necessary requirements, prompting the system to ask whether he wishes to grant them citizenship. Without hesitation, Jun activates his Ultimate Eyes ability and commands the system to approve the citizenship request. The system displays the name of the individual as Yi Jin, a level 31 being with an awakened ability titled Queen of Rats. Upon using his ability to verify the identity of the applicant, Jun's eyes widen in shock, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he realizes that the one he had just granted citizenship to was, in fact, a rat. 1 hour earlier, while they were still inside the subway station, the rat had been observing the group closely, curiously wondering who these people were. These individuals were so powerful that they had managed to eliminate the orcs with remarkable ease. As the group ascended the stairs, the rat pondered whether their strength was due to the fact that they all had awakened abilities. But at the same time, it questioned if such a thing was even possible. Hiding in the corner of the wall, the rat considered the best course of action. Perhaps it would be wise to simply follow them for now and attempt to make contact later. The thought lingered in its mind that such an endeavor might be challenging, but with its abilities, it should be much easier. Determined, the rat took off in pursuit of the group. Now outside the station, amidst the city's ruined streets, the rat continued tailing them, convincing itself that it was only taking a quick look around. Upon arriving at their destination, the rat's ears twitched as it picked up the sound of human voices, children's laughter and other noises that were incredibly unusual in this world. Looking ahead, it saw children playing carefree, as if untouched by the devastation that plagued the rest of the world. The sight left the rat in complete shock. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a scene was simply unnatural. Turning its gaze to the other side, the rat found itself questioning why so many people were gathered inside that particular building. Fixating on the only structure that remained completely intact, it wondered what in the world that place was. With a deep sense of curiosity, it decided to take a closer look. However, as it attempted to leap up the steps and enter, it slammed its head into something invisible. A dull ache surged through its skull, and a large lump immediately began forming on its tiny head. The sudden pain caused the little rat to let out a pitiful cry. It had collided with a system-generated window that displayed a message stating that entry was prohibited. While rubbing its sore head and trying to make sense of what had just happened, another system window appeared before it, asking whether it wished to acquire citizenship. Still slightly irritated from the unexpected collision, the rat, without much thought, accepted the citizenship offer. Yet, despite agreeing, the system window stubbornly remained in front of it. A flicker of frustration crossed the rat's face as it muttered that such a thing was probably impossible for a mere rat. But in the very next instant, the system confirmed that citizenship had indeed been granted. Overwhelmed with excitement, the rat raised its tiny fist triumphantly, as if celebrating a great victory. A part of it still wondered if this had actually worked. Stepping forward, it entered the building, reassuring itself that everything was fine now. However, the moment it crossed the threshold, panic erupted. The sight of a rat inside sent the people into a frenzy. Instantly, several individuals reacted, attempting to stomp on the small creature to eliminate it. The rat, realizing the danger, frantically dodged their feet, twisting and leaping in desperate evasive maneuvers. It barely managed to escape the chaotic scene, but in the process, it lost its balance, tumbled forward, and ended up rolling into another area entirely. The new location was a training facility, where the group's members were actively working out. Han and Togi were lifting dumbbells, training their biceps. Moon and the glasses-wearing man were performing bench presses. The archer and the poison-wielding woman were working out on the other side of the room. Meanwhile, the healer and the werbear woman were taking turns using the lat pull-down machine. Observing the sheer intensity of the training, the little rat found itself in awe, its tiny mind racing as it marveled at the sight. What kind of place was this? At that very moment, elsewhere, a new figure appeared. A woman, clutching her head, muttered that she was experiencing pain. She had been inside that very subway station earlier, and now she was suffering from a splitting headache. Perhaps this pain was a lingering effect of when the rat had collided headfirst into the system's invisible barrier. Bringing her hand to her mouth, she let out a smile, one that gradually morphed into something filled with twisted excitement. She spoke softly to herself, claiming that now, at long last, an opportunity had presented itself. A low chuckle escaped her lips and soon she was grinning almost maniacally. She had finally found a way to survive. However, she quickly realized that the real challenge was how to actually reach that place. For now, she only needed to make her way to the station where the group had been. As she gnawed at her nails, she considered the possibilities. Perhaps the only viable method would be to traverse the subway tracks. But there was a major obstacle in the way, the monster that currently occupied the station, blocking the path forward. And yet, instead of despairing, she clenched her fists with determination. That was precisely why she still had a chance. There was nowhere in this world that she could not reach. At her command, a swarm of rats began to emerge, flooding the entire area. At that moment, a system notification appeared, indicating that he had hunted a trained level 2 rat and had gained a small amount of XP. The woman's ability was called Queen of Rats, a skill that compelled any rat she encountered to swear loyalty to her, allowing her to share their senses. Observing the notification, June, deep in thought, quickly realized that this woman was controlling the rat's spirit. Without hesitation, he activated his ability, Ultimate Eyes. Someone with an awakened Tirei ability had arrived on their own, so no matter the circumstances, he had to accept them. He carefully examined each room, searching for any sign of her, but there was nothing to be found. Turning his gaze outside, he scanned the surroundings, yet there was no trace of her there either. June then considered summoning her through a mission, as she had already been accepted as a citizen. The mission he devised was simple: visit the apartment within a 48-hour time limit, with a reward of cola and a choco bar. However, just before confirming the mission, June paused, realizing he was forgetting something. A memory resurfaced, the conversation he had with the werbear woman, where she had asked if he simply couldn't bring someone there using his abilities. June had tried multiple times before and had never succeeded. But perhaps that was because those people had been outside his sphere of influence at the time. Now, however, things were different. Everyone who had obtained citizenship was undoubtedly under his influence. No matter how far away they were, the system still registered the bodies of the monsters they hunted, calculating them accordingly. This proved Jun's theory. With this realization, he ordered the system to modify the mission. The new objective remained the same: visit the apartment. However, the time limit was now only 10 seconds, and the penalty for failure was immediate summoning to the location. After confirming the changes, Jun felt a hint of surprise that the system had allowed it to proceed without imposing any restrictions or additional penalties. Deep in thought, he considered that this was a worthwhile attempt. If he could successfully summon a citizen from the outside just once, then he could safely bring his own family there in the future. Once the forward base was activated, he would temporarily gain the same authority as his original territory. Only then would Han's group be dispatched. The forward base would be constructed, citizenship would be granted to his entire family, and using the mission system he would finally be able to summon them there. Jun realized that this plan had a real chance of working. However, the real issue was how much it would cost. But ultimately, the cost didn't matter as long as he could save his family. With unwavering determination, he declared that he would begin, pressing the button to start the mission. The countdown started, 10 seconds. The only thing on Jun's mind at that moment was that he hoped this wouldn't cost $1 billion. When the 10 seconds elapsed, the system notification appeared. Mission failed. However, to Jun's relief, the cost was nowhere near what he had feared. Feeling the weight lift off his chest, he placed a hand over his heart, relieved that it had only cost 30 million. But now, standing at the entrance of the apartment, was Yi Jin, the Queen of Rats. She was on her knees, trembling, her face filled with terror as she frantically questioned where she was. Jun immediately deactivated Ultimate Eyes, confirming that the penalty had indeed worked as intended. Slowly, he began walking toward the woman. The sight of him approaching sent her into full panic mode, her entire body trembling with fear. The monarch of isolation finally spoke, calling her by name. Hearing her name from his lips only deepened her confusion. Without wasting a second, she hastily demanded to know who he was and how he knew her. Jun's response was simple: he was the one who had granted her citizenship. Yi Jin took a moment to process this information, trying to make sense of the situation. Still in shock, she questioned whether this place was the same location where her little rat had been. Jun, retrieving a can of soda from the system, confirmed that yes, this was the top floor of the apartment she had previously seen through the rat's eyes. As he offered her a chocolate bar and a soda, he apologized for summoning her so suddenly, fully aware that she was overwhelmed and terrified. Then, in a calm and composed manner, Jun introduced himself, stating his name and expressing that it was a pleasure to meet her. Still wary, Yi Jin hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to accept the chocolate and soda. She took a deep breath, gathering herself, before asking if he was the one who had summoned her here and if he was also the one responsible for that strange search at the subway station earlier. Jun confirmed both. Without warning, her expression shifted completely, excitement flashing across her face. Her sudden change in demeanor left Jun puzzled. Then, as if she had just remembered something urgent, Yi Jin began to speak. She knew it was asking for a lot, but there were people under her care and she wanted to know if he could bring them here as well. Continuing, she explained that she had tried to do it herself, but it had been extremely difficult to bring everyone here. She had been so close to taking a huge gamble to make it happen. Jun, maintaining his composure, asked her how many people she needed him to bring. Without hesitation, Yi Jin answered, 35 people. Realizing the high number of people involved, Jun hadn't expected that there would be so many others with her. He sighed and apologized, explaining that this would be difficult to accomplish. Yi Jin, clearly distressed, immediately questioned why. Without hesitation, he stated plainly that with his current power, he simply couldn't bring that many people there. Hearing this, the girl panicked. She grabbed onto his clothes, her fingers trembling as she desperately pleaded with him. Her mother and younger sister were among those people, and she swore she would do anything to save them. Jun observed her carefully, realizing that she needed help too. After a moment of silence, he asked her to give him some time to think. As his mind raced for a solution, he recalled something. Yi Jin hadn't needed to interact with him directly to receive citizenship. That meant the system had recognized her rat as an extension of herself. If that was the case, perhaps something similar could work again. A system window appeared before Jun, displaying Yi Jin's current stats. Her trust level was at 37, and she was at level 31. Seeing this, he noted that her trust had already increased, and given her situation and everything she had just said, it was only natural for her to trust him even more. Still kneeling in front of him, her eyes full of desperation, she listened as he called her name. She immediately asked if she really could do anything. Without hesitation, Yi Jin confirmed that she would, She would do absolutely anything. June took a deep breath before finally speaking. There was a way to make what she wanted possible. But first she had to trust him completely, 100%. He asked her if she understood. Then, speaking in a calm and steady voice, he told her that if she placed her absolute trust in him, he would undoubtedly save them. Hearing those words, the girl's eyes lit up with hope. She clasped her hands together, almost as if in prayer, and shouted that she truly trusted him. With unwavering determination, she declared once more that she would do anything if it meant saving her family. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Yi Jin's trust level had reached 50, and her loyalty had surpassed 30. This fulfilled the conditions for her to be registered as a vassal. June grinned. This was good, very good. And what came next would be even better. Without hesitation, he pressed the system window, selecting the option to register her as his vassal. At that exact moment, a blue aura surged forth, enveloping Yi Jin's entire body. For a brief instant, the unexpected sensation startled her. Then another system window appeared. Yi Jin was now officially recognized as 10th Seed, Knight and Tamer. Her awakened abilities were listed as Queen of Rats, Evolution. June read through the details carefully. The Tamer title granted her the ability to enhance the stats of her tamed creatures based on their loyalty. Additionally, their growth speed would accelerate according to her trust level. On top of that, the evolution ability was classified as Tier A+. It allowed her tamed creatures to continuously grow, and once they reached a certain threshold, they would evolve. As he watched the glowing energy flow through her body, June asked her a critical question. Were there tamed rats near where her family was located? Yi Jin, still feeling the power coursing through her, nodded quickly. June immediately issued an order. She was to send those rats to where her family was right now. Without hesitation, the Rat Queen confirmed she would do it. She sat down cross-legged, closing her eyes in deep concentration. She needed to direct her consciousness to her rats, guiding them to her family's location. June seized the moment and activated Ultimate Eyes. As soon as he did, his vision expanded and he was able to see through the eyes of the rat. The system recognized it as an extension of Yi Jin herself. A system window popped up, identifying the creature. Tame Mouse, Level 2. The small rat scurried forward, stopping in front of a group of people. They watched it carefully, recognizing it almost immediately. Whispers spread among them. Was this one of Yi Jin's rats? Then, to their surprise, a system window appeared above the rat. The unexpected sight made the people uneasy. And then, something even more shocking happened. One after another, various supplies began to materialize from the system. Food, water, necessities, all appearing out of thin air. The people stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Someone muttered a question. Was this Yi Jin's doing? With this, the system updated once more. Yi Jin's trust level skyrocketed, increasing several times over. From a distance, June observed it all. This was exactly what he had anticipated. He continued watching as the rats moved. A realization struck him. Yi Jin's ability and his absolute eyes were a perfect combination. From this moment on, the tens of thousands of rats crawling through the sewers would now serve as his eyes. June couldn't help but smile. This was insane. And now he had acquired the ultimate scout. The Rat Queen politely asks for permission to speak, her voice calm but firm. She then inquires if the place June wants to know about is the one located near the beach. June nods in confirmation, stating that yes, that is indeed the place he is referring to. A realization dawns upon him. Coincidentally, Yi Jin had gone to Nambumindong, which happens to be where his family's house is located. Naturally, this puts her in a far better position than Han's team, who are still unfamiliar with the area. On top of that, all she needs to do is send a single rat. Even just one rat alone makes it possible to confirm his family's survival, and now with her abilities, it will also be much easier to send supplies. After June explains the plan to her, Yi Jin smiles, confidence shining in her expression, and assures him that he can leave everything to her. Right at that moment, the system notifies that both her loyalty and trust have increased. Not wanting to waste any more time, June immediately asks if she can go right now. Yi Jin, still smiling playfully as she absent-mindedly plays with one of her rats, confirms without hesitation that she can. June then gives her a specific request. He asks if she could follow the subway tracks on her way. Her expression shifts slightly, and she asks if he is seriously suggesting that. June confirms without hesitation. His plan is to use that route for the rescue mission later. However, Yijin's expression changes drastically. A look of sheer panic washes over her face as she quickly exclaims that this will not work. June is momentarily taken aback by her sudden reaction and questions why his plan would fail. Yijin, still visibly shaken, explains that a monster lives inside Siamayan Station. June freezes for a moment, completely caught off guard by the unexpected information. In disbelief, he asks her if she is serious. Yijin simply nods, her expression grim. June raises a hand to his chin, deep in thought. After several seconds of contemplation, an idea forms in his mind. He then asks Yijin if she can send just one rat to where the monster is. Though she is visibly hesitant, no doubt because of her traumatic experiences, she steadies herself, takes a deep breath, and focuses. As the blue aura flows through her body, she confirms that she can do it. The perspective shifts, and now it is through the eyes of a rat inside the subway. The tiny creature scurries forward, navigating the abandoned station. Then, it suddenly stops, completely frozen in place. Something up ahead catches its attention. As its gaze slowly rises, it sees a massive figure lifting the lifeless body of an orc as if it were nothing but a rag doll. The rat's vision continues to rise, revealing the true form of the creature. It is a gigantic snake. The monstrous serpent effortlessly takes the life of the orc, devouring it with frightening ease. Despite being small and trying to remain hidden, the rat's subtle movements attract the snake's attention. The giant serpent's head snaps in its direction, instantly recognizing something unusual in the surroundings. It swiftly swallows the orc, and without wasting a second, it shifts its focus entirely to the rat. Realizing it has been discovered, the rat trembles in fear, its tiny body shaking as it scurries behind a pillar, desperately trying to stay out of sight. For a brief moment, it feels safe, believing it has managed to hide successfully. But its relief is short-lived. The gigantic snake moves with terrifying speed, heading directly toward the spot where the rat is hiding. The serpent's enormous mouth opens, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, poised and ready to end the tiny creature's life. As the attack closes in, the rat is paralyzed with fear, a cold chill running through its entire body. At the very last second, it manages to leap away, barely escaping the deadly strike. Now, its only chance of survival is to run as far and as fast as possible. However, the snake does not relent. It hunts mercilessly, pursuing the rat with unstoppable determination. For a brief moment, the gigantic serpent appears to hesitate, and the rat uses that single opportunity to flee for its life. Back in the apartment, June watches in complete silence, his ultimate eyes ability fully activated. After seeing just how massive and powerful the snake is, June wonders what level the monster could be. He has a strong suspicion that it is at least above level 40. Yijin, her voice trembling slightly, asks June if he saw that thing. Then, without waiting for a response, she states firmly that this is exactly why they cannot use Siamayan Station. She then offers an alternative plan. They should skip that station entirely and move on to the next one instead. Yijin adds that she has seen the strength of June's companions firsthand. She is confident that getting to the next station won't be a problem for them. June ponders for a moment and then realizes that Yijin is absolutely right. He nods in agreement, thanks her, and states that her idea sounds like a good plan. With a grin, he then tells her that she can head to Unit 2701, which is the next station. From today onward, that will be her base. However, she will need to do some cleaning up first. Yijin nods in understanding, then stands up and expresses her gratitude. She asks for permission to leave and informs him that she is heading out now. June reminds her to be careful. As Yijin walks away, June finds himself lost in thought. Had it been before he met her, this would have likely been his exact plan. A small smile plays on his lips as he acknowledges this fact. With that, he opens the system interface and gives the command to install solar power generators. The system confirms that the installation process will take 24 hours to complete. Outside, numerous photovoltaic panels begin automatically installing themselves on the rooftops, as the system efficiently carries out the task. Gazing out the window, June watches the progress. This system is impressively efficient, that much is clear. However, even with its current capabilities, it is still not enough to sustain the nearly 800 people under his care. And if they want to raise funds to install more facilities, they will need more people working. At the very least, they must establish a 3-shift system. The same applies to the new common facilities, which include solar energy, the store system, and the training center. Still standing and looking at the system, June says that now is when it truly begins. More hunts. The scene shifts to Han's group, who are running in fear from something chasing them. As they sprint forward, Han quickly glances back and realizes that their pursuers are closing in. Knowing they won't be able to outrun them forever, they decide to stop and prepare for battle. The creatures chasing them are massive bats, flying at incredibly high speeds. The entire group launches their attacks at once, unleashing powerful projectiles. Arrows soar through the air, and as everyone knows, they are infused with a brilliant blue mana. They pierce the bats in multiple places, causing the creatures to screech in agony. After a relentless barrage of attacks, they finally defeat all the bats that had been pursuing them. Once the battlefield falls silent, and none of the bats show any signs of movement, the archer turns to the group and asks if anyone is injured. The group reassures her that they are all unharmed. The poison-wielding woman then shifts the topic, asking the archer about the giant serpent that June mentioned residing in Siamayan Station. She questions whether they truly believe they can take it down on their own. The archer responds confidently, saying that everything should be fine since, if things go south, June can summon them back to the apartment at any moment. The poison-wielding woman nods in agreement, realizing that she is worrying too much. Listening to their conversation, Han grins and reassures her, saying that she doesn't need to overthink things since June is monitoring everything from afar. He then issues the order to move forward. After walking for some time, they finally arrive at the station where the giant serpent is lurking. The first sight before them fills them with horror and an overwhelming sense of dread. Scattered across the ground are the lifeless bodies of goblins and orcs, torn apart in a gruesome display. Among the carnage, a train car has been derailed, lying on its side off the tracks. The grotesque sight is enough to make the poison-wielding girl gag, barely able to hold back her nausea. Han orders the rest of the group to proceed while she takes a moment to recover. As they advance slowly, exercising extreme caution, Han suddenly senses something off, an eerie, unsettling feeling, accompanied by the distinct sound of a snake hissing. His instincts scream at him, and he immediately shouts for everyone to stop and be on high alert. The group tenses up, readying themselves for whatever might come next. Being at the front, Han is the first to see it, and his body freezes in terror. Emerging before them is the giant serpent. Its scales shimmer with a deep purple hue, and its golden eyes gleam with an insatiable thirst for blood. Faced with such an overwhelming presence, the entire group trembles in fear, unable to utter a single word as adrenaline surges through their veins. Toji is the first to break the silence, shouting in desperation, asking how they are supposed to fight a monster like this. At that moment, each of them frantically tries to think of a way to survive. Despite his own fear, Han instinctively pulls the archer into his arms as she, too, is frozen in place. With a firm voice, he yells for everyone to drop to the ground immediately. Without hesitation, the group obeys, crouching low as a series of devastatingly fast strikes slice through the air above them. The attacks are so rapid that they can only hear the sharp sound of the wind being cut, followed by the impact of the strikes smashing into the metro walls. At that moment, a system notification appears, revealing a new party quest. The objective: eliminate the giant serpent. Time limit: 10 minutes. The reward: a massive amount of XP. There is no penalty for failure, but everyone knows the truth. Failing this battle will cost them their lives. After the possible attack, while still shielding the archer with his body, Han realizes, deep down and with absolute certainty, that this might truly be the end for them. As the others begin to recover from the shock, confusion sets in, and they start questioning what exactly just happened. They wonder if that impact could have been an earthquake and whether it really came from the serpent itself. At that precise moment, a system notification appears before Han's eyes, causing them to widen in shock and disbelief. A party quest has been granted. The objective is to finish off the giant serpent. Staring at the notification, Han questions aloud why the system used the term "finish off the snake," rather than simply instructing them to fight or defeat it. But when he turns his attention back to the creature, he notices something has changed. Observing from a distance, with the archer still kneeling by his side, Han wonders aloud what in the world is happening and why the serpent is behaving so strangely. The serpent's scales are soaked in blood, and parts of its flesh seem to be melting, as if it is dissolving from the inside. Han glances over at the werbear woman, and they exchange a meaningful nod, silently agreeing to take initiative. Frowning, Han admits he has no idea what's going on. As equipment materializes across his back, he draws a spear and, summoning all his strength, hurls it with great force. The spear strikes the serpent squarely in the center of its massive head, already weakened and writhing, and the beast lets out a final echoing cry of pain. At this point, it is revealed to us that giant serpents have a habit of consuming their prey while it is still alive. And this detail is far from insignificant. A living creature swallowed whole poses a real and serious threat if it manages to act or strike in the final moment. This is precisely why the giant serpent uses venom to completely subdue its prey or strangles it until it suffocates before swallowing. However, this rule only applies to prey of a certain size. Something as small as a mouse in comparison to its enormous body is not a concern. Then we see a flashback, how the mouse deliberately and with striking precision leapt directly into the serpent's mouth, allowing itself to be swallowed in less than a second. And this small, calculated move would bring about consequences no one could have ever imagined. However, June had been clever enough to come up with such a plan, and now he lets out a quiet laugh while giving the command to open the warehouse. Watching the little mouse with his ultimate eyes ability, he notices two skills that are now available: warehouse and shop. With the mouse already inside the serpent's body, June issues the command to summon gas, causing the serpent's belly to bloat and swell. On top of that, he also summons burning papers, already ignited. The combination of gas and fire results in a massive internal implosion. In other words, the serpent explodes from the inside out, unable to withstand the pain and pressure building within. After the blast, the Queen of Rats experiences a sharp discomfort, as if she is directly connected to the pain the little mouse suffered. June walks over to her, noticing her unease, and asks if she's all right. She responds that she is. It just startled her a bit. June acknowledges her efforts, saying she did a good job, and she exhales in relief, finally relaxing a little. With ultimate eyes still active, he shifts his attention back to the metro and reflects on the fact that he wasn't the one who delivered the final blow to the serpent. Rather, he wants this creature to be slain by his vassals who have earned the title of Knight, Han and the Werbear Woman. By doing this, he knows he will receive 6 times the amount of experience points and profit. We are brought back to the same scene from earlier, just after Han threw the spear at the serpent's head. The Werbear Woman, wasting no time, charges forward while her transformation nears completion. With her powerful claws, she delivers a series of fierce slashes against the serpent, who still struggles to fight back despite its injuries. Finally, the Werbear focuses her strength, leaps into the air, and strikes down with tremendous force, landing a blow directly to the serpent's head. The impact creates a large crater, and once she lands back on the ground, now almost fully transformed, she turns to look over her shoulder, just to confirm that the giant serpent has truly been defeated. Right then, the system notifies them that the king snake has been vanquished, and a substantial amount of experience has been granted. Additionally, since it was a level 40 monster, a large quantity of one has also been deposited into the Shutin's wallet. Now that Han and the Werbear Woman have defeated the boss of Siamayan Station, it becomes possible to construct an outpost at that very location. System messages continue to flood in, showing that multiple skills have leveled up. Among them, a domestic domain declaration has reached level 15, granting June 3 additional skill points. As always, after each evolution, June experiences that familiar sharp pain, a tightness in his chest that signals the price of his advancement. Outside, his domain continues to grow, stretching farther and farther without pause. The system then alerts that a being has been discovered that meets the citizenship requirements, asking whether June would like to grant it. Still clutching his chest in pain, June gives the command to grant citizenship to the candidate. The system reports that the total number of citizens has now reached 1,000, and as the citizen count reaches that milestone, every citizen unlocks a new passive ability called base salary. This base salary skill is a passive ability that grants every citizen an additional 100% XP and profit bonus. Reading the message, June's eyes widen in astonishment, hardly able to believe what he's seeing. He opens the status window of one of the citizens and confirms it with his own eyes. A 100% bonus to both experience gain and profit share is now in effect. Then June becomes thoughtful, allowing himself a moment to process everything. He realizes that this is actually quite a fascinating feature. He now fully understands what the base salary ability truly means. Even if he sets their profit participation at 0%, the citizens still receive the additional 100% bonus in both experience and profits. But before he can dwell on that thought any further, his concentration is broken. The Queen of Rats calls out to him, gently pulling him out of his reflections. He turns around and asks what she needs. She apologizes for asking this at such a moment but proceeds to make a request. She wants to know if it would be possible for him to bring her group to that place as well. June takes a moment to consider her words, going quiet for a few seconds as he thinks. Then a soft smile forms on his face and he answers that of course he will make that happen. The Queen of Rats lights up with excitement the moment she hears his response. She lifts her hands near her mouth in a gesture of pure emotion, nearly blushing, while her eyes shine with a joy she cannot hide. June then asks her whether she is able to control another rat again at this point. Now full of energy and determination, she confidently answers that yes, she can absolutely do it without any problems. June says that he will inform the group to follow the rat while she guides them from here. Back at the metro station, the giant serpent's lifeless body still lies across the ground, unmoving. From within that very scene, a tiny mouse emerges, now acting as the guide for the group, leading them toward their new destination. The mouse scurries ahead, while the rest of the group follows closely, walking past the corpse of the giant snake and making sure not to stray too far behind their small guide. Han is once again left in shock by the sight unfolding before him. The Werbear woman urges him to compose himself and asks whether it was his group that defeated all of the orcs lying lifeless across the floor. He immediately denies it and turns the question back to her. But she also says that she didn't do it either. When she arrived, the orcs were already in that state. That leads them to conclude that this must be an orc territory, and whoever defeated them must be far more powerful than they are. As they keep walking, all the group can see are orc corpses and splashes of blood staining the ground, while they continue following the mouse that is showing them the way. Han points out that now that the giant serpent has been dealt with, the major threat is gone. However, he warns that they must not lower their guard just yet. The archer agrees with his assessment, noting that there could still be hidden groups of monsters lurking in the shadows nearby. At that moment, the little mouse turns back to the group, squeaks, and gestures with its tiny paws as if to say, "Come on, hurry up." Seeing this action, Toji comments that this mouse is actually pretty clever, and Moon asks whether the mouse is part of June's skill set. The group presses on, continuing forward while June watches from a distance. Observing everything from afar, he judges that for now there don't appear to be any major threats in the vicinity. He shifts his gaze slightly toward a system notification, which informs him that he currently has 3 available skill points. Looking at the system message with a bit of anticipation, June begins to wonder where he should invest those points. He reasons that since his territory has recently expanded, the highest priority should be the Ultimate Eyes skill, especially because it synergizes with the Queen of Rats' abilities. So he gives the command to upgrade Ultimate Eyes. Once again, as always, he feels the painful consequences of evolving his skill. But this time, unlike the usual sharp sensation in his chest, he experiences something far worse, an unbearable and splitting headache. And unlike the previous version of this skill, the new level now allows him to see the level of monsters displayed above their heads. In addition to level, he can now see other data as well, such as height, behavior, intelligence, and even specific attributes or traits that make each monster stand out. Realizing how much easier this will make things moving forward, he affirms to himself that he definitely needed this ability. Because first, he needs to identify monsters of the correct level in order to assign suitable quests to people. This way he can reduce the cost of resurrection. Already aware of how useful this tool will be, he decides to use his remaining points. The next skill he chooses is dignity maintenance because now that he is meeting and managing more people, trust and loyalty are becoming increasingly important. He gives the command to level up that skill as well. However, just at that moment, right in the middle of his planning, something interrupts Seo Jun, throwing him completely off balance and into a state of panic. A deafening sound crashes through the area, abruptly ending his moment of reflection. That's when he realizes that the noises he just heard were similar to gunshots, sharp, loud, and unmistakably threatening. Since June had his Ultimate Eye skill activated at that moment, he was able to quickly realize that the gunshots had not originated from the apartment complex, but rather from the metro station. He immediately redirects his gaze back toward the metro and sees several goblins wielding revolvers in their hands. The goblins wear malicious, twisted smiles, clearly aware of the immense power they now hold with such weapons. Watching the scene unfold before him, the only question running through June's mind is why on earth goblins have firearms, and more importantly, how they managed to get their hands on them. Because it wasn't just one goblin with a gun. There were several of them, causing chaos and panic as they wildly fired their revolvers, spreading terror through the metro. Han and his group had already faced countless formidable enemies in the past, but never had they encountered a threat that escalated in danger so quickly and so unexpectedly. The suddenness of it put the entire group on high alert. Realizing the goblins were opening fire, Han immediately shouts out, commanding the group to run for cover and hide behind whatever protection they can find. The gunfire continued echoing throughout the metro station as the entire group managed to temporarily hide. From their cover, Han and the archer peek out cautiously, watching the scene unfold. Clearly frightened, the archer asks how the hell those damned goblins got their hands on firearms. Han responds grimly, saying the only thing he knows for certain is that it's not possible to fight them head-on under these conditions. But then Han allows a small smile to appear on his face, because he suddenly remembers, Moon is on their team. Without hesitation, Moon uses his teleportation ability, aiming to catch the goblins completely off guard and not give them a single second to react. His expression is fierce, filled with anger, and his eyes radiate pure determination. Without the slightest bit of remorse, he pierces the back of one of the armed goblins with his spear, driving it through the creature and silencing it with one final scream. That agonized cry is enough to alert the rest of the goblins, who immediately turn their attention to Moon, now fully aware that he's standing in the middle of them. But Moon is far from weak, certainly not as weak as the goblins had imagined. Using his close-range combat skills, he manages to decapitate every single goblin that tries to strike him, cutting them down one by one in rapid succession. Watching this from a distance, the goblins still wielding revolvers quickly realize that this is their best chance to shoot the boy before he closes in. But just as they prepare to pull the trigger, arrows suddenly strike their hands, forcing them to drop their guns in pain. The shots had come from the archer, who had been carefully observing the fight and saw the perfect opportunity to act. And she wasn't the only one. Toji, dressed in his heavy knight's armor, and the Werbear woman also launched themselves into the fray, charging forward to eliminate the remaining goblins. Both of them begin to attack fiercely, not giving the goblins a single moment to breathe or retaliate. From a distance, the man with glasses and the poison-wielding woman watch everything unfold in disbelief, clearly impressed by the strength and coordination of their companions. Toji and the Werbear continue pushing forward, relentlessly attacking the goblins, while in the background the archer and Moon provide cover from a distance to ensure their success. After the battle, Jun shifts his attention back to the revolver and ammunition, inspecting them carefully with the help of his ultimate eyes ability. He then gives the system the command to register both items. The system promptly displays a confirmation that the revolver and its specific ammunition have now been successfully registered. Realizing what he just did, Jun stands silent for a moment, stunned by the fact that he has now added a firearm to the system's inventory. He quickly recognizes that he cannot display this item in the store for the general public to purchase. On the other hand, offering firearms in the shop would come with clear advantages. People would instantly become more active in hunting monsters, and even ordinary individuals below level 10 might start regularly hunting orcs. That means the citizens would bring in significantly more XP and profits overall. However, Jun is also aware of one major problem. He cannot trust all the citizens yet. At this point, he's still welcoming people indiscriminately. In other words, there's no real standard, no vetting process. He's been accepting everyone and providing them with supplies without screening them first, operating under the belief that he can control everyone, no matter what might happen. Of course, the rapid growth of the citizen population has brought many benefits. But everyone knows that things change drastically when firearms are involved. There's no guarantee that someone among this growing crowd won't turn out to be a serious problem. Beyond the obvious issue of supply shortages in the midst of an apocalypse, there are also the feelings of envy, resentment, and jealousy that could easily escalate into something dangerous once firearms are introduced into the equation. Regardless of motive, accidents happen, and in the worst-case scenario, someone could die. That's when Jun concludes that firearms will indeed be incredibly helpful, but they must only be handed out to verified individuals. As he opens the system menu once again, he notes that, on top of verification, firearms will also be made available only to those with high loyalty levels. With that decision made, Jun already knows who the first person will be to receive one. Back at the metro station, the group now stands among the lifeless bodies of goblins scattered across the ground. Suddenly and without warning, a gun begins to materialize, forming in midair before dropping right in front of Moon, startling him with how sudden and unexpected it was. Cautiously, he begins to approach the weapon, taking slow and deliberate steps as he draws nearer. Then, with a faint smile appearing on his face and his finger already resting gently on the trigger, Moon picks up the gun, clearly aware of who had orchestrated this. Without needing to see him, he offers a silent thank you to Jun, already knowing it was his doing. After that, the group resumes their journey through the metro tunnels, continuing to follow the little mouse that was guiding them toward the Rat Queen's group. After walking for a while through the underground passageways, they finally arrive at a place that seemed to be the destination the mouse had in mind. They hesitate briefly upon arrival, as the location is closed off by a heavy door that clearly separates and isolates the inside from any outside threats or creatures. Then, as the leader of the group, Han steps forward without hesitation and makes the decision to open the door himself. As the door slowly creaks open, they immediately spot several people inside. The first ones to lay eyes on the newly arrived group begin trembling in fear, uncertain of who these newcomers are. For all they knew, it could easily be goblins or another kind of terrifying monster. Sometime later, the day turns out to be perfect for a walk. Apparently, June notices this and decides to get some fresh air. As he strolls along the sidewalks, he reflects on how nice it is that the territory now includes the walking trail just outside the apartment complex. He thinks to himself that it's been quite a while since he's gone out for a proper walk, and he quietly expresses his gratitude to Yejin for coming along with him. While enjoying the peaceful moment, the system suddenly notifies him that an unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. Upon seeing that notification, June smiles and casually remarks that it seems they have arrived. Yejin, intrigued, becomes curious to know who they are. The system then shows that a being who meets the requirements for citizenship is approaching the shelter, and it asks June whether he would like to grant citizenship. Without hesitation, he accepts. Moments later, Yejin hears someone calling out her name and is met with a heartwarming surprise. In the distance, her mother and her sister Yeojin are excitedly calling out to her, waving with joy. In a moment of pure euphoria, the three of them run into each other's arms, embracing in a tight, emotional group hug. Their mother, overwhelmed with emotion, asks where she had gone without saying a word and tells her how worried she had been all this time. Yejin sincerely apologizes for everything. After the hug, Yeojin's eyes sparkle with joy as she exclaims how good her sister smells and asks if she had taken a bath. Yejin replies with a smile, saying yes, and not only that, they even have hot water here, and now her mother and sister will also be able to enjoy a warm bath. From a short distance away, June watches the heartfelt scene unfold, happy to hear them chatting about how the place has beds and hot meals as well. Then June calls out to the Rat Queen, and she quickly turns around, asking if something has happened. June informs her that Unit 2701 has now been assigned to her, and she is completely free to use it however she wishes. However, he warns that it might feel a bit cramped for 30 people. Upon hearing this, the girl turns back toward her mother and sister again. But they were not alone. All 30 individuals who had been trapped in the metro were rescued and brought safely to the shelter. Yejin lowers her head for a moment, visibly deep in thought as she tries to come up with a solution to accommodate everyone. Interrupting her train of thought, June steps in and says that he'll provide 3 extra rooms for her, because she is more than worth it and truly deserves it. Hearing this makes her feel a little flustered, and she offers a heartfelt thank you. June adds that she can also use units 2402, 2301, and 1902, all within the same building. Hearing that causes her eyes to fill with tears, and in the background her mother and sister smile with happiness and relief. Yejin expresses her gratitude and says she will always do her best. After this emotional moment, the system displays a notification showing that the loyalty and trust levels of many citizens have significantly increased in an instant. Seeing this on the interface, June feels a small spark of excitement, pleased with the outcome. However, something soon catches his attention. He remembers a system feature that was unlocked when he leveled up, but he had never taken the time to check it. The feature is called Guardian Beast Management, and it has a usage limit of 10 times. Just from the name alone, June gets a vague idea of what this skill might involve. But when he finally checks the cost of activating it, he is completely stunned. The cost is 1 billion, and the number leaves his jaw hanging in disbelief. Still trying to process this, someone suddenly calls his name and asks if he has a moment to talk in private. They head toward a nearby room and June opens the door, motioning for the person to come in. The person in question is none other than Yu Hyerin, the girl known for using poisons, and she appears hesitant, clearly uncomfortable about what she's about to say. June gently asks her what she would like to talk about. With an anxious expression and a hint of fear in her voice, she says that there's something she needs to confess to him. Noticing her fear, June smiles softly and tells her to take a deep breath and feel free to speak comfortably, assuring her there's no pressure. Seeing his kind and calm reaction, Hyerin gathers the courage to finally speak her mind. She bows slightly and thanks him before saying, with visible difficulty, that she's truly sorry, but she wants to leave the team. Hearing that shocks June to the core. He had never experienced anything like this before. So, with disbelief he asks if she really just said what he thinks she said. With an expression filled with guilt, the poison girl once again says she is very sorry, but insists that she needs to leave the party. June hears her words, but remains silent for a moment, as it was all so sudden that he is still struggling to fully process the situation. The girl then begins to explain herself, saying that her ability is one of the reasons she feels so useless within the team. She confesses that she often thinks that her presence doesn't make any real difference. Whether she is there or not, things would likely remain the same. June gently tells her to stay calm and to speak freely, reassuring her that she can always be honest with him about anything. The girl then clenches her teeth tightly, as if she is bracing herself with fear and hesitation. Gathering her courage, she finally admits that she is afraid. The way she says it, the trembling in her voice, leaves June momentarily speechless. She goes on, repeating that she really is scared, truly terrified. The goblins were terrifying, the orcs were just as frightening, and the giant snake they faced had been utterly horrifying. She even recalls the terrifying moment when they were being chased by that red tiger. There were so many instances when she could have lost her life, that just thinking about it brings tears to her eyes and she starts to cry. Once again she apologizes to June, saying she knows he saved her many times, while she could only watch helplessly, remaining silent. Wiping the tears from her face with trembling hands, she continues, saying that she is nothing but a useless person, someone who has failed to live up to June's expectations. June, quietly listening, reflects that deep down, he had already started to notice this before. He remembers the time when they went to rescue Moon's grandmother. She had been clearly afraid then. He also recalls how fearful she was when they were hunting orcs, and especially during the confrontation with the giant snake. And he remembers vividly that during the chase involving the red tiger, she had nearly lost her life. June knows that, in truth, she hadn't had much impact on the group's overall efforts. But even so, he also understands that none of this is something she should be blamed for. After all, her ability, Poison Mist, is extremely risky to use. If handled incorrectly, it could harm her own teammates, making it difficult for her to use it effectively in battle. And despite not being able to use her ability to its full potential, she had still risked her life countless times alongside everyone else. When results turn out poorly, of course, disappointment can arise, but it doesn't diminish her bravery. Watching Hiren crying and sobbing in front of him, June decides to speak up, telling her that this is actually perfect, because he has something he needs help with. Hearing that, the girl wipes her tears and looks at him, asking what he means. June then asks her if she knows Dabin, who is currently living on the 21st floor of the shared facility. He explains that Dabin has been struggling to handle everything alone, burdened with an overwhelming amount of responsibilities. June further mentions that he plans to create and manage shared facilities on every floor, not just the 21st, and that he's looking for someone trustworthy to help manage them. Stepping closer, he asks if he can entrust this task to her, assuring her that she would be a huge help if she agrees to accept it. When he notices that no immediate answer comes from her, he simply scratches his cheek awkwardly. He then continues, saying that if someone is willing to move and help even in small ways, he could never see them as useless. Seeing that Hiren is still looking downcast, June reflects internally on how powerful her ability actually is. And because it is a control-type poison ability, June feels certain that someday her true value will shine brightly. He tells her that if stepping outside the apartment complex is too overwhelming for her right now, there is absolutely no problem with her working indoors for a while. And when the day comes when her power is truly needed again. June leans forward slightly and tells her that when that moment arrives, he will absolutely count on her. This sudden show of trust and reassurance causes her to momentarily stop crying. Then she gives a small, timid smile. At that very moment, the system sends a notification showing that her loyalty has increased to 100. It also notes that she has now been officially registered as a retainer, and the retainer limit has been expanded as well. As Hiren wipes her face once more, she apologizes again, her voice trembling. But now, she gives a genuine smile, saying that she showed him a weak side of herself, but promises that she will do her best to help from now on. Hearing this lifts June's spirits as well, as he realizes that she has been working hard all this time and that he can continue to count on her. Sometime later, still inside the room, June's attention is again drawn back to a lingering system notification. The option to summon a guardian beast, at the exorbitant cost of 1 billion won. Looking at this possible new ability, June thinks that maybe, just maybe, it's worth giving it a shot, no matter how ridiculously expensive it seems. So, throwing caution to the wind, he presses the confirmation button and requests the system to summon the guardian beast. The system promptly notifies him that 1 billion won has been deducted. Then at that very moment, a brilliant light bursts forth, startling June. The light emerges directly from the ground, which makes the whole situation feel even stranger and leaves him frozen in place. It quickly becomes clear that this light is coming from a magical circle, glowing with a powerful yellow hue. The magic was so intense that it forced June to close his eyes for a moment, just to avoid being blinded. And then, from the center of the magical circle, something unexpected appears. A large egg, leaving June wondering in amazement. What kind of guardian beast could possibly hatch from that? Even after the magical circle stops radiating light, the magical egg continues to emit a strong and vivid glow. Unlike the usual situation where a magic egg would take an eternity to hatch, this time the egg immediately begins to crack open. All the while, it continues to shine so brightly that June has to shield his eyes with his hand to protect his vision. Very quickly, the egg finishes breaking apart, and what emerges from within leaves June absolutely stunned. The creature that appears is covered in black feathers, with large, expressive eyes, a sharp beak and sleek plumage. It is clearly a bird. A small black bird with strikingly large eyes and a stylish crest on top of its head has just emerged from that magical circle. Without hesitation, June activates his ultimate eyes ability to inspect the status and details of his new guardian beast. The system immediately displays information. The creature's name is Samjoko and it is a level 1 crow. The system further explains that this crow is a divine beast with 3 legs, born with the power of the sun itself. It also states that Samjoko is currently just a hatchling, a baby who still needs protection, and that for it to grow properly, it must be bathed in high-quality sunlight regularly. June waves cheerfully at his new pet and, smiling warmly, says a genuine, heartfelt, "Hello." The little creature's large, shiny eyes begin to sparkle with excitement, and it starts making small chirping sounds as if trying to communicate back with June. June then places his hand thoughtfully under his chin, pondering for a moment how he should name his new companion. Looking at the adorable black-feathered creature in front of him, June comments that it is truly a jet-black crow, and then suggests that perhaps its name could be Kami. Upon hearing the name, the crow's eyes light up even brighter, practically gleaming with happiness. The tiny bird immediately celebrates, chirping excitedly as if shouting out its new name in pure joy. June leans closer and asks the bird if it really likes the name. The 3-legged crow, Kami, responds with even more enthusiastic chirping sounds, almost as if it were trying to say yes, which makes June feel a wave of relief and happiness. However, after some time passes, June notices that Kami just won't stop chirping incessantly. He starts to assume that the little creature must be hungry. A little while later, June offers some snacks to Kami, and the bird seems to enjoy them very much, happily munching away. After devouring the entire packet of snacks, Kami lets out a loud burp, indicating that he has completely filled his belly. And just like that, after the meal, as everyone knows well, drowsiness quickly overcomes the little mascot. Watching the scene, June realizes how easily Kami can fall asleep after eating, and he muses to himself that someday this tiny being will surely grow into a true guardian beast. Crouching down beside him, June says aloud that he wishes he could also fall asleep as easily as Kami does after eating. Just then, something suddenly appears in front of June, a system notification. It shows that Kami's level has increased, and that the efficiency of the solar generator has also increased by 100%. Another screen pops up explaining that the solar generator is a facility that produces electricity using solar energy, generating between 80,000 to 100,000 won per day, and that any excess energy is credited back to the shut-in wallet. Reading this, June has a sudden spark of inspiration, and if things go the way he thinks, he recalls that the 10 new buildings he recently acquired still do not have any solar generators installed. He had already used most of the financing for other projects, and at the time he thought it would be a waste to invest 130 million won for just a 30 million won annual return. But now he chuckles quietly to himself, realizing that with this new change the situation is completely different. As more time passes, the system continues to notify him that Kami's level keeps increasing, and along with it, the efficiency of the solar generator continues to rise. Reading the latest notification, June realizes that the generator's efficiency has tripled almost instantly, going from a 30 million won annual return to 90 million won per year. With a broad smile spreading across his face, June understands that there is no reason to hesitate any longer. Without wasting a second, he gives the command to the system to install solar generators in all 10 of the new buildings. The system promptly displays that the installation will be completed within 24 hours. Sometime later in room 3001, someone rings the doorbell of that room. It is June. From inside, the occupant asks who it is, and June calmly replies that it's him. The door swings open quickly and Fatty appears, asking if something is wrong. June replies with a serious expression that he needs to ask a favor. Still looking surprised, Fatty asks what kind of favor June could possibly need. With a stern, resolute face, June explains that he needs Fatty to safeguard his money. They exchange a few words that the narration doesn't reveal to us, and shortly after that, Fatty is left standing there, completely in shock by what he has just heard. Before all of that, the conclusion that June came to while thinking carefully about the tax collection ability was as follows. If he entrusts a sum of money to a trustworthy citizen and simply lets it sit idle, it will generate profit for him over time. There is an initial 10% tax fee when he donates the money for the first time, but after that, the money starts to produce a 10% profit every month. So, June began to consider carefully whom he could trust enough to handle that money. He went through the status screens of various citizens and then stopped when he reached Choi, also known as Fatty, and noticed the 89 points in trust and 98 points in loyalty. It became absolutely clear to June that it had to be Fatty. His level of trust and loyalty were on an entirely different scale, significantly higher than that of any other citizen. Immediately, the system notified June that he had successfully donated 1 billion won to Fatty, with a 10% fee deducted from the total amount. Right after the donation, the system also showed that Fatty's loyalty and trust had increased even further. Still visibly nervous but wanting to confirm, Fatty asked if he really was only supposed to hold on to the money, or if he could maybe use just a little bit of it. That had actually been June's original plan all along, but he had not expected Fatty's loyalty to reach 100, so in the end he replied that yes, Fatty has permission to use a small portion of the money. Still in shock over what he had just heard, Fatty bowed deeply in gratitude, offering a sincere thank you. June in turn told him to stop bowing and said that he trusted him completely. With that matter taken care of, it was now time to move on to the next thing he needed to handle. June went to talk with Dabin, and she asked if she was allowed to choose whoever she wanted. He replied that yes, it was fine, she could choose freely. Then he introduced her to Hyeren, the so-called poison girl, and said she could include her in the team. He added that now that Dabin would be the team leader, he would be paying her double the regular weekly salary. At that moment, Dabin's loyalty increased a bit more. Excited by the sudden raise, Dabin pulled Hyeren close to her and gratefully said she would do her best. Overflowing with energy, she then dashed off with the poison girl, calling out to her and saying they were about to go on their first delivery. Hyeren, trying to keep up, asked Dabin to slow down a little. Watching the whole scene unfold, June felt glad, knowing that the two of them would likely get along very well. And then he realized it was time for a difficult conversation. Over at apartment 2109, June arrived and told everyone that he knew they had all worked hard today, and he asked how they were feeling. Everyone came out to greet June, and Han spoke up to say that they were all doing completely fine, then asked what had brought June to visit them. June explained that, thanks to the monster at Siamayan Station, the surrounding area was now considered a monster-free zone, especially the subway tracks. Everyone listened as June said that from Siamayan to the next station, there were almost no monsters, and that this was their opportunity, before another monster appears and claims the area. He told them they would have to act first. There was one thing June realized, especially after witnessing Hyeren begging with tears in her eyes. Looking at these people now, he saw that they were risking their lives to fulfill the tasks he gave them. And thanks to Yejin, the queen of rats, they had been able to identify the giant snake at the station ahead of time. If they hadn't, the situation would have been unimaginably dangerous. In a world where death at any moment is a constant possibility, June understood that wanting to keep his family safe, wanting to protect them, could be seen as selfish. But even so, he gave the order. Han's group would go to Jigalki station tomorrow, because he could not give up. The next morning, Cammy was stretching after waking up, and June was having his breakfast. The system displayed that the efficiency of the solar generator had increased, and that Cammy's level had also gone up. As he ate, June felt excited to see that Cammy had already reached level 5. The system then displayed that Cammy was now releasing part of the sun's power, inheriting a portion of the divine beast's abilities, and that June had awakened basic elemental fire magic. The idea of having magical powers caught June a bit off guard, leaving him slightly surprised. Raising one of his fingers, he quietly wondered to himself how he was supposed to use this fire magic. Then, a small flame suddenly appears at the tip of his finger, and he immediately realizes that it actually works. While the flame continues flowing gently from his fingertip, he notices that the sensation feels oddly familiar, and it doesn't take long for him to remember. It is quite similar to the feeling he experiences when he uses the dignity maintenance ability. And if that's really the case, June decides to go for a walk outside to test things more freely. As he walks around, he notices that there's no one nearby, and the area is completely quiet. He closes his eyes slowly and begins to use his imagination. He starts to picture a massive flame, one so powerful that it could engulf and burn the entire area around him. Soon, a flame begins to form and grow in the palm of his hand. The flame starts expanding and he can feel the power coursing through his body, spreading from his hand to the rest of him. Then, with a determined movement, he throws the fireball forward. However, this action leaves him disappointed, to the point that all of June's earlier enthusiasm seems to vanish in an instant. He stares at the tiny, underwhelming fireball floating in the air, and still feeling let down, he questions to himself whether this small result is really his current limit. It becomes clear to him that this is not a particularly powerful ability, at least not at this stage. But even so, he acknowledges that some things can already be done with it. He summons his gas and then it hits him. If he combines this fire ability with the gas produced by the dignity maintenance skill, it could become a truly threatening force. For now, that is the current level of what he can do, but the potential is absolutely limitless. With this, he can now fuel everything he needs, still have electricity left over, and eventually this surplus can be converted into money, which will then be deposited directly into his shut-in wallet. At that moment, someone arrives singing some kind of tune, and catches the attention of our secluded monarch. It's Yejin, the Queen of Rats, and she's expressing her gratitude for the rest period he allowed her. She says that thanks to him she was able to rest well. June replies that he simply gave her the treatment her ability deserved. And besides that, thanks to her help, the range of his own abilities had expanded significantly. Of course he should support her. Smiling, he says that he'll be counting on her again today. He informs her that Han's group is currently waiting at Siamayan Station, and that she should go guide them as soon as possible. Yejin responds that she has already sent rats along the subway tracks, since the rats are capable of reaching Koryang Station without any trouble. Hearing that, June's eyes widen as he asks her if something happened beyond Koryang Station. She confirms that yes, something did happen, specifically at Busan Station. She says she thinks it would be better if he saw it for himself. She sits down on the ground and begins to concentrate deeply, activating her ability to control one of her rats over there. Through the rat's vision, they can see that the station is completely destroyed, with debris and rubble possibly blocking access. And on top of that, the area appears to be flooded with water. Seeing this through his ultimate eyes, June quickly realizes that there's no way to get through that place in its current condition. Yejin comments that now that he has seen how the tracks are, that's precisely why she sent rats ahead. But then, she saw something far more alarming, a scene of chaos and total destruction. Using his own abilities, June sees the same thing. Not a single building remains standing over there. Everything is destroyed. He asks himself, stunned, what on earth happened in that place. One of the rats moves closer to a hole in the ground, which turns out to be some kind of crater. June wonders what that thing could possibly be. Then the rat adjusts its position, and only at that moment does it become clear. That crater is actually a footprint, likely left behind by some kind of giant. Only then does June understand that the problem in that area is far more serious than he had imagined. That explains why there are no intact buildings and why even the roads are completely destroyed. Then suddenly, June feels a tremor at that exact moment, something that resembles an earthquake. Both he and Yejin are startled and immediately on alert as everything begins to shake violently, just like during a real earthquake. The Queen of Rats drops to the ground, crouching in fear and screaming from terror. June quickly moves closer, trying to reach her in order to calm her down. But at that moment he begins to feel deep discomfort, realizing that if this continues with the tremors growing stronger, all the buildings will eventually collapse. The earthquake continues to grow stronger, shaking the buildings more violently with each passing moment. Still visibly shaken, June turns to Yejin and asks if she is all right. Yejin reassures him that she is, but then with a worried expression, she asks what is really happening. June starts to explain that it is a tremor, but before he can finish, he is interrupted by a loud, booming voice shouting his name. Both June and Yejin, still caught in a state of panic, hear that they need to go check what is going on. After a moment, Yejin glances at her companion, and he gestures for her to follow him outside. Meanwhile, Fatty, visibly shaken and fearful, mutters in disbelief, questioning what all this chaos could be about. He adds that June needs to head to his house first. Without a second thought, both of them dash towards Fatty's house, despite the obvious danger all around. As they run, Fatty explains that from his place in Siamayan, they can get a clear view of the station area and assess the situation better. As they move swiftly through the quaking streets, June can't help but recall the loud crash from earlier, wondering why Fatty is dragging him to his place with such urgency. After some time they finally reach the destination. Upon opening the door, June is met with the sight of Fatty and his wife, both overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. Fatty quickly points towards the balcony, urging June to take a look. As June steps out onto the balcony and takes in the view, he becomes utterly shocked and paralyzed, his mind racing as he wonders why it always has to be some kind of madness. Outside, a gigantic, fearsome cyclops looms over the city, with sharp fangs and imposing horns, mercilessly destroying everything in its path. As the monstrous creature continues to demolish buildings with sheer brute force, June, still in a state of disbelief, summons everyone back to regroup. The group, now gathered, looks at one another in confusion, uncertain about the reason behind June's sudden call. When they reach Fatty's house, Han and Moon speculate about whether the earthquake from earlier might be linked to what's happening now. But suddenly when they glance ahead, they are all left frozen in terror as they spot the terrifying Cyclops approaching. While they helplessly watch the giant creature crush and topple massive buildings, the group can only question in disbelief what that monstrous being in front of them could possibly be. The Cyclops, consumed by unbridled rage, continues to smash and pulverize everything in its vicinity with its powerful fists. Then Han shouts out, desperately wondering what on earth is going on, while Fatty points out that the Cyclops is moving closer to their location, urging June to take a look. Feeling overwhelmed, June, in a state of panic, acknowledges that they have to do something, but he has no idea where to even begin. From the balcony, June glances down at his hands, unsure whether his abilities would be enough to withstand the Cyclops' attack. Nervous and trembling, June clenches his teeth, trying to keep his composure despite the dread creeping in. Suddenly, June hears someone calling his name and he freezes. Turning around, he sees the Werbear woman, her expression resolute and unwavering. With fierce determination, she requests a chance to take on the Cyclops. Hearing her words, June is initially taken aback and a bit fearful, unsure of what to think. However, the Werbear woman remains focused, her fiery resolve to battle the gigantic beast evident in her eyes. June, still anxious, manages to muster a faint smile after hearing her confident plea. Then he turns to her and asks if she is truly willing to confront the Cyclops. With unwavering courage, the Werbear woman firmly declares that she will make it happen right away. Just then, the system interface pops up, displaying that a mission has been granted. The objective is to hunt the Cyclops within a 24-hour time limit. If the mission succeeds, the reward will be 1 day of resurrection for the sun. However, if they fail, the penalty will be a full day of excruciating pain. June immediately calls for the group to assemble, stating that he will give a quick rundown of the plan. Standing before them, June asks everyone to pay close attention. To begin, he divides the group into 3 teams. The first team consists of Han, the Werbear woman, the healer, and Toji. The second team includes Moon, the archer woman, and Jian, the guy with glasses. The third team consists of June himself and Yejin. June states that he will take charge of their current area, while the others must quickly move to their designated positions, emphasizing that he is counting on their effort and bravery. Following this, the group members race through the streets, each heading to their respective locations with a determined focus. Somewhere else, June hears his name being called again. When he turns around, he sees Hiren, who, after surveying the area, confirms that June was right. The individuals with military experience are positioned at the main gate, while the other residents are gathered in the underground parking lot. Smiling in relief, June thanks her for the efficient work and suggests that she move to the underground parking lot as well to continue assisting the others. However, Hiren, with her gaze fixed firmly on June, states that she wants to contribute more, despite her body, especially her trembling hands, clearly revealing her fear and nervousness. Hearing this unexpected declaration, June is momentarily taken aback and, with a hint of concern, asks her if she is really sure that she will be okay. Hiren, lowering her head while tears well up in her eyes, admits that she is indeed scared. Yet, almost immediately, she lifts her head with newfound resolve and declares with a spirited voice that she will strive to be brave. Feeling a sense of relief and admiration, June allows a faint smile to appear on his face. He then turns around and calls for Yejin and Hyerin to accompany him to the main gate. Upon arriving at the designated location, June promptly begins a quick survey to assess how many residents have previously completed military service. After gathering the necessary information, he discovers that out of more than 1,200 residents, only 101 people have that experience, which he concludes is ridiculously low given the circumstances. Suddenly, one of the residents, a man wearing a red jacket, raises his hand and hesitantly asks what they are supposed to do. Before addressing the question, June inquires about the twins and the red-haired man, wanting to know their whereabouts. As soon as he hears this question, the man in the red jacket scratches his head nervously, his entire demeanor shifting as unease visibly takes over his body. In that instant, June, with a sharp intuition, realizes something that catches him completely off guard. They ran away. He quickly notices that not only did the twins and the red-haired man escape, but they were also accompanied by hundreds of other people who fled to the underground parking lot. Anger immediately surges through June's veins, and he clenches his teeth, feeling utterly furious at their cowardice. Without hesitation, he calls them cowards, his voice filled with a mix of disappointment and frustration. With every pair of eyes now focused intently on him, June raises his voice to address everyone present. He declares that those who have chosen to stay behind and fight did not risk their lives out of foolishness. They made this choice because they know that if they do not stand their ground and fight, everyone will die. He emphasizes that each one of them is not only protecting themselves but, more importantly, defending their precious families. June continues, recalling something he once heard: courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. It is a choice, a conscious decision to face danger despite being afraid. He then concludes by stating that in a world overtaken by fear, survival depends on the brave. And these people standing here today are precisely those brave individuals. Finally, he thanks everyone for their presence and willingness to stand their ground. After finishing his speech, June opens the system window and proceeds to purchase 101 weapons and ammunition. As soon as the transaction is completed, the weapons and ammo begin to materialize right in front of everyone, leaving the crowd stunned and wide-eyed with disbelief. At that moment, the system promptly notifies that XP and participation in the liquefaction process have increased by 100%, indicating that their efforts and willingness to fight have been recognized. June instructs the residents to pick up the weapons and ammunition that have appeared before them. One by one, they cautiously reach out and take the weapons, their expressions reflecting a mix of shock and awe as they hold the newly acquired firearms in their hands. Then, with a firm and resolute tone, June assures them that those who have chosen to face their fears will be duly rewarded. Turning around sharply, he activates his absolute eyes ability, his gaze now burning with unwavering determination. In a calm yet commanding voice, he declares that the chaos is only just beginning. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, with his fangs bared and overflowing with uncontainable fury, charged forward into the attack without a moment's hesitation, driven entirely by instinct and rage. At the same time, Han, positioned carefully outside the Cyclops' field of vision, was holding a solid iron bar, waiting silently and patiently for the perfect moment to strike. With a fierce and determined expression etched across his face, Han gripped the iron bar tightly and raised it with both hands, initiating his carefully calculated attack. In one swift and precise motion, he hurled the iron bar directly toward the Cyclops with all the strength he could muster. The projectile hit its mark, violently piercing through the creature's leg and immediately causing blood to gush out in a gruesome display. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, the Cyclops turned around sharply, his monstrous body twisting as he directed his gaze toward the source of the attack. His fiery red eyes locked onto Han, the one who had dared to wound him, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still as Han remained frozen, paralyzed with fear in the face of the towering monster. Han clenched his teeth and furrowed his brow, panic flooding his senses as he struggled to process the overwhelming danger standing directly before him. Despite the deep wound in his leg and the blood dripping down, the Cyclops began marching forward with a steady and terrifying resolve, determined to make Han suffer the most excruciating pain of all, death. But at that very instant, unexpectedly, the Werbear woman came rushing in, already fully transformed into her fierce beast form. She was driven by her mission, resolute in her goal to stop the Cyclops at any cost and earn the reward that awaited her. With her razor-sharp claws extended, she lunged at the Cyclops and slashed through his thick flesh, unleashing a brutal impact that sent her hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with crushing force. However, the attack wasn't nearly enough to bring the Cyclops down. He remained upright, completely consumed by rage, his fury only intensifying with every passing second. With a cruel and merciless grin spreading across his monstrous face, the Cyclops lifted the same leg Han had wounded. Summoning all his wrath, he delivered a savage and hate-filled kick straight at the Werbear woman. She was sent flying through the air with terrifying force, soaring from an unimaginable height, the wind violently whipping around her as she fell. Her cries of resistance sliced through the air until, finally, her body crashed with tremendous violence against the ground, as though the very heavens themselves had rejected her. The Cyclops' brutal attack left the Werbear woman lying motionless on the floor, her body shattered and completely drained of strength, now utterly defenseless. Even from a distance, the Cyclops kept his piercing eyes fixed on her broken figure. Determined to annihilate everything and everyone that dared to stand in his way, he began preparing for the final blow. He swiftly raised his arm, ready to strike and end her once and for all, but then a loud shout echoed through the air, grabbing his attention and halting his motion. The shout, amplified by a white megaphone, rang out clearly, calling him an idiot and stopping him mid-attack. It was Toji who held the megaphone, and he continued to shout, insulting the Cyclops by calling him a lard-faced monster, pushing the creature's rage to new heights. In response, the Cyclops turned his massive head. His burning eyes widened, filled with both confusion and fury, as he tried to comprehend what was going on around him. But suddenly his attention was drawn downward, to his own leg. The cold metal of the iron bar was still embedded deep in his flesh, and his blood continued to pour from the wound, soaking the ground around him. At the same time, Toji, overwhelmed by terror, lowered the megaphone and ceased his insults, fear gripping him tightly as he whispered to himself, trying to understand what kind of monster he was truly looking at. The Cyclops narrowed his dark eyes and locked them onto Toji. His gaze moved slowly, methodically, studying every inch of the weapons Toji carried, carefully evaluating their offensive capabilities. He looked like a wounded beast, still bleeding, still in pain, but mentally calculating the perfect moment to strike back with devastating precision. Suddenly, Toji found himself standing still, completely frozen, and tried to plead for a moment of time, but it was already too late. Without a second of hesitation, the Cyclops lunged toward him, driven by a single overwhelming purpose: to obliterate everything in his path. Toji screamed in desperation, his voice trembling uncontrollably. His eyes, wide with fear, gleamed with pure terror, and his entire body shuddered under the crushing pressure of the moment. Without thinking twice, he turned and sprinted with all the speed and desperation his legs could muster, running as though his life depended on it, because it did. Elsewhere, Jun was watching the entire scene unfold using his ultimate eyes ability. Observing Toji's desperate situation, he stated that Toji was approaching, and that the Cyclops was coming with him. Immediately, he turned to the group around him and instructed them to prepare without delay. Once more, Jun activated ultimate eyes, clenched his teeth tightly, and warned that the moment was near. Toji was almost at their location, and behind him was the largest creature any of them had ever seen. Toji was completely frantic, running out of control and screaming at the top of his lungs that he was arriving. After a few tense seconds, he stumbled past the edge of the barrier, where everyone was already waiting for him, alert and filled with tension. Outside the protective barrier, the Cyclops loomed, his eyes watching everything. And then, without warning, Black, the crow belonging to the man with glasses, appeared in the sky and began flying straight toward the Cyclops. The bird flapped erratically in the Cyclops' line of sight, pecking and disrupting his vision non-stop, refusing to let up for even a moment. Eventually, overwhelmed and disoriented, the Cyclops shut his eyes tightly in frustration. Without wasting a second, the archer woman was already in position, her body firm, unwavering, and fully prepared for the perfect moment to strike. Then, with unwavering focus, she aimed her bow with precise calculation, her eyes locked on the monstrous figure ahead, while Black, the intelligent crow, gracefully landed on the arm of his master, perching with familiarity and calm. Without a single trace of hesitation, the exact moment had finally arrived. The archer woman pulled back the bowstring with strength and confidence and released her arrow in one swift and fluid motion. The arrow shot forth with incredible speed and force. The Cyclops, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, raised his massive hand to shield his face, but it was in vain. The arrow not only pierced straight through his outstretched hand but also struck directly and with perfect accuracy into the very center of his head. Immediately after, Moon appeared, soaring high above the Cyclops with steady flight. Without wasting any time, he reached into his clothes and retrieved 4 rats, each one alive and squirming. Then, with firm resolve and no hesitation, he hurled all 4 rats directly toward the Cyclops' mouth, which was wide open as the creature roared in agony from the arrow embedded in his face. With all the power in his lungs, Moon screamed out June's name, his voice ringing through the battlefield, demanding immediate action. Up until that moment, everything had been unfolding exactly as planned. Now, with his ability already activated, June initiated the release of the gas that had been hidden inside the Cyclops' body. At that exact instant, the creature's eyes flew open, and despite the intense pain radiating from the arrow lodged within them, he seemed to forcefully ignore it. The Cyclops slowly lowered his massive head and looked down at his abdomen with a focused and steady gaze, as if noticing something unfamiliar. He took in a long breath, bracing himself for whatever was about to come next. Soon after, June raised his arm firmly and pointed it straight at the Cyclops. His face remained calm, composed, entirely devoid of fear. In his mind, there was an unshakable conviction. When the opportunity to end that terrible battle finally came, there would be no room for doubt, only the resolve to bring everything to a close decisively and completely. He activated a magical attribute, conjuring flames that danced around his hand and crackled with energy. After a tense heartbeat of silence, a massive explosion erupted from within the Cyclops' body, sending thick, dark smoke billowing into the sky and spreading outward like a storm cloud. Within the suffocating haze, the Cyclops appeared to be unconscious, his body stunned and overwhelmed by the force of the explosion. His gigantic form remained completely still, unmoving, while the entire atmosphere became heavy with tension and anticipation. The townspeople stood frozen, stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief, until one among them noticed that the towering giant was beginning to lean more and more over the barrier. Meanwhile, June stood his ground and insisted, with a strong and commanding voice, that everyone remain in position. He encouraged them to hold on to hope, even as the danger loomed right before them. Quickly analyzing the situation, he realized that almost everything was proceeding according to the plan. The next phase, however, would depend entirely on the citizens. They would need to concentrate all their strength and aim their firearms with absolute precision at the Cyclops' head, which was now visibly drooping and hanging heavy over the barrier. With one hand thoughtfully resting on his chin, June continued reviewing the details of his strategy in his mind. Deep down, he wished that, if possible, the final blow could be delivered by one of his loyal subordinates. His train of thought, however, was abruptly interrupted when Fatty approached, visibly nervous and trembling all over. Unable to speak a single word, Fatty simply pointed frantically behind June, urging him with urgency to look. Trying to calm him down, June replied that the Cyclops was going to fall onto the barrier no matter what. But when June turned fully around and saw for himself, his entire expression changed in an instant. To his shock and horror, the explosion had not been powerful enough to bring the Cyclops down. The massive creature was still standing, firm and steady, his terrifying eyes locked directly onto June. Paralyzed by fear, June struggled to comprehend the horrifying reality unfolding before him. His wide eyes were filled with pure panic, unable to believe what he was seeing. Beyond the safety of the protective barrier, the Cyclops remained upright and unshaken, exuding an aura of dominance as if daring anyone to try and stop him. Without a moment's pause, the Cyclops lifted his arm with merciless strength and brutal determination. His fists clenched tightly, as if they bore the weight of a final decision that could not be reversed. And then, in one explosive movement, he brought his massive arm crashing down with devastating force. The very air around him trembled from the impact. The collision reverberated like thunder against the protective wall, shaking everything around it and sending a shockwave through the surroundings that echoed with raw power. After the violent impact against the shield, the system immediately issued an alert, indicating that an unauthorized entity was attempting to enter the protected zone. For a brief and tense moment, June and all the people around him were overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty. However, as the seconds passed and they realized they were still alive, June understood that he had, in fact, managed to block the devastating attack from the towering Cyclops. At that very moment, Fatty cried out, urging everyone to begin opening fire. Though still visibly shaken, the group quickly prepared themselves, raising their weapons and firing at the colossal enemy looming before them. Most of the gunfire struck the Cyclops directly in the eye, causing him to howl in unbearable pain. Meanwhile, June began to sense that although he had successfully blocked this latest attack, they would not be able to withstand repeated blows of the same magnitude. He knew all too well that even a single unblocked strike could prove to be fatal. Realizing this, he also decided it was time to act. He activated his invisible hand ability, combining it with gigantification attributes, understanding that he, too, had to intervene using one of the powerful skills he had unlocked by spending ability points. In an attempt to counterattack, the Cyclops raised one of his enormous fists once again, clearly preparing to deliver another crushing blow. The citizens, noticing the movement and realizing that yet another attack was coming, were filled with fear once more. The monstrous creature gathered all his brute strength and threw another punch. But once again the devastating strike was stopped by the protective barrier. Only this time the blow came with even more force, and it wasn't just a single hit. The system responded promptly, issuing another notification that an unauthorized entity was attempting to breach the barrier. Upon seeing that the Cyclops had failed yet again, the people cheered and felt a surge of relief. They had successfully resisted once more and now decided to continue opening fire on the giant creature. June observed the situation carefully and realized that, although they had not yet brought the Cyclops down, they were inflicting damage. The rats with bombs and the citizens' repeated attacks were slowly but steadily accumulating injuries on the monster's body. He concluded that if they continued this strategy they could eventually take the Cyclops down, but they still needed something capable of delivering a critical strike. Then, a spear was launched with that very intention. It pierced the Cyclops' massive body, driving deep into his flesh, causing him to let out a furious and agonizing roar of pain. It had been Han who hurled the spear, and June felt a wave of excitement and hope. He had been expecting this moment. Alongside Han stood the Werbear woman and the healer, though she already appeared to be exhausted and worn from exertion. Enraged and roaring with fury, the Cyclops turned his full attention to Han's group. June, trusting in Han's abilities, declared to himself that he was now counting on him. Without wasting time, he opened the system interface and gave the command for it to summon multiple spears. The weapons materialized instantly beside Han, whose eyes now reflected a deep and unshakable conviction. Without hesitation he began launching the spears toward the giant enemy. The spears flew through the air, striking the Cyclops from various angles. The giant did what he could to defend himself, raising his arms and trying to block the incoming projectiles. But the assault didn't stop. More and more attacks rained down upon him. In addition to the spears coming from the front, others began descending from above, and he was unable to defend from all sides at once. These overhead strikes came from the archer woman, who had resumed her attacks, assisting Han by shooting from a higher vantage point. The assault continued in coordination, Han attacking from the front and the archer woman supporting from above. At that exact moment, the system sent a notification to June stating that Cammy's level had increased. For a brief second, June thought this might not be the best time for the system to be bringing up status updates. Yet the system continued, revealing that Cammy had partially unlocked the power of the sun, inheriting a portion of the guardian beast's strength. Furthermore, Cammy's basic fire magic had evolved into intermediate level fire magic. The system also reported that Cammy had detected an intruder trying to enter the territory and was requesting energy release. Reading this, June paused, reflecting deeply on the energy release request. He was almost certain that the intruder being referenced was the Cyclops. Now he wondered what Cammy would be able to do with the energy. Despite his uncertainty, June gave the command to authorize the energy release, and just like that, 300 million won were consumed. Cammy then began drawing in power from the solar generators. All June could think about at that moment was how extremely expensive that decision had just been. The energy kept flowing steadily from the generators, and June noticed that it was being funneled toward his room, where Cammy had been stationed. After a moment, the transfer of energy finally stopped. And when June turned to look behind him, he saw something he hadn't expected. It was Cammy, his three-legged crow. But the creature no longer looked the same. This time, Cammy appeared transformed, with a sharper beak, larger wings, and a presence that radiated power and majesty. He was no longer the small, cute bird he used to be. Now he was larger, had 3 glowing eyes, and emitted an aura of a true guardian. Then Cammy began to concentrate a powerful fire attack in his beak. The Cyclops, focused entirely on his current opponents, had not yet noticed the bird's presence, until he finally sensed something emitting light directly behind his back. With no further delay, Cammy unleashed his fiery attack, and the sheer power of it left all the citizens, including June, completely stunned and amazed by the incredible magnitude and strength of the blast. The powerful blast unleashed by Cammy strikes the Cyclops directly in the back, and with immense force, it pierces through the creature's thick body. Immediately after the impact, the enormous Cyclops begins to collapse, crashing heavily onto the ground. He lets out a guttural scream of agony as blood starts pouring from his mouth, a sign of just how fatal the attack had been. While Han stands still, watching everything unfold without any visible reaction, someone else takes the initiative and moves forward without hesitation. The Werbear woman leaps toward the fallen Cyclops, aiming to deliver the final blow and end the creature once and for all. From the Cyclops' limited point of view, all he can see is an enormous, furious bear charging at him with full speed and fury. In just a matter of seconds, the Werbear woman successfully finishes the Cyclops, ensuring that the threat is completely eliminated. The system then sends out a notification: a level 51 Cyclops has been hunted down. As a result, a massive amount of experience points and a large sum of one have been awarded. Additionally, the system displays that several skill levels have also increased as a consequence of the battle. Seeing this, Jun is immediately reminded of what always happens to him whenever his skill levels increase like this. As expected, he begins to feel the familiar and agonizing pain that always accompanies the evolution of his abilities. The effective range of his skills expands even further, now reaching much farther than it did before, giving him more influence and control. The system then flashes another message on the screen, congratulating Jun for successfully declaring the entire apartment complex as a unified refuge, and confirming that a large deposit of one has been transferred to his account. Unable to bear the overwhelming pain, Jun falls to his knees on the ground, clutching his body as the surge of new power courses through him. At that moment, Cammy lands right beside him, having returned to his normal, small form. The three-legged crow begins to emit a series of proud, chirping sounds, clearly boasting about his role in defeating such a ferocious enemy. Jun, still kneeling and catching his breath, mentions that it cost him 300 million won for that outcome, prompting Cammy to fall silent, now visibly embarrassed that the price for his attack had been so high. Despite the expense, Jun feels genuinely happy and grateful that Cammy's strike was so decisive. It had been a critical and essential blow in taking the enemy down. With a soft smile, Jun gently strokes the top of Cammy's head and acknowledges that he did a great job. Although the summoning of the guardian beast seems to be unavailable within the refuge, Jun reflects on the outcome. He had spent 300 million won, but in return he profited 30 billion. This makes him start to wonder if it might be time to consider summoning all 10 guardian beasts, because if their performance is anything like Cammy's, there's really no reason to hold back. Then the system displays a new update. The current cost to summon a guardian beast has increased to 10 billion won. Seeing that, Jun immediately questions why the cost had skyrocketed so dramatically. But before he has time to fully process the situation, he hears the sound of someone's voice. It sounds faint and emotional, like someone crying. What he sees next brings back a delicate and emotionally complex memory for him. Both he and Cammy turn to look toward the source of the sound. It's Yeonju, the Werbear woman. And at that very moment, Jun realizes something unexpected. Just for a brief instant, the faint alert sound from the system window transforms into something else entirely, the very sound that Yeonju had long been wishing to hear. A little while before all of that unfolded, inside a certain abandoned building, someone was quietly using his special ability to fill a small bottle with water. The people around him were deeply grateful, genuinely thankful, to finally have clean water to drink. The man with the ability stood there, silently thinking to himself, troubled by the fact that they were now completely out of food. He had carefully formed a line, allowing the people to come forward and receive the precious water he was able to generate, but there was no denying it. Their food supply was nearly gone. And that, he understood clearly, was the absolute limit of what they could achieve with just these few resources they had managed to gather. The man felt a deep, growing sense of unease because at the end of the day, it seemed they would have no choice but to leave that place. A place that had seemed, until now, relatively safe. Then, at that very exact moment, he and everyone else inside the building felt the entire structure tremble. Like anyone would in that situation, he immediately asked those around him whether that had been an earthquake. Right then, another man came rushing in, shouting frantically and begging everyone to come see something that was happening up above. When the man mentioned the word monster, the one with the water ability was stunned, completely frozen for a second. Without wasting any more time, he began running, dashing up the staircase to reach the top floor and see what was going on with his own eyes. Once he arrived at the rooftop, what he saw left him breathless. The enormous Cyclops was still standing tall, radiating overwhelming fury and power. While the white-haired man trembled beside him, anxiously asking what they were supposed to do now, the one with purple hair, Jun Hyuk, was already thinking ahead, telling the other to go and hide everyone else in the basement to keep them safe. Jun-hyuk, overwhelmed and desperate, ran his hands through his hair in frustration, desperately trying to think of a plan. But the truth was undeniable: facing off against the Cyclops was utterly impossible. He tried to offer a bit of comfort to the other man, explaining that there was nothing they could do against something like that. In the background, without them realizing, the powerful light of Cammy's upcoming attack had begun to form. The men could only speak in hushed, fearful tones, saying that all they could do now was pray that the monster wouldn't find its way to them. And in the background once again the Cyclops was being obliterated. That moment caught them completely off guard. They had no idea what had just happened, what kind of power had been unleashed. But when Hyuk saw it, when his eyes truly grasped the scene in front of him, he knew right then and there that this power, it too came from an awakened but someone on a level far beyond his own. Hyuk then called out to the silver-haired man, addressing him as Hyun, and told him to gather the people. Hyun, utterly shocked, asked him if he had lost his mind. Was he really suggesting they go toward that? But Hyuk was certain. Even though he didn't know who the awakened one was, he had no doubt about what needed to be done. If they truly wanted to survive in this wretched, merciless world, they had to stand beside the person who possessed the kind of power capable of bringing down a creature like that Cyclops. As they began walking toward Jun's location, the people silently hoped, prayed, that whoever they were going to meet would be someone good-hearted, because they had no other options left. Their fate was entirely in the hands of chance now. They eventually arrived at the apartment complex and immediately suspected that this must be the place. After all, the buildings were still intact, completely untouched in a world otherwise devastated. Hyun, walking ahead of the group, remarked with disbelief, wondering how such buildings could remain standing in a world that had fallen apart. But then he suddenly smacked right into some kind of invisible barrier. Right after that, a message appeared in front of them from the system, declaring that entry was prohibited. Another message followed immediately, asking them whether they would like to obtain citizenship. They confirmed the prompt, and the system quickly responded, showing that they had been successfully granted citizenship. However, along with their new status came an initial quest. They were instructed to proceed to Jun's apartment on the 30th floor. Once they arrived there, Jun was already waiting to receive them. Strangely, he was already calling them by their names, despite the fact that they had never met before. Jun introduced himself as well, calmly stating his own name. At that moment, Hyuk felt something deep within, an instinctual certainty that this man standing before them was the one responsible for forcing the towering Cyclops to its knees. And now that he was face to face with him, his instincts were screaming louder than ever. Without hesitation, Hyuk reached out, took Jun's hand in his own, and introduced himself, earnestly asking Jun to take care of them. Because in his heart, he knew this was a moment he must never let slip away. Elsewhere, in a quiet and peaceful place, Yeonju, the were-bear, was gently serving a warm meal. This time, a bright and genuine happiness could be seen in her eyes as she cheerfully called out the name of Siwoo. Siwoo was her little boy, her beloved child, who was happily eating, and she lovingly asked him if the food tasted good. With a big smile he replied that it was absolutely delicious. The small boy then turned to his mother with innocent curiosity and asked whose birthday it was, because they were having seaweed soup, a dish traditionally served on birthdays. She responded with a warm and affectionate embrace, hugging him tightly while he told her how much he loved that particular food. At that very moment someone opened the door. It was Jun. Upon seeing him, the little boy excitedly called him Wizard Uncle. Yeonju asked Jun whether everything went smoothly with the new residents, and he confirmed that it did. He had already provided them with food and a place to stay. Then Jun apologized for something, and Yeonju, curious, asked why he was suddenly saying sorry. He explained that the newcomers wouldn't be able to leave the house, and that he hadn't expected that restriction to be in place. However, Yeonju didn't seem the least bit concerned about that detail. She calmly replied that just being there, together like that with her little boy, was more than enough for her. Holding her son even more tightly in her arms, she said with sincerity that she was truly content now. Right after that, the system displayed a message stating that her loyalty had increased significantly, officially registering her as a retainer. But even if the system had said nothing, Jun could already tell, through her expression, her voice and her gentle actions, that her heart was full. He could feel Yeonju's emotions clearly, without any need for confirmation. More time passed in peace. Mother and son continued enjoying their time together, now watching television side by side, smiling and sharing laughter. And during that simple, tranquil moment, Jun found himself reflecting deeply on his own family, on how long it had been since he had last seen them. He wondered how they were doing, if they were eating well or if they were possibly sick. He closed his eyes and imagined the worst, thinking that something terrible might have happened to them in this chaotic world. Right then Cammy appeared, making a bit of noise. The small creature began playing and having fun alongside the werbear and her son. Watching them all together like that, June felt a quiet realization settle in. There was no need to rush. It was just one day. One peaceful, ordinary day. And he understood how hard Yeonju had worked for this day to finally come. At the same time, he also thought about how Yijin's rats were, at that very moment, heading toward the main house. When the rat reached the house, he would be able to deliver whatever his family needed. So today, looking at mother and child, smiling and content, June made a choice. He would focus only on taking care of them. Because this was the moment when Yeonju's one and only dream was finally shining brightly. Then June suggested that they sleep in the master bedroom. However, with her child still wrapped around her body in a loving embrace, Yeonju gently declined, saying that they could settle down in another room instead. Even so, June insisted that they stay in the master bedroom, emphasizing that it was the coziest and most comfortable place for them to rest. With a warm and reassuring smile on his face, he added that it was an order. Without hesitation, Yeonju lovingly stroked her son's hair, and together, they expressed their gratitude to June for his kindness and thoughtfulness. Soon after, they headed toward the room, wished him a good night, and the little boy waved sweetly at June before going in. June, watching them go with a deep sense of fulfillment in his heart, allowed a faint, content smile to appear on his face. The lights in the house slowly dimmed, and a gentle lullaby began to softly echo through the home, drifting from the bedroom as the child, still awake, listened in silence. Meanwhile, in the living room, June lay on the sofa, quietly listening to the sweet lullaby that continued for a long while, tenderly sung by Yeonju's voice. It had been a very long time since he had heard a melody like that. Yet somehow, just by hearing it, his body began to relax and his eyes gently closed, just like a child falling asleep in their mother's lap. A new day dawned quietly and peacefully. June began the morning enjoying a breakfast lovingly prepared by Yeonju and her little boy. Afterward, they all settled comfortably in the living room to watch the boy's favorite cartoons. The child could barely contain his excitement, laughing at every scene as if he were seeing it all for the very first time. Soon, Saiwa began chasing after Cammy, who had been peacefully basking in the sunlight, until being abruptly interrupted, which clearly did not please the creature. Later, after exploring every new toy they had, Yeonju, her son, and June laid down on the floor together for a brief nap. Between colorful scribbles and laughter, they drew pictures, and every second of the day was filled with joy and cherished with genuine happiness. But time waits for no one. With Cammy perched on his shoulder, June quietly wept, consumed by the silent grief of having only been able to offer a single day of life to Yeonju's beloved son. Soon after, Yeonju knelt down on the floor, saying her final goodbyes while holding her son tightly, pouring all her love and strength into that embrace. Still too young to fully understand the intensity of that moment, the boy asked innocently if she was crying. With tears already streaming down her face, she struggled to keep her voice steady and calmly whispered that she wasn't crying. But with his tiny hand resting gently against her cheek, he could feel the tears slipping down her face. So softly, Saiwa began wiping away her tears, doing his best to comfort her and asking her, ever so kindly, not to cry. Yeonju held him tightly again, and in a trembling voice she finally admitted that she was afraid of the world, because a world without him was far too terrifying. Then, filled with the innocence of a child, the boy simply called her Mom, and assured her, with unwavering confidence, that he was right there beside her. Those words, so pure, so genuine, caused Yeonju to break down even more, tears overflowing from the sheer weight of her sorrow and desperation. Even as Saiwoo continued trying to reassure her, Yeonju remained in tears. Yet still he took a step back, slowly pulling away from her arms. Looking her directly in the eyes, he firmly promised that he would always be by her side. Gripped by despair, she called his name with a choked voice. But without hesitating, he continued to walk toward the setting sun, while behind him, she shakily called out that she still had so much left to do for him. Then suddenly he stopped. He turned around slowly, and with a gentle smile full of warmth and joy, he said that he loved her, just as his body began to dissolve into the light. At that exact moment, upon hearing those words, she froze. Still kneeling on the ground, her body began to tremble, and the overwhelming pain made it almost impossible for her to respond. But as all mothers do, even in the midst of unimaginable pain, she smiled through the tears and managed to whisper back a quiet, "I love you." And with those final words, Saiwa said goodbye with a peaceful smile on his face. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished completely, and Yeonju's hand, overtaken by the unbearable pain of saying farewell, collapsed limply to the floor, while June watched her silently, deeply concerned and heartbroken by her side. Soon after, she tried to stand, but the pain she felt was so overwhelming, so crushing, that her body simply wouldn't allow her the strength to rise. Moved by the scene unfolding before him, June could only think that hope is like a delicate flower that chooses to bloom right in the middle of despair. With his eyes closed tightly, he came to a painful conclusion. Those who cling to hope must be prepared to face the darkest depths of despair, no matter how cruel. Then he extended his hand to her and gently urged Yeonju not to lose herself in grief, reassuring her that this moment was not the end. At that, Yeonju lifted her head, turned toward June, and in a hesitant, trembling voice, she asked if that was really true, if this wasn't truly the end. With unwavering conviction, June answered that if there was even the slightest chance, he would bring her son back, again and again, as many times as it took. His words ignited a new spark of hope, and Yeonju received them with a renewed sense of determination and strength. At that exact moment, the system displayed a notification. Yeonju's trust level had reached 100%, and she had obtained primordial vitality. The scene then shifted to the red-haired man, who was screaming with uncontrollable rage and fury. The twins, who had been silently listening to everything that was being said, became visibly frustrated when they realized that the standard spear, the orc spear, and all the money the red-haired man had painstakingly saved had vanished completely without a trace, leaving him utterly disoriented and at a loss for what to do. The red-haired man, clearly agitated, asked about his brother's belongings. His brother then explained that, when he had woken up, every single one of his possessions had disappeared without warning or explanation. Following this, the other twin chimed in and explained that many other people had experienced the same mysterious loss of their items. He pointed out that there was a specific pattern among these incidents. All of those who lost their belongings had not been present when the summoning occurred for those who had previously completed military service. Then one of the twins turned and stated that they should have returned to that place earlier. Suddenly, and completely without warning, he was violently grabbed by the collar of his shirt and pulled with force. The red-haired man, overtaken by a wave of anger, demanded to know if the twin was trying to place all the blame for what had happened squarely on his shoulders. Quickly, the twin clarified that he had misunderstood his words. Even so, the red-haired man remained furious, raising his voice even more as he shouted with escalating rage, insisting that they had all agreed from the very beginning that it was a foolish decision to follow June's orders. Faced with the rising tension, the brother, already clearly anxious and losing his patience, admitted that, indeed, June's plan had been a foolish one from the start. Hearing this, the red-haired man finally released his grip on his brother's shirt. It was only then that it dawned on him. He might have been expelled because of his own actions. Now tense and nervous, he remembered that there had been only one similar case in the past. He began to recall the story of a man who had tried to get involved with an underage girl. That man had been caught in the act and was immediately expelled, only to be found dead in the middle of the street shortly afterward. As he continued reflecting on the situation, he came to the unsettling conclusion that even now, with the appearance of that giant and all the surrounding chaos, the survivors still gathered in abandoned apartments. So, it was highly likely that there were enough people who would be more than willing to make sure he became the next one to be expelled. He was completely consumed by the hatred he felt for the situation he had ended up in. The image of the man in the red jacket reappeared vividly in his mind, calling him a bastard, and he imagined just how satisfied that bastard must have felt when he managed to get his hands on a weapon. Soon after, the red-haired man scratched his head, restless and agitated, trying to understand how everything had spiraled so far out of control. Elsewhere, June observed everything, the tension surrounding the red-haired man, and remarked to himself that this was only the beginning of the punishment he had meticulously prepared for him. Back with the red-haired man, a system window suddenly appeared behind him, displaying a new mission, catching him completely off guard. Startled and disbelieving, he immediately turned around to see the notification for himself. The system window revealed a new mission: hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. If successful, the reward would be a small amount of experience. However, if they failed, they would suffer 1 minute of extreme, unbearable pain. Returning now to Yeonju's most recent and impressive achievement, the dreaded primordial vitality. A rare and highly coveted ability which June now also possesses, it is known for amplifying regeneration to absurd levels, always in direct proportion to the severity of the injuries sustained. June could barely process what he had just witnessed. Not even for a moment had he imagined that, upon reaching 100 trust points, Yanju would awaken precisely that ability. Still deep in thought, June soon realized that, at least for now, this ability wouldn't have much practical use. With his gaze locked on the system window, he continued following his own line of reasoning. After all, he wouldn't be the one doing the fighting. Even if he were to leave the building, the chances of sustaining any real injuries were practically non-existent. Even so, the fact that such a powerful skill had been granted as a reward for reaching 100 trust points was undeniably noteworthy. His thoughts then began to drift toward Moon, who was also dangerously close to reaching that same 100-point threshold. The idea of what might happen next began to take shape in his mind. If Moon were to awaken an ability upon hitting 100 trust points, and if, as a result, June were also to acquire that same skill, one that would allow him to instantly teleport to any location he could see, then the possibilities would expand dramatically. Taking his speculations even further, June began to envision a future where this teleportation ability could be combined with the absolute one's eye, along with the support of an activated advanced base. Right at that moment, the system displayed a notification about the advanced base, a safe zone that could be deployed outside of Haven. When activated, it temporarily replicated the authority and protection of the city, so long as it included a citizen of knight rank or higher. However, if enemies occupied it for more than a day, the base would be automatically destroyed. Returning to his thoughts, June concluded that as long as he had enough mental strength to support it, he would indeed be able to travel to the advanced base. With that clarity, June made a firm decision. From that moment onward, his main priority would be to strengthen his mental fortitude. For that reason, all his upcoming missions would be focused on boosting this specific attribute. At that very instant, someone called his name and explained that they needed his permission to leave now, as they were feeling more stable. It was Yanju, who stated that she would personally handle the return of June's family. Upon hearing this, June realized that the mission should have started the previous day, but he acknowledged that the delay had been entirely his fault. Yanju expressed her gratitude for his valuable time and his understanding. She then assured him that she would find a way to repay the kindness he had shown her. Without displaying any particular expression, June couldn't help but think that she had read his thoughts precisely. He made a light-hearted comment, asking if he really seemed like the impatient type, and confessed that although he was thankful, he also felt slightly embarrassed by her words. Yanju responded gently, saying that he definitely didn't seem like someone who lacked patience, and admitted that, had she been in his place, she probably would have acted the same way. With a soft smile, she confessed that, in the end, everyone values their own family the most, and that she fully understood how precious that single day was that June had offered her and her son. Once again, she thanked him sincerely for what he had done. June smiled modestly and expressed his own appreciation for her understanding. He then asked her to head to Unit 2901, where a group of people was already waiting for her, assuring her that he would join them there shortly. Yanju gave a respectful bow and, with a quiet yes, walked toward the designated location. Sometime later, it was explained why June had not sent the group directly to Siamayan Station. Due to the Cyclops attack, a large portion of the tracks near the station had collapsed. Not only the tracks, but the station itself had suffered massive damage and had been rendered almost entirely unusable. Faced with this situation, June declared that new routes would need to be opened. To that end, it had already been 24 hours since Yejin had begun sending her rats to search for a viable path. Apparently, it seemed she had finally managed to find a new route of access. June activated his absolute one's eye skill, seeking full control and awareness of the situation. At that very moment, something unexpected caught his attention. The system displayed a notification about a level 7 tamed giant rat. Immediately, a wave of nervousness surged through June's body as he grasped what this meant. Yejin had evolved. Still stunned, June wondered if this was the result of the new ability Yejin had unlocked after being officially registered as his retainer. In addition to this, June noticed that something was following the rat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't identify exactly what it was. Suddenly, his vision picked up something even more alarming: a swarm of zombies of varying levels, level 9, level 11 and level 13, emerging right behind. A jolt of dread ran through June's entire body as, through the lens of his powerful ability, he watched this disturbing scene begin to unfold before his eyes. Faced with that situation, the rat dashed forward at high speed, desperately trying to escape the relentless pursuit of the zombies that were chasing after it with unwavering determination. However, in a completely unexpected turn of events, the rat suddenly stopped in its tracks. It turned to face the incoming enemies and, without showing even the slightest hint of fear, growled aggressively at them, baring its teeth with a ferocity that contradicted its size. The zombies quickly surrounded the rat from every possible angle, closing off any potential route of escape. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming danger, the rat stood its ground, refusing to retreat even a single step. From a distance, June watched the scene unfold. Realizing that the rat would likely die a meaningless death if it stayed there, he considered triggering a gas explosion to take the zombies down with it. Nevertheless, even with the threat closing in, the rat remained unwavering, assuming an even more aggressive posture. In a sudden burst of explosive speed, it charged forward. Despite being completely surrounded, the rat managed to dodge every single attack from the zombies, weaving skillfully between them with surprising agility. Still observing from afar, June was thoroughly impressed by what he was witnessing. After evading the zombies, the rat leapt forward and continued its mission. Remarkably, it emerged from the encounter without a single scratch and resumed its rapid sprint toward the designated exit. With only a short distance remaining, the rat took one final leap and burst through the opening toward the outside. However, something was already waiting for it on the other side, silently, watchfully observing its approach. Its eyes locked on the rat and its sharp fangs exposed, the creature let out a low, menacing growl. It was fully prepared to pounce at any moment. Instantly, the rat froze in place, completely paralyzed by an overwhelming fear in the face of the predator's threatening presence. From afar, June was caught completely off guard, unable to hide the shock from his face as he witnessed the unexpected confrontation unfold before his eyes. In an instant, the level 23 land shark lunged forward with terrifying force. With its enormous mouth wide open, it bit down in a single, clean motion, swallowing the rat whole. The scene shifted to June, who stood in silent despair, deeply disturbed by what had just happened. He questioned what kind of creature that was, but more than anything his eyes widened as he recognized the location. Nampo Station, only a few kilometers away from his own home. This realization struck him hard, making it clear that creatures as deadly as that one were likely roaming near the very place where his loved ones lived, only deepening the anxiety clawing at his chest. Struggling to keep his composure, he quickly acknowledged that he had to hurry. Time was no longer a luxury he could afford to waste. The scene shifted again, this time to Dabin, who was crouched down, sorting through a few boxes. She was clearly exhausted but also visibly relieved to have finally finished her task. Suddenly, someone called out to her, the person in charge of that task. She turned her head and saw that it was June who had arrived, thanking her for the effort she had put in. Wearing a small smile, Dabin responded that she didn't consider it hard work at all, especially since she was being paid for it. She then asked what the new problem was this time. June, slightly uncomfortable, averted his eyes as he tried to collect his thoughts and figure out how best to explain the new situation to her. Immediately picking up on his hesitation, Dabin grew visibly concerned. Now sounding tense and increasingly anxious, she urged him to speak up and just say what was going on already. With a measured and careful tone, June explained that he wanted to request the assistance of Yuhiren for a specific task over the next couple of days and that he hoped Dabin could manage things in the meantime. Caught off guard by the sudden and unexpected request, Dabin forced a smile in an attempt to mask her nervousness. With her voice slightly unsteady, she asked if he expected her to take full responsibility for everything on her own. June then replied that he would be leaving it in her hands for just 2 days. She already knew that this meant a significant amount of work and responsibility. With a skeptical look, she asked if she would be paid extra for the overtime hours she would inevitably have to put in during those 2 days as the acting lead. Upon hearing her question, June offered a subtle smile. Then, with an enthusiastic tone, he confirmed that he would pay her double for the overtime. The moment he gave his answer, Dabin's face lit up with joy. She could barely contain her excitement, now completely energized and ready to handle whatever came next. Elsewhere, a wave of thick green mist, released directly by the system, completely envelopes Hiren's body. The scene swiftly transitions to another location, where everyone in the group is now seated around a table, all eyes fixed on June as he prepares to begin the mission briefing. June begins by explaining that, due to the appearance of the massive Cyclops, navigating through Siamayan Station had become significantly more difficult. He expresses regret, saying it would be a shame to abandon the use of the subway line altogether. Soon after, Yejin steps in to clarify that the section between Siamayan Station and Byumnagal, all the way through to Koryang Station, is still fully intact. According to her, there are no monsters positioned along that part of the route, so the group can cross it without much concern. She then places a sheet of paper on the table, which outlines the first main objective of the mission: to secure the route to Byumnagal station. The man with glasses, visibly uneasy, starts thinking that the best way to get through the current route would be by flying over it. Suddenly and somewhat unexpectedly, Toji interrupts the discussion, not to contribute anything urgent, but merely to compliment Yejin on her impressive talent for drawing maps. June quickly cuts through the mood and brings the conversation back to focus. He recaps Yejin's explanation and then points to a specific area on the map, noting that they must proceed with extreme caution before reaching their final destination. He then informs the group that approximately 500 orcs are currently active in the vicinity of a large supermarket complex. Upon hearing this, Han immediately asks whether they'll have to engage in direct combat with the orcs. Yejin responds clearly, stating that fighting the orcs is not part of the plan. They only need to reach Byumnagal station and use the underground subway line. She assures them that she has identified a route completely free of orcs, with only a few lower-level monsters needing to be cleared along the way. Silently, June recalls just how much he had invested prior to the mission to ensure that nearly everyone in the group reached at least level 30, with only Fatty and Hiren falling short. Against goblins, he believed that would be more than enough. June continues by explaining that they should reach Koryang Station without any significant trouble. However, he then immediately points out the real obstacle that lies ahead: Busan Station. The moment he mentions Busan, Toji panics, fearing there might be another giant creature stationed there. But Yejin quickly denies it. Her concern isn't about another giant, she says, but rather the condition of the railway tracks between Koryang and Busan. She then reveals that this particular area is swarming with an enormous horde of zombies. And unless someone in the group possesses an ability capable of wiping out monsters in extremely tight spaces, using that route would pose a serious and dangerous challenge. Everyone is left stunned by the revelation, especially Hiren. Trying to remain composed, Hiren focuses and slowly gathers the courage to speak. Still nervous, she calls Yejin by name and, with trembling hands, says that she believes her ability might be able to help in this situation. Sometime later, the system displays a notification stating that the 100,000 weight limit of her poisonous mist had just been exceeded. Seeing this notification, Hiren feels a deep frustration that her contribution has already reached its limit. She opens a nearby door where June and Yejin are waiting. Both immediately begin praising her efforts, telling her that she did exceptionally well. June asks if she's feeling okay. Hiren confirms that she is. Although she had felt completely drained at the beginning, something powerful seemed to push her through the process, and now she felt fine. What she didn't know was that the strength she had felt came from June, who had secretly upgraded his retainer management level. June reflected on the cost of the upgrade. It had been expensive, but ultimately worth it since he ended up earning billions in return. Still unsure, Hiren then asks June if he's truly certain that it's okay for her not to go in person. June calmly reassures her, explaining that just staying in place and continuing to produce poisonous mist is more than enough for the mission's needs. With all preparations now complete, June activates his Ultimate Eyes ability and officially declares the beginning of the operation. Immediately, through his ability, he sees an enormous swarm of zombies located exactly where they had anticipated. Suddenly, something catches the attention of the zombies, and they all turn simultaneously to face whatever is approaching them. It's a level 3 rat charging rapidly toward them at full speed. The zombies are momentarily stunned the instant they realize what, or rather who, is approaching them. Following the plan with careful precision, June opens his inventory within the system. A dense and toxic green mist is released, spreading swiftly over the horde of undead. In perfect coordination, the rat dashes forward at high speed, weaving through the crowd of bodies and leaving the zombies behind in its wake. Hiren's poisonous mist, upon being inhaled, induces paralysis by targeting muscles such as the diaphragm, ultimately causing suffocation. However, the targets this time are zombies, creatures that are already dead and no longer require breathing to function. That is why June had already anticipated this limitation and had prepared a contingency, Plan B. He had instructed Yejin in advance to take over the operation when necessary. Soon, amid the group of undead, several rats waited patiently, alert for Yejin's command. As soon as the order was given, one of the rats lunged toward a fallen zombie. Through the reflection in the zombie's still open eye, the system captured the exact moment the rat bared its fangs and sank them mercilessly into the creature. At that precise instant, a system notification appeared. A level 11 zombie had been successfully hunted. Along with the experience gained, a deposit of 120,085 won was transferred directly to the digital wallet. But the momentum is quickly interrupted when Yejin suddenly calls out to June in distress. With urgency in her voice, she informs him that something seems to be wrong with the rats. In that exact moment, the system displays a troubling notification. A rat has reached level 9. This revelation sets June instantly on edge. He quickly realizes the potential danger. If that rat were to come into contact with zombie blood, it might become infected and transform into one of them. Even more alarming is a far more terrifying thought. Yejin herself may have been exposed to contamination through bites or claw wounds during the battle. In response, June immediately asks whether the rats are still obeying her commands. Yejin confirms that they are, although she notes they have become noticeably more aggressive. Relieved, June lets out a soft breath and remarks that everything seems to be going well, at least for now. Internally, he begins to reflect on what's ahead. If they can make it safely to Jigalki Station, then maybe, just maybe, he'll finally have the chance to reunite with his family. But just as this thought forms in his mind, it is abruptly interrupted by a system notification. An unauthorized individual is attempting to access the shelter through the main entrance. Baffled and alarmed, June stares at the message, struggling to grasp what is happening. Before he has time to act, a second notification appears. The system states that a group of 157 individuals meets the requirements for citizenship and asks if he wishes to grant it. Relying on his instincts, June gives his confirmation. Immediately, another system message is displayed. The total population has now reached 3,000 residents. As a result, a new ability has been unlocked, Economic Activity Subsidy. Reading this new development, June feels a brief moment of apprehension, uncertain of what the implications might be. But then gradually, a small smile forms on his lips. After all, this might actually turn out to be a good thing. The system continues to display new information, this time announcing that salaries will now be paid to citizens, with the amount determined by the titles or positions they hold. The wages will be disbursed separately from the chief's wallet, depending solely on the person's assigned role within the community. Reading this update carefully, June realizes that this would be the perfect opportunity to assign official titles to Dabin and the entire team responsible for managing public facilities. After all, a weekly salary of 700,000 won neatly aligns with a daily wage of 100,000 won, making the accounting straightforward. Tapping the system's interface, he remarks that there is no longer any need to pay people manually, especially when doing so previously meant sacrificing reduced taxation benefits. At the pace things are advancing, it becomes clear to him that they need to expand the department responsible for public facilities management. After all, the funds distributed to citizens through the Economic Activity Support Fund are essentially free resources provided by the system. It's not a small sum either. Even the 100,000 won paid to each employee is considerable. Doing a quick calculation in his head, if 300 workers are on the payroll, that's already 30 million won per day. And if all positions, ranging from basic workers to general managers, are filled, the total amount paid daily could easily reach 50 million won. Thinking ahead, June envisions that as this money circulates, the total income he receives from his tax collection ability will continue to grow. On the other hand, the citizens will inevitably spend that money in his store, effectively funneling it right back to him. This leads him to the realization that assigning titles to as many citizens as possible is likely the most profitable long-term strategy. Yet, he still isn't entirely sure which titles would be most appropriate beyond facility management. Soon, another idea sparks in his mind. Positions related to maintenance, cleaning, and security would be practical starting points to invest in. So, before doing anything else, he goes ahead and appoints Dabin as the general manager. He recalls that she had already accepted Fatty and Hiren as members of the team, although he can't quite remember who the remaining members were. Just then, something catches June's attention. It's the system again, this time displaying a notification that Dabin has reached 100 loyalty points, officially registering her as a retainer. At that moment, June realizes something significant. Once a citizen reaches 100 loyalty, they automatically become a retainer. And now he begins to wonder, do all retainers awaken a new skill at that exact point? Driven by curiosity, June prepares to check and see what new skill Dabin may have acquired. But just as he's about to click on the system, he's interrupted by an unexpected sight. Hiren, completely relaxed, sound asleep on the sofa to the point of drooling. Watching the scene, Yejin appears slightly uncertain and asks if they should wake her up. June replies that they should let her rest. She's completed her duty and she must be completely worn out. Smiling faintly, he acknowledges to himself that although she tried to appear fine, she likely went through something difficult and pushed herself right up to the edge of collapse. If anyone deserved a break, it was her. June activates his invisible hand ability and gently picks her up, carrying her carefully to a bed in one of the rooms so she can sleep more comfortably. Returning to the living room, the two of them talk quietly, agreeing that Hyren may indeed be going through a rough time. June then turns to Yejin and asks how she herself is doing. Yejin responds calmly that nothing is difficult for her, that she's doing perfectly fine, especially now that they've reached the tracks near the station. June nods in understanding and encourages her to keep up the good work. She smiles and tells him to leave it to her. However, at that exact moment her expression shifts subtly. Something makes her hesitate. June, immediately picking up on the change, asks her if something's wrong. She stammers slightly and replies that all of a sudden the link isn't connecting anymore. June, caught off guard, asks what she means by that and she tells him to give her a moment. Closing her eyes, she tries to reconnect with the link. But apparently it's no use. She then explains that it's probably the distance. It seems to be just too far this time. June asks whether the link had been working properly before. She responds that it's possible to go a little beyond the maximum range if the link was already established beforehand. However, the reach of the link currently only extends as far as the central station. She then turns to him and asks what they're supposed to do now. Without an immediate answer, June falls into thought. He realizes that something always seems to go wrong at a critical moment, and just beyond the station lies the house where his family is supposed to be. He had been counting on using one of Yejin's rats to check the house before making a move. Clenching his fist tightly, June mutters that this is a complication. Still, he asks Yejin to try re-establishing the link from the central station in any way she can. She agrees, saying she'll give it her best shot. Closing her eyes once again, she begins to focus her powers in an effort to restore the connection. With the vision of zombie rats moving through the station still lingering in his ultimate eyes, June reminds himself that they have to explore every possible option available to them, and until then, all Kim can do is hope, with all his heart, that his family is still safe. The system now displays the current locations of everyone participating in the mission. Yejin's rats are moving ahead to scout the path, while Han's group remains further back, following at a safer distance. The scene then shifts to the station where Han's group has just arrived. Everyone stands frozen, completely overwhelmed by what they see before them. The entire area is a scene of utter devastation. All the surrounding buildings have been reduced to rubble, and massive footprints, far larger than anything human, are deeply embedded in the ground, scattered across the terrain. Jian, the bespectacled man, stares at the destruction in disbelief and finally mutters that the sight is incredible. The archer, noticing that he's distracted and not focused on their task, prompts him to begin scouting the area immediately. Obeying her prompt, Jian commands his raven, named Black, to begin aerial reconnaissance of the area. After some time observing through the raven's vision as it flies overhead, he reports that there appear to be no monsters nearby. Toji then speaks up, saying that the station itself also seems to be clear of any goblins, and that thanks to the massive avalanche that occurred earlier, they should be able to move through the area with little resistance. Jian agrees and comments that it's likely the case because no sane person, or creature, would dare approach a place marked by such overwhelming destruction. With a hint of concern in her voice, the healer mentions that night is falling fast and that they should find somewhere safe to stay until morning. The archer quickly reassures her, explaining that, based on known goblin behavior patterns, nighttime is actually the safest period, since goblins tend to hide away or go dormant once darkness sets in. At this point, Han appears deep in thought. After a moment of silence, he speaks, saying that they should keep moving. If anything truly dangerous happens, there's a high chance June will summon them back right away. Suddenly, one of Yejin's small rats appears, making faint gestures as if trying to communicate something important. The entire team comes to a halt, recognizing it immediately as one of Yejin's specially trained rats. They take this as a sign to follow it without question. Quietly and cautiously, they begin to trail the rat as it scurries ahead, guiding them through the eerily silent night in the ruined city. As they move along the path, someone comments that the station up ahead looks like it's been turned into a shallow lake. Jian asks aloud if that might be a result of the giant's rampage. The archer responds that it's quite likely. The terrain had shifted significantly when the buildings collapsed, which could have easily led to the formation of sunken, water-filled areas. While they continue walking near the edge of the water, something begins to stir beneath the surface of the lake. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, something large begins to rise, emerging completely from the water before their eyes. Both Jian and Toji immediately sense that something is wrong. They notice strange movements in the ripples, something that doesn't match the natural motion of water. The others ask them what's going on, and Jian replies that he just heard something that didn't sound like it belonged there. He narrows his eyes and looks carefully ahead, straining to make out details through the dim light. Suddenly he points toward a distant figure and says that there's someone up ahead. As they all focus their gaze, they try to make sense of what they're seeing. The silhouette appears humanoid at first, and they question whether it might be a woman. But as their eyes adjust and they examine the figure more closely, they notice something strange, something moving behind her. It's a tail. The creature stares directly at them with an unnatural intensity, and then it opens its mouth wide and releases a deafening high-pitched scream that pierces the still night air. In immediate panic, the healer shouts out a warning to everyone, urging them to cover their ears as fast as they can. The creature, despite her appearance resembling that of a woman, is no ordinary monster. What stands before them, shrieking in a voice that seems capable of tearing through their very minds, is, in truth, a siren. In a sudden, desperate reaction, everyone in the group instinctively raises their hands to tightly cover their ears, trying to block out the piercing, bone-shaking scream of the siren. Toji quickly begins to show visible signs of exhaustion, struggling to keep his hands pressed firmly against his head, his arms trembling under the strain. Meanwhile, Yanju looks around in shock, unable to comprehend what's happening, her voice filled with disbelief as she questions the situation unfolding around her. Toji, even more bewildered, realizes with growing horror that his body is starting to move involuntarily, his limbs betraying him as if something else is controlling them. Moments later, as if pulled by some unseen force, both he and Yanju begin to slide helplessly toward the edge of the lake. The pull is strong and unrelenting, and they're dragged across the ground without being able to resist. When Yanju hits the ground and feels the cold touch of water, she immediately understands the danger. Watching Toji move toward the depths at such a rapid pace, she senses that if he continues like that, he'll be in serious danger. Suddenly, at that very moment, sharp fangs emerge from the water and lunge toward her feet, forcing her instincts into high alert. Reacting instantly, she tries to swim upward toward the surface, but the monstrous creatures grasp her legs with vicious strength, pulling her back down into the water with raw, furious force. Meanwhile, back above the surface, Han and the others are still locked in a battle of endurance, struggling to withstand the siren's excruciating scream. Their faces contorted with pain, their bodies weakened, they try to hold out just a little longer. Amid the chaos and panic, the healer closes her eyes and focuses, summoning all her remaining strength. With a surge of energy, she casts a protective magical armor over the group, enveloping them in a glowing, defensive aura. Now shielded by the magical barrier, Han feels a noticeable difference. He comments that he feels much stronger, more capable of resisting the siren's debilitating scream. The man with glasses then asks, almost breathless, what exactly the young healer's power is. Exhausted and barely able to stay on her feet, she pleads with them to hurry and save Toji and Yanju before it's too late. But just as she finishes speaking, something in the water catches her eye. A dreadful blue creature, barely visible beneath the surface, begins to emerge from the depths of the lake. From a distance, the rest of the group watches the movement and begins to question, what are those bastards? Before anyone can respond, the creatures launch a sudden, brutal assault, moving with terrifying speed and aggression. Sensing the incoming clash, Han immediately calls out to everyone, urging them to prepare themselves for battle. He warns them that the creatures are closing in fast. Without a moment of hesitation, the monsters leap through the air, aiming directly at the group. Han quickly raises a steel rod in both hands, bracing for impact, ready to counterattack. With powerful force, his weapon collides with the creature's strike, sending shockwaves through the air. Just as the creature begins to recover, it's struck by a well-aimed arrow, finally going down. However, only one of the monsters is defeated, while several others continue to emerge from the shadows. The female archer, clearly frustrated, mutters under her breath about the relentless, never-ending wave of creatures. Without delay, the monsters reach the surface, surrounding the group from all sides with terrifying speed. In growing distress, Han insists that they can't afford to waste time, they have to save Toji and Yanju now. Meanwhile, from the opposite side of the lake, something begins to draw the creature's attention. It's the werbear woman returning from the depths, carrying Toji in her strong arms. As she surfaces, Toji gasps and coughs, expelling the water from his lungs. He mutters that he genuinely believed he was going to die. Overcome with relief, the group's faces light up with joy at the sight of their safe return. Toji then turns to Yeonju and, with deep sincerity, thanks her for saving him. But their moment of reunion is abruptly interrupted. The bastards resume their relentless assault without giving the group a second to breathe. The team quickly realizes the creatures aren't going to let up, not even for a moment. Toji immediately activates his magical armor, his body lighting up with protective energy. As the monsters continue charging forward, he yells to the group that they'll hold the line and fight until the very end. In that moment, the Werbear woman plants her feet firmly and prepares to strike. As one of the creatures lunges forward, she throws a heavy punch that lands squarely on its face, sending it flying backward through the air. The creature crashes violently into a thick wooden pillar, splintering it with the force of impact. Atop that very pillar, a goblin's body had been suspended, tied in place. At that instant, both Han and Toji glance upward and shout for everyone to move away quickly. Without hesitation, the group leaps back just in time as the place they had been standing is struck. Moon immediately turns and asks Han if he's okay. Han replies that he's fine and asks what just happened. As he sees the wreckage more clearly, Toji freezes in place, unable to speak. It was the body of the goblin, still tied to the broken pillar, that had fallen from above. As the group stares at the unsettling sight, the man with glasses urges everyone to look up. When they do, they are horrified by what they see: numerous goblins, their bodies bound and suspended high above, arranged in the shape of a massive cross. Han comments that the group had been so focused on the danger below that they hadn't even noticed what was above them. And in that moment he comes to a terrifying realization. These bastards don't care whether their victims are monsters or humans. Just then, the female archer's bow slips from her hand and falls to the ground. Her body begins to tremble uncontrollably, and she becomes completely speechless. She simply can't believe what's in front of her eyes. In complete silence, she wonders to herself, could that man really be her father? Suddenly, one of the creatures charges forward at full speed. Han watches in horror as the beast sprints directly toward the defenseless archer, who remains frozen, completely unaware of the incoming attack. Without hesitation, he desperately screams her name. At that very moment, a loud gunshot echoes through the air. The bullet hits the creature midair, striking it down and sending it crashing to the ground. Holding the weapon was Moon, who immediately turns to ask the archer woman if she's all right. Han commends him for his quick reflexes in such a dire situation, but soon notices something is terribly wrong. The archer is now kneeling on the ground, visibly shaken, her expression distant and broken. Suddenly, the man with glasses appears, urgently calling out to Han. He says he may have found a way to deal with the situation they're trapped in. He explains that, through black, he has been able to observe the surroundings from above, and that's how he discovered something crucial. The agonizing sound that's been tormenting them is also what's commanding the creatures. Han is taken aback by the revelation. The man in glasses adds that he still can't fully understand what the siren is saying, but he noticed that every time she opens her mouth, the fish-faced creatures react and begin to move. He then states that if they can find a way to cut off the sound, it's highly likely that the creatures will lose their coordination and retreat due to the lack of command. In the midst of this tense and increasingly hopeless situation, Han agrees that the idea is worth trying. However, he expresses concern that the creatures won't give them the opportunity to make it happen. Wanting to clarify things, Toji asks directly if the entire plan boils down to simply stopping the sound. Han confirms it, with seriousness in his voice. Then, with resolve burning in his eyes, Toji declares that he'll be the one to bring down that damn thing and that he has a plan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the siren opens her mouth once more, releasing the dreadful sound, and like obedient soldiers, the creatures respond as if bracing themselves for another coordinated assault. Observing their behavior closely, Han notices that the creatures are changing their formation. The man with glasses assumes they must have realized the group's new objective is to shut the siren down. Han then turns to Toji and asks if he can really rely on him. Toji confidently answers yes, urging everyone to trust him, and makes it clear that all they have to do is open a path for him. He'll take care of the rest on his own. Without hesitation, Healer affirms that she will stay behind to protect the archer. And with the plan now in motion, the group charges forward with unwavering determination. Each member of the team focuses solely on creating that crucial opening for Toji, attacking the enemy forces without mercy and taking down one creature after another with relentless resolve. Han pauses for a brief moment, glances back at Toji and shouts for him to move now. This is the chance. Toji locks onto his target, plants his feet, and grips his halberd with precision and strength. Then, with all his might, he hurls the weapon through the corridor, aiming straight for the siren. The weapon cuts through the air at incredible speed, but the siren reacts swiftly, dodging with ease. The halberd misses its mark and continues its path, clattering past her. The group freezes in stunned silence, watching as the opportunity they carved with so much effort vanishes in a single instant. Yet, Toji remains completely unfazed. The siren erupts into maniacal laughter, along with her grotesque creatures, mocking his failure. But Toji simply smiles, calm and collected. With a sharp glint in his eye, he asks Han if he's already forgotten something. Confused and frustrated, Han doesn't understand what he's referring to, until, in a sudden realization, his eyes widen. With a trace of sarcasm, Toji then asks, "What's the best way to deal with a fish?" As he speaks, he lifts his hand and activates the recall command on his halberd. The weapon obeys the order, and on its way back, it slices cleanly through the siren's back, impaling her and cutting off her laughter for good. At that moment, the system notifies the group. A level 33 siren has been hunted down. Experience points have been awarded. The halberd returns to Toji's hand as everyone turns to stare at the siren's lifeless body. The fish-faced creatures become disoriented, clearly lost without their leader, and quickly retreat back into the depths of the lake. This sudden disappearance brings a wave of relief over the group, as they now have one less threat to face. Without wasting a second, Han approaches the archer woman and gently asks how she's doing. She remains trembling, unable to compose herself. Concerned, Healer turns to Han, asking what they should do now. Han considers going to find June. Then, the archer woman suddenly reveals, with a trembling voice, that one of the bodies hanging on the crosses above is her father. Han is struck speechless. He quickly turns around, unable to accept that his father-in-law could be among those mutilated victims. Overwhelmed by a deep, unbearable grief, the archer collapses into uncontrollable tears, mourning the fate of her father. Beside her, Han falls to his knees, consumed by panic and disbelief. The entire group around them feels the weight of her sorrow as if it were their own. And right there before their eyes, hanging from a cross in an appalling state, was her father's body, a heartbreaking sight that pierced the soul of every witness. At that very moment, the system displays a mission reconstruction screen, this time with the archer as the target. The reward, to bring her father back to life. However, the system clearly warns that resurrection is only possible within the boundaries of the absolute domain. Staring at the screen in a mixture of urgency and desperation, June taps rapidly on the system window, trying to complete the reconstruction process. Yejin, seeing him in such a state of despair, is left absolutely stunned by his behavior. But then all of a sudden June stops. He begins to reflect more deeply on the situation and on the trust the group had placed in him. He knew that if things had escalated to a point where lives were truly in danger, he would have been summoned without delay. With that in mind, he tried to convince himself that this meant there was no real danger, no other option, no action to take. But even as he tried to settle his thoughts, a lingering doubt echoed persistently in his mind. Was it really true that there was no other choice? Being dragged underwater, surrounded by a group of armed fishmen, didn't feel like something that could be brushed off or ignored. It was clearly a serious threat. June couldn't help but worry about his own family, filled with a desire to see them again as soon as possible. But he also recognized that this longing wasn't his alone. The others had their loved ones and personal stakes too. Even so, he tried to suppress that reality, convincing himself that saving his own family had to come first, above everything and everyone else. His hands trembling, he finally selects an option from the system window. A new mission is created for the group. The goal is to build a tomb within a 1-hour limit. The reward is a small amount of experience and the mission comes with no penalties. When the archer reads the notification, she becomes even more shaken. A sense of hopelessness and deep grief takes over her body, weighing down her spirit. Meanwhile, from afar, June watches silently, filled with regret, observing the entire painful scene through the lens of his ultimate eye's ability. Eventually the tomb is completed. The entire group now stands in front of it, solemn and silent. Han turns to the archer and gently asks if she's truly okay with all of this. She replies firmly that her father would have wanted it this way. She explains that he was obsessed with his job, constantly speaking of how he wanted to be buried near the railway tracks when he died. Then, holding a metal plate with her father's name engraved on it, she remembers how, as a child, she thought that wish was ridiculous. But now she's fulfilled it. He is resting exactly where he always said he wanted to be. And the metal plate bearing his name marks the place. From a distance, June finds himself struck by a sudden, unsettling thought. Maybe one day this same pain might become his own. He can only hope that their sorrow never becomes his. It's precisely because of that fear that he makes a decision, to protect them no matter what. Looking back at the system screen, he realizes something. To do that, he's going to need stronger people by his side. And so, in that moment he makes up his mind, the person who matters most now is... But the scene shifts before the thought is completed. Somewhere else, a goblin is struck by a man who possesses the power of water. At that instant, the system displays a notification. The loyalty of citizen Jun Hyuk has surpassed 30, and he now qualifies for registration as a vassal. Immediately afterward, another notification confirms his successful registration. A woman appears behind him, catching his attention and informing him that his body is glowing. He quickly glances down at his hands and is astonished by what he sees. He becomes completely intrigued, wondering what on earth it all could mean. At that moment, the system notifies that he has reached level 40 and obtained the titles of 12th Bell, Knight and Mage. He now has 59 trust and 51 loyalty points, and his awakened skills are related to water manipulation. Shortly after that, a new mission appears. The power of mage abilities has been increased by 100%. One of his new skills, Water Bomb A rank, allows him to summon high-temperature compressed water that explodes with force proportional to the amount of mana used. The other skill, Water Control S rank, grants him the ability to freely manipulate water using mental energy. The system then sets the objective. Use these skills within 10 minutes. The reward is an increase in mental power. The penalty for failure is mental fatigue. Standing at the location, Jun Hyuk is stunned by what he sees before him. The mission notification appears once again. As he reads it, someone nearby asks if he's okay, but he responds by asking for a moment. A smile slowly spreads across his face as he begins to understand the nature of the mission. He quickly realizes there are more than enough enemies nearby to use his powers on. Without delay, water begins to materialize around him, initiating the execution of his challenge. A massive sphere of water forms before everyone's eyes, leaving the goblins completely shocked and unprepared. Then, with confidence, Jun Hyuk utters the command, Water Bomb. He hurls it forward, striking the group of goblins mercilessly. The resulting explosion creates a crater in the ground, leaving every single one of them dead, as Jun Hyuk stands watching in silence. He extends his hand again, activating the water control ability. With unwavering concentration, he begins to lift the droplets of water into the air. What happens next surprises two men who are silently watching everything unfold. The man wearing a black coat asks in complete disbelief if it is truly Jun Hyuk who is doing all of that. The other man confirms it, emphasizing that what they are witnessing is indeed Jun Hyuk's power. With a smile on his face, Jun Hyuk lets the tiny droplets fall slowly, like gentle rain, still under his full control. Immediately after, he falls to his knees on the ground, lifts his arms upward, and begins to give thanks for the kindness he just experienced. The two men, now even more confused, begin to wonder aloud whether he might be losing control of himself. At that exact moment, the system displays a notification stating that both his trust and loyalty have increased, that the mission has been successfully completed, and that 70,251 won have been consumed. Witnessing all of this, Jun is completely taken aback. He truly didn't expect a skill of rank S to be awakened in that way. With this event, Jun Hyuk becomes the second person to hold a rank S skill, following after Yeonju. Jun begins to reflect, considering how surprising it is, especially given that Jun Hyuk's original ability was merely rank B, a skill that used mental energy to produce water. He hadn't imagined it would develop so impressively. Now he wonders if this significant growth is because of Jun Hyuk's high level. Standing in front of the system window, he admits to himself that this outcome was unexpected, but he feels content with the result he has achieved. Internally he recalls that, back when the ability was still at rank B, he would use mental energy to generate water in any form. Now he questions how this type of use fits into the overall strategy, the metaphorical board of pieces. He notes that in Han's group, there's no need to add a new piece, since the team is already well balanced. As he considers what his next move should be, Jun continues to stare at the system window. The screen now displays a notification about a goblin hunt. Level 6 goblins are being eliminated one by one, and both experience points and one are being accumulated into the account. Reading this message leaves Jun in shock. It's already late, Yet there are still people out there hunting. Suddenly, the system shows another notification. The skill level has increased, and the declaration of return to home has now reached level 20. With this, 3 additional skill points have been gained, along with the acquisition of a brand new ability. June goes into a state of panic as he reads the latest update. The system further informs him that the territory is expanding, and with that expansion comes an intense, unbearable pain that spreads through his entire body. He screams out, overwhelmed by the agony, while Yejin watches in terror, completely uncertain of what she should do. The pain becomes excruciating, but despite it, the territory continues to expand further and further without stopping. With his vision blurred, June barely manages to see Yejin as she urgently asks if he is okay. June is overwhelmed by a pain far greater than any he has ever felt before. It feels as though enormous needles are tearing through his entire body, ripping him apart from the inside out. Yejin persists, her voice filled with desperation, commanding him to breathe. Frantically, she asks what she can do to help him in that critical moment, visibly shaken and desperate to ease his suffering. June forces his eyes open, his mind clouded and dazed. Through his blurry sight, he catches a glimpse of her face, partially obscured by the haze of confusion and the relentless agony. Startled, he realizes she is getting dangerously close to his face, inching towards him with clear intent. With a strained voice, he asks her what exactly she thinks she is doing. Embarrassed and flustered, Yejin immediately backs away in a hurry, apologizing profusely. She quickly explains that for a moment she feared he had stopped breathing and was about to perform CPR on him. But before she can continue, June cuts her off, assuring her firmly that he is fine. Behind him, Cammy is crying, visibly distressed and filled with concern. June reaches out, gently stroking Cammy to calm him down, softly repeating that everything is going to be all right. Still in the process of recovering his composure, June activates his ability, Ultimate Eyes. Through the lens of his awakened power, he observes the expansion taking place, and is immediately taken aback by the sheer magnitude of its scale. The zone has spread both to the west and to the north, engulfing streets within a full kilometer radius surrounding the complex. Lying on the ground, he finally understands the true cause behind the overwhelming pain he just endured. The territory has expanded to its largest size yet. Turning his attention to the system screen, June reflects that no matter how exhausted and drained he feels, now is certainly not the time to rest. The system displays a message indicating he has earned 3 skill points for reaching level 20. June has already decided which ability he will upgrade next. He chooses to enhance the skill he considers the most vital for the current operation, Ultimate Eyes. Immediately after making his selection, the system notifies him that Ultimate Eyes has reached level 4. Soon after, a new message appears on the screen, informing him that a multivision function has been unlocked and added to the ability. With this newly acquired attribute, June feels his field of vision expand dramatically, as though he is now surrounded by countless CCTV monitors, each displaying different angles. However, he quickly notices that maintaining this expanded vision places a significant strain on his focus. He realizes that handling 3 simultaneous views is his current limit. Once again, June checks the system and sees that he still has 2 remaining skill points to allocate. He decides to invest them in enhancing the skill known as Preservation of Dignity. Moments later, the system displays an update stating that the skill has now reached level 5 and that a new feature called Mystic Draw has been activated. In addition, he is granted a reward of 300 crystals, which catches him completely by surprise. Shortly after, the system clarifies that it was through this Mystic Draw feature that he has received those 300 crystals. June finds no reason to reject the unexpected gift, so he clicks on the notification to accept them. As soon as he does, a bright circle forms on the ground beneath him. The circle emits a radiant light so intense that it causes discomfort to Yejin, Cammy, and even June himself, forcing them to shield their eyes. After a few moments, the circle of light vanishes, yet a concentrated, powerful glow remains suspended in the air. From within this brilliant light, an object begins to materialize. It is a ring. The system promptly notifies him that this is a communication ring, designed specifically to transmit June's voice directly to his vassals. June slides the ring onto his finger, still uncertain about its practical use. As he considers its function, it becomes clear to him that its ability to project his voice could be perfectly suited for Dabin. But then he remembers that Dabin has already been officially registered as one of his vassals. He accesses the vassal management interface within the system, which displays detailed information about Dabin. level 25 holding the title of 11th servant, trust at 77, loyalty at 100, and a newly awakened skill, telepathy. Astounded by Dabin's awakened ability, June acknowledges to himself that telepathy is indeed the perfect skill for someone tasked with such communication-driven responsibilities. Suddenly, through the multivision function of his ability, June sees a disturbing scene. 50 people are crammed together, sharing a single housing unit to sleep in. Inside that crowded unit, Dabin tries to explain to the agitated group that the situation is only temporary. However, her words are met with anger and indignation, as if she were treating them like they were insignificant, like they were nothing. One man, visibly furious, raises his voice and shouts, reminding her that they've all seen countless empty houses along the way. He demands to know what she's even talking about, as though her excuses were entirely unreasonable. Clenching their fists in frustration, several others step forward, insisting that at least the children should be allowed to sleep comfortably. They demand that some of the vacant rooms be opened up so everyone can rest properly after enduring so much. Overwhelmed by the escalating situation spiraling out of control, Dabin hurriedly apologizes, struggling to maintain her composure as she explains that current policy does not permit such allocations. All the while, from a distance, June watches everything unfold in silence through his ultimate eyes. At that moment, the system displays a new notification. A skill named Ultimate Shut-in's Door has been activated. With this, June is now able to connect to and control all doors within the territory he has declared as his own domain. Back inside the unit, just as Dabin desperately tries to regain control of the situation, a door suddenly swings open on its own. Annoyed and suspicious, one of the men immediately questions the audacity of barging into someone else's home during an emergency. He reminds everyone that in times like these, people should be helping each other, not creating pointless conflicts and divisions. He demands to know why so much unnecessary resistance is being put up against such a basic request. At that precise moment, June steps through the open door, catching Dabin completely by surprise. He turns to the man, his expression unwavering, and declares bluntly that if the man disagrees with the house policies, then he is more than welcome to leave his house immediately. The man, stunned by June's words, demands that he repeat what he just said. But June, without the slightest hesitation, simply proceeds to evict him on the spot. Witnessing this abrupt and firm action, the rest of the group begins murmuring among themselves, remarking how things have suddenly calmed down. June then turns to face them all and poses a sharp question, asking if anyone else has complaints they wish to bring up. With a cold and resolute tone, he announces that from that moment onward the electricity, water, and gas supply to that entire unit will be cut off. Hearing this, a young woman, visibly alarmed, questions whether he is being serious about such an extreme measure. June locks eyes with her and responds curtly that, in fact, that's exactly the question he wanted to ask them. With an unwavering gaze, he states that it's no coincidence they appeared right after the fall of the giant. He then asks if they came because they judged this place as being capable, just like so many others who arrive every single day with the exact same mindset and expectations. His words strike the group like a bolt of harsh reality, leaving them momentarily speechless. But June doesn't stop there. He continues, explaining that giving in to such demands would lead to 3 major problems. First, all the empty rooms would eventually be exhausted, making it impossible to accommodate new arrivals who genuinely need shelter. Second, the residents who have been living there, those who are already settled and abiding by the system, would begin to feel disrespected and marginalized. And third, once they give in to one demand, the cycle of requests and entitlements would never come to an end. With absolute ruthlessness, June raises his voice and declares that the basic rights and welfare they expect to find here simply do not exist in this place. He emphasizes that the South Korean government has already collapsed, and that he, standing before them, is not the representative of anyone's ideals or dreams. He acknowledges that some might perceive him as a tyrant, abusing the power he holds. But he warns them that the world has become far too brutal, far too unforgiving, for naive ideals like rights and welfare to survive without being fought for and earned. He points out that if they wish to enjoy such privileges, they must first prove themselves worthy of them. He goes on to explain that the other survivors, those who arrived before them, are enduring extremely harsh conditions, organizing rotating shifts just to catch some rest. And despite all the discomfort and hardship, these people are still making sure to care for the children and the weakest among them, choosing to fight for survival as a community. Finally, June delivers a firm and non-negotiable order. They are to return immediately to the accommodations that have been designated for them. He warns them that if they refuse to comply, they will be paving their own path to lose even more than what has already been taken from them. Upon hearing those words, the group immediately stepped back. Dabin, feeling a wave of relief, let out a soft sigh and expressed her gratitude to June for helping her in that situation. However, he replied that there was no need for thanks. In fact, he insisted that he was the one who should be grateful to her. His unexpected response left Dabin momentarily taken aback, trying to understand what he truly meant by that remark. It was then that June pointed out that perhaps she, too, might be capable of doing something similar to what he had just done. He asked if she was familiar with the concept of telepathy, and then instructed her to think of a person with whom she would like to communicate, picturing herself speaking to them mentally, as though having a conversation inside her own mind. Dabin closed her eyes, focusing all her concentration. A short while later, a faint aura began to surround her body. Pleased with the result, June emphasized that she would need to learn the exact conditions and limitations of this ability, and the best way to do so was through frequent practice. At that moment, someone with trembling hands gave a small wave and called out for June. Both he and Dabin turned to see a figure who appeared nervous, standing with his head lowered. June asked if the man still had something he wished to say. The man, clearly frustrated yet determined, admitted that he knew he was being bold, but he needed to ask if June might consider forgiving the friend who had been expelled earlier. June questioned why he would do such a thing. The man explained that Yoon-sik, the one who had been expelled, was the only person who dared to speak aloud what everyone else was already thinking, and he didn't think it was fair for Yoon-sik to be the only one punished. He then leaned forward respectfully and stated that he would accept any punishment himself, but begged June to show mercy toward Yoon-sik. June silently considered whether it was time to bring Sung Yoon-sik back, knowing deep down that it was not right to take someone's life simply to serve as an example to others. Resolute in his decision, he opened the system and noticed that the man was still standing in front of the door, having gone nowhere at all. Looking directly at him, June asked for his name. The man answered that he was called Kyung-hoon. June then informed him that he would grant Yoon-sik his citizenship back. Kyung-hoon was taken aback when June went on to say that he would also restore electricity and water service, though not the gas supply. Before Kyung-hoon could respond, June added that he was doing this out of respect for the man's sincerity, but warned that there would be no second chances, and everyone needed to understand that clearly. Right after, the system issued a notification that Yoon-sik's citizenship had been officially restored. Kyung-hoon, visibly relieved, hurried back to his quarters. Soon afterward, another notification appeared, informing June that Kyung-hoon's trust in him had increased. For a moment, June considered restoring the gas supply as well, but he knew that if he did, the punishment for what had happened would lose its intended effect. His thoughts were interrupted when Dabin remarked that he seemed to be a warm-hearted person. June asked if she was truly giving him a compliment, to which she confirmed with a smile. He thanked her, but she playfully teased that he seemed to be getting embarrassed. Changing the subject, June asked her to inspect the facilities in 3 buildings, adding that he intended to have one in each of the 25 buildings. The idea left Dabin utterly surprised. Without hesitation, she asked how many members he currently had. June explained that if it became possible to expand to 100 people, he could assign 4 to manage each building. Dabin's eyes lit up with interest, and she declared that she would be willing to pay 100,000 won per day for each person, assuring him that with such a scale, everything would run smoothly. As they spoke, someone approached from behind. June and Dabin turned and asked if the newcomer was new to the area. The man confirmed and asked if June might need a medical team on site. He then introduced himself as Sung Min, an associate professor of nephrology at Busan Park Hospital. After hearing his introduction, June commented that he had dismissed the medical team for the time being, as he believed high-ranking individuals required proper treatment. He then turned to Dabin and asked what she thought about offering a room for the team and converting it into a hospital. She responded that it seemed like a good idea. Seizing the moment, June noted that if they looked around carefully, they could probably find a fair number of nurses. He also said that assembling the medical team and managing it would be her responsibility. Dabin, clearly enthusiastic, assured him that he could count on her for that. Afterward, June opened the door and returned to where Yejin was waiting. She asked if he had managed to solve the problem, and with a smile he confirmed that he had. Without wasting any time, he activated his Eyes of the Absolute ability. When Yejin saw the Han group, she asked if they had already left. June quickly realized they were on their way to Jigalki Station and that there were no issues there. He then opened the system again to finish what he had been working on. As he had expected, the final location available for investing his skill points was the Absolute Warehouse. The system issued a notification stating that the skill had reached level 2, increasing its capacity to 200 kilograms and adding a new feature called state preservation. The description clarified that this function would maintain the exact movement and condition of an item as it was at the very moment it was stored. Upon realizing that the capacity had now doubled, June immediately understood that he could make far freer and more strategic use of the warehouse. His thoughts quickly drifted toward the true potential of this newly acquired function. It did not take long for him to realize that, if used correctly, it could become something extremely powerful. Without hesitation, he opened the store and purchased an S&W revolver along with 100 rounds of .38 caliber ammunition, which began to materialize before him. He reasoned that, if the movement of the firing mechanism were preserved, then upon summoning the warehouse, the action would resume precisely from where it had been paused. With the firearm in his hand, he extended his arm and calmly instructed Yejin to cover her ears for a moment. She stared at him in alarm, her unease growing rapidly when she noticed that he was holding a gun. June reassured her that it would be over quickly, and with his finger on the trigger, he gave the command, "Store in the warehouse." Immediately afterward he pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked loudly through the room, reverberating with force, but almost instantly, the system confirmed that the bullet had been successfully stored. It worked exactly as he had envisioned. Flawless. Feeling a surge of excitement, June stepped out onto the balcony of the building, his mind already testing the possibilities of his prediction, while Yejin remained frozen in shock at what she had just witnessed. Extending his hand, he focused intently and issued the command, "Summon." From the system's storage window, a stream of bullets began to pour out at remarkable speed. June watched, impressed, as his idea came to life exactly as planned. This, after all, was an absolutely foolproof way to provide support to Han's group, who were locked in battle at Jigalki Station. Their goblins were being struck one after another by the incoming bullets, collapsing to the ground in rapid succession. Those that survived the initial barrage turned and fled in terror, leaving Han's group finally unharassed. Now, with renewed conviction and confidence, Han declared that they had at last arrived at Jigalki Station. On the other side, June attempts to establish communication with the group, asking if they are able to hear his voice. Han is caught off guard, genuinely surprised to hear him so clearly. Observing Han's startled reaction, June quickly deduces that everyone in the group must be hearing his voice without difficulty. With that in mind, he explains that communication will continue in that manner from now on, and he instructs them all to proceed toward exit number 2. When they finally reach the indicated exit, Han casts a sharp and cautious look around, carefully observing the surroundings, which are now completely deteriorated and consumed by ruin. From a distance, June reflects silently on the fact that from this moment forward, they are stepping into truly unknown territory, where every path could hide a threat. Meanwhile, Yejin is still struggling to re-establish the lost connection with the rats stationed at the central hub, but despite her efforts she has not managed to succeed. Without that crucial link, the group advances blindly, entirely unprepared for whatever might await them ahead. In the midst of this uncertainty, Han breaks the silence, voicing the question that weighs heavily on everyone's mind: where should they go now? June provides direction with calm determination, guiding them toward the large road that stretches to the left. He explains that if they follow it for about 1 kilometer, it should bring them closer to their intended destination. At that very moment, suddenly, something unexpected appears, drawing Han's immediate attention. Through the gleaming reflection in the eyes of the approaching creatures, it becomes clear that the group has fallen into panic. They scramble desperately, trying to put distance between themselves and the vicious fangs of the beast. Han, overwhelmed by discouragement, recalls how exhausting and perilous it had been to face the fishmen earlier, and how narrowly they had managed to escape alive. Now, standing before yet another daunting challenge, he finds himself face to face with a colossal shark. In an instant, the creature opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to tear them apart. Han reacts instinctively, seizing a heavy iron bar to shield himself from the imminent strike. The man with glasses raises his weapon and unleashes a storm of gunfire at the shark, the bullets hammering into its body, leaving the beast dazed and confused. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Han charges forward with determination, delivering a decisive and powerful blow directly against the terrifying shark's fin. At the same time, the werbear woman hurls herself into the fray, leaping with unrestrained fury. She crashes down upon the monster's head with brutal force, inflicting a devastating wound. Almost instantly, The system issues a notification announcing that a level 24 shark has been successfully hunted. Experience points are added, and a sum of wands is automatically deposited as a reward. In the aftermath, Han signals to the man with glasses. She focuses intently, linking her consciousness to her raven, Black, and immediately gains a sweeping aerial view of the area. The man with glasses freezes, stunned by what he witnesses through the shared vision. Without hesitation, he alerts the group that the entire surrounding area seems to be overrun by fish. At that tense moment, yet another figure suddenly emerges, and the entire group finds themselves staring directly at an overwhelming presence. Almost simultaneously as Toji looks upward, he notices movement above them. It is not a single creature, but countless blue figures resembling swordfish swiftly closing in from the sky. The group steels themselves for yet another imminent clash. As the creatures approach dangerously close, Han calls upon Toji. He raises his halberd high, focusing his energy, and his armor activates with a flash of power. In the precise instant, Toji strikes with deadly accuracy, his blow landing true. The system immediately notifies the successful hunt of a sky blue marlin, rewarding them with additional experience points and wands. Without a moment's pause, the archer woman unleashes a flurry of arrows, her shots rapid and unrelenting, cutting down the creatures that stubbornly linger in the air. Her voice rings out with unwavering conviction, declaring that the group will not move an inch until every last one of these enemies is eliminated. But suddenly something unexpected catches her attention. It is the healer. Despite firing directly at one of the sky blue marlins, the massive creature continues advancing steadily and unshaken, heading straight toward her. Her ammunition eventually runs out, and she realizes with growing dread that the creature continues to approach, drawing nearer with every passing second. At that precise moment, the system issues a notification announcing the summoning of storage. Immediately, bullets materialize and strike the creature with sharp precision. The system then reports that a level 17 sky blue marlin has been successfully hunted, awarding experience points and depositing the amount of 231,733 won into the account. Upon reading the notification, Jun notices with frustration that whenever he personally fires the weapon, the payment turns out to be lower than expected. With determination he calls out to Yejin. He demands that she stop trying to connect with the rats and instead focus her efforts on shooting in his place. Without hesitation, he places the weapon firmly into her hands, though she instantly feels insecure and uncertain, nervously questioning where exactly she should aim. Rising to her feet, she hesitates, but Jun calmly remarks that anywhere she points will be good enough. Gathering her courage, Yejin fires her very first shot, and immediately the system notifies the deposit into storage. Seizing the moment, Jun concentrates intensely and commands that the bullets fired by her be redirected into the ongoing battle. Right after his command, countless system windows open before them, acting as gateways through which the bullets travel, passing directly into the battlefield and striking their intended targets. The system then notifies that another level 17 sky blue marlin has been hunted, granting additional experience points and depositing more wands. Amid the unfolding situation, Yejin urgently warns Jun to step aside and reload quickly so that the assault can continue without delay. Absorbing the urgency of the moment, Jun reflects silently that the overall efficiency of the operation has now increased for the 6th time. Even though he feels genuine pity for Yejin, who is clearly overwhelmed, he knows deep down that this approach is absolutely necessary. At that instant the door swings open. Hyerin, known as the Poison Girl, enters the scene, her expression filled with intrigue as she takes in the chaotic sight before her. Upon noticing Yejin firing repeatedly, she questions the reason behind the gunfire, trying to discern whether what she is witnessing is reality or merely some kind of dreamlike illusion. In the middle of the chaos, a massive creature suddenly attempts to strike at them. However, both Han and the werbear react swiftly, dodging the violent attack just in time. The creature reveals itself to be red in color, with the enormous and terrifying form of a monstrous crab. Distressed and exasperated, Han asks aloud whether this is some kind of twisted joke and desperately questions if they are truly expected to try and defeat such a horrifying monstrosity. The giant crab prepares to attack, raising its massive limbs with a menacing weight. It strikes down with such force that the surface itself trembles violently, but Han and the werbear woman manage to dodge in time, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Her eyes remain fixed firmly on the target, burning with determination. The werbear woman lets out a powerful cry, calling for the healer. He immediately understands the signal, raises his hand and envelopes her in a radiant aura. Wrapped in that energy, her body surges forward with explosive speed. With ferocity, she grabs hold of part of the creature's massive structure, opens her mouth wide, and seized by fury, sinks her fangs deep into its flesh. At the same time, Han charges toward the monstrous adversary, gripping a long iron rod with both hands. At just the right moment, he halts his sprint and hurls the weapon with precise strength, sending it flying straight into the target and piercing the very center of its head. From behind the crab, the Werbear woman emerges once again, moving relentlessly, her determination unshaken and fixed entirely on her goal. She unleashes a decisive strike upon the creature and quickly withdraws. To her shock, however, she realizes that the beast remains completely unharmed, its thick shell impervious to her attack. Then Moon shouts for everyone to fall back. From above, he lifts his weapon, holds it firmly, and focuses his entire attention on the monstrous crab. Without pause, he begins firing, unleashing a relentless storm of bullets that rain down upon the creature's dreadful body. Amid that chaos, Han comments on the insane durability of the enemy, his voice heavy with frustration, and he questions aloud what they should possibly do now. His eyes remain locked on the beast, and for a fleeting moment, doubt takes hold of him as he wonders if there truly is no chance of victory. At a certain distance, carefully observing everything, June notices something crucial. He realizes that this creature is not like the ordinary projectiles they have faced before. What they need is not just sharp strikes but a blow of overwhelming impact, something heavy and crushing like a hammer. Accepting this realization, he begins to search frantically for an object capable of delivering that kind of force. His gaze scans every corner until, finally, he discovers a gem. A satisfied smile spreads across his face, for he has found exactly what he was searching for. The system promptly notifies him of an item being stored in the deposit. Through his ability of communication, June instructs the Werbear woman that when he gives the signal, she must leap onto the crab's shell, because he has found something that can break through it. Soon after, June raises his hand and summons a heavy barbell, which begins to materialize right before him. Inwardly, he apologizes to the boy who used to own it, silently promising that he will buy a new one for him later. His plan is clear. First, he allows the heavy bar to fall freely, letting gravity build up its full kinetic energy, and only then does he store it in the deposit. Immediately afterward, June invokes the bar again. It shoots forth through the system's window and hurtles toward the center of the crab's head. At that exact moment, he uses his communication skill and gives the long-awaited signal to the Werbear woman. The bar pierces the target with brutal force, splitting open its head and sending streams of blood spurting outward. Without hesitation, the Werbear woman launches herself straight at the point of impact. Her claws are ready, sharpened and gleaming, her body fueled entirely by determination and fury. She closes the distance with fierce speed and strikes with lethal precision, delivering the finishing blow that successfully ends the beast. The system immediately registers the successful hunt of the giant crab, level 35, granting experience points and depositing one into their account. Yet even after their victory, the path home resembles nothing less than a chaotic marketplace of sea monsters. Every kind of fish and crustacean-like abomination continues to attack mercilessly, without pause or mercy. June understands that without his support, the group would have faced countless situations that could have ended in tragedy. He accepts, with heavy resignation, that this place is simply too much to handle, even for Han's group. He reflects on how, despite everyone being awakened and armed, they still struggle just to advance a single kilometer. Now, he must finally admit to himself that the chances of his family being alive are almost non-existent. The closer he gets to his home, the stronger the fear grows inside him. Still, even if there is just a 1% chance, he knows he cannot allow himself to lose faith. Using his ability, he surveys the surroundings and notices a ruined but familiar street. He reflects that just beyond the narrow alley lies his home. But suddenly, something unusual captures his attention: a tree. Through his communication skill, he commands the group to stop immediately. He knows this city well. It is the place where he was born and raised, and he is certain of what belongs here and what does not. Observing carefully, he realizes that there has never been a tree like that on the main road, and even if there had been, the city would never have left it standing there. This means that the tree appeared only after the world had fallen apart. Calling upon his ability once more, June draws everyone's attention to the anomaly. He asks if they too can see the massive tree ahead. The group confirms that they can. June then declares firmly that the tree is not what it seems, it is a monster. He directs them to prepare for an attack. At that very moment, something strange happens. A single, enormous eye opens upon the trunk of the tree. Before the group, the figure awakens and everything around them begins to tremble as if the world itself recoils from its presence. The archer remained firm, her gaze fixed upward. A shot was released, flying toward the monster and piercing part of its trunk. Yet that was not enough to stop it. With each passing instant, it rose higher, lifting itself from the ground as though abandoning the very surface that once held it. Faced with that overwhelming threat, Han, gathering all his focus, hurled an iron bar against the tree, striking the target with perfect precision. But even then the colossal creature endured, resisting the blows and continuing to advance, drawing ever closer. Its extraordinary resilience astonished Han, who could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, Moon teleported behind the tree and swiftly raised his weapon, unleashing a barrage of shots that struck the monster in rapid succession. At that same moment, the Werbear woman charged forward, throwing herself into the fray against the creature in the midst of its relentless attacks. Her sharp claws tore into the wood, ripping away splinters and peeling its bark with raw violence. The tree, however, responded by summoning from its depths a living mass of trunks and roots, twisting and writhing as they surged toward the Werbear. The branches coiled around her body, lifting her into the air and immobilizing her with a crushing force. Han and the others, horrified by the dreadful sight, cried out to her. But the tree held her fast, suspended high above them all, like a living trophy captured within its dominion. Without hesitation, it began to release branches sharpened like spears, twisting menacingly as they thrust toward the Werbear. Overcome with despair, she let out a cry, her voice laden with anguish. At that instant, Moon appeared before her, placing himself as a shield in her defense. The Werbear woman begged him to step back, pleading for him not to endanger himself. Yet he stood his ground, unwavering, prepared to face the piercing tip of the branch that drew ever nearer. But to his surprise the monster stopped. Its branches retracted, pulling back into the surface. On the other side, June too was taken aback by the tree's sudden withdrawal. The unexpected pause forced him to reflect on what could have provoked such a change. Through his ability of communication, June ordered Han to have Yanju retreat, while the others pressed forward against the creature. Han hesitated, questioning if it truly should be only Yanju who withdrew, but June confirmed without faltering. Thus Han relayed the command. While the companions readied themselves to resume the attack, she obeyed and stepped back as instructed. From a distance, June observed carefully, analyzing the scene and wondering if the reason behind the creature's withdrawal was indeed what he suspected. Toji, on his side, prepared himself, double-checking that everything remained under control. At that moment, the great tree began to move once more, and as everyone braced for combat, confusion spread among them as they asked themselves what was truly happening. Then, the monster slowly returned to its original place as though nothing had occurred. June, watchful, began to contemplate, could it be that the creature did not attack humans at all? He noticed that ever since Yejuan had taken on her Werbear form, the monster had directed its aggression solely at her. Gradually, the conclusion took shape in his mind. Perhaps it was specifically the form of the Werbear that stirred the creature's wrath. June continued to observe closely, but suddenly the massive tree rose once again. From the other side, a shark appeared, charging fiercely toward the tree with its teeth bared wide. The branches erupted once more, striking the shark deep. From this, June felt certain, the tree did not attack humans. With this realization, he commanded the group to ignore the creature and continue advancing, since it showed no hostility toward them. Han accepted the order and the group moved on, step by step, until something halted their progress. Han immediately signaled June, who silently prayed that the exact location of the tree would not be revealed. The group stood before the gigantic tree, questioning whether they had arrived at the wrong place. With trembling hands, June confirmed there was no mistake. This was indeed the place where his father, mother, grandfather and grandmother were meant to be. Rage overtook him, and he became convinced that this monstrous tree had no right to occupy that sacred space. Resolute, he decided it had to be destroyed immediately. His plan was to surround it with gasoline and set it ablaze, certain that only by reducing it to ashes would he find satisfaction. He realized that Han's group could be summoned not only by his own hand but also through his vassals, which meant the destruction could proceed without delay. At that moment, a system notification revealed the presence of one of June's blood relatives nearby. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shouting to know who was there. A blinding light shone upon the group, forcing them to shield their eyes. An old man emerged, scrutinizing each of them carefully, accompanied by two other figures. With stern authority, he demanded to understand how they dared to intimidate his little proppy. The elders approached the tree and begin to wonder what they should do about the deep holes that had been inflicted upon it. They start speaking to the tree itself, commenting that such a wound must have been terribly painful, and they even ask if the proppy, the tree, is doing well after enduring such harm. Han's group feels awkward and somewhat embarrassed when the elders remark that if the leader were to hear about this, his heart would surely break from sorrow. Then one of the elders suddenly raises his voice, demanding to know if this was their doing, and the group immediately admits that it was. The elder presses further, questioning how they could bring themselves to commit such an act against a defenseless child, leaving everyone in Han's group apologizing profusely for their mistake. At that moment, another man arrives and calls for everyone to look over there. He then explains that the proppy has done something once again, and this new revelation causes the elders' anger to slowly dissolve. The men then begin walking toward the location being pointed out. When they arrive, they see the shark that the tree had previously defeated, and several of the men are already busy cutting it apart in order to secure meat from its body. Astonished by the sight, one of the elders remarks that the flesh of the shark has grown plump, although he admits that the taste of shark meat is not particularly delicious. Immediately, another elder retorts that this is no time to be picky about food, stating bluntly that if someone does not like it, then they simply should not eat it. This pragmatic reaction surprises Han's group even more, leaving them somewhat speechless. From a distance, June quietly observes everything, and he feels as though his perception is sharpening, as if a veil has been lifted and everything suddenly makes sense. The existence of a monstrous tree that does not attack humans, combined with the enormous tree that continued to grow right where their home once stood, begins to form a clear picture in his mind. June recalls that ever since he was very young, their house had always been filled with plants. In the garden, the flowers would change beautifully with the seasons, and on the rooftop, several fruit trees would bear harvests at different times of the year. All of this had started after his grandfather retired, when he built a rooftop garden, and at times those very vegetables would appear on the dinner table, much to young June's delight. Piecing together these memories with the present reality, June concludes that the tree's refusal to harm humans and the giant tree occupying the place of their former house could not be a coincidence. He becomes convinced that these phenomena are the awakened abilities of someone, very likely powers on the same level as his own. An idea strikes him with sudden clarity. His grandfather must have finally awakened. In that moment, June feels an immense sense of relief, one he had not experienced in a long time, because under normal circumstances, everyone should already have been dead. After all, monsters roam freely through the streets, and in the skies above, other monsters move in organized groups, threatening humans from every direction. He cannot help but wonder how ordinary people have managed to survive in such an environment. Overwhelmed by this sudden realization, he begins to laugh, not with mockery but with pure relief. Yejin approaches him, concerned by his unexpected reaction, and asks if something is wrong. June turns to her, still smiling, and reassures her that nothing is wrong at all, emphasizing instead that everyone is safe. Yet even as he says this, he realizes that he still needs to confirm a few things. Back at the location of the tree, pieces of shark meat are scattered about while one of the men comments on how wonderful youth truly is. Han, who is in the process of cutting up sections of the shark, asks if the amount they have gathered will be enough. A mustached elder replies affirmatively and expresses gratitude for their efforts. At that point, June sends a telepathic message to Han, instructing him to ask the elders for the name of the village chief. Han turns to the mustached elder, politely asks for permission, and inquires about the chief's name. The elder immediately responds by asking if Han is an acquaintance of their leader, before revealing that their chief's name is Li Bangja. Upon hearing this, June affirms with certainty that he already knew, and explains that, indeed, Li Bangja is his grandfather. After some time, the group follows the mustached elder, who informs them that before they go to meet the chief, they should stop at a certain place. It is an area where everyone works together to prepare meals and distribute the meat from the fish. The presence of such an organized communal space leaves Han's group impressed and a little taken aback. Observing from a distance, June notices that the place is crowded, filled with a large number of people, around 100 in total. Giving the impression that the entire marketplace of the city had relocated to that place, the mustached man called over a bald-headed fellow who was busy slicing the meat from Old Park's catch. The bald man stopped cutting for a moment and remarked that he had heard a rumor saying that Poppy had pulled off something once again. The mustached man confirmed with a nod, replying that this was exactly what had happened, and that the shark had been so enormous that the young ones had been forced to step in and lend their strength to help. The mustached man then urged the bald fellow to cut quickly, explaining that he wanted to serve several plates of sashimi to the youngsters. Without wasting a moment, the bald man set to work with practiced efficiency, his hands moving with remarkable speed as he sliced and prepared the fish. Soon enough, he presented an exquisite platter of sashimi for Han's group, the glistening cuts of fresh fish arranged so beautifully that it immediately left everyone in awe, their mouths watering and their stomachs growling with anticipation. The archer, unable to hold back her curiosity, asked the bald man if they had chopsticks available. He replied that they had no need for chopsticks and could simply use their hands. Yet in that very instant, a set of chopsticks materialized in front of them, manifesting out of thin air. The bald man blinked in astonishment and, realizing what had just happened, offered his gratitude to June for this miraculous gesture. Every elder who witnessed the sudden appearance of the utensils was left with their jaws hanging, utterly dumbfounded, for none of them had ever laid eyes on anything remotely similar in their entire lives. The archer then began eating, and the moment the sashimi touched her tongue, her eyes widened in amazement. The taste was so exquisite, so overwhelmingly delicious, that she quickly realized she could not stop herself from eating more. Soon, everyone joined in, devouring the sashimi until their bellies were completely full, all the while remarking that it had been centuries since they had last tasted a dish as fine as sashimi. Watching from a distance, June observed this moment of peace and contentment shared by the group, and an idea suddenly struck him. With a thought, he caused bottles of soda to appear, neatly arranged to complement the meal. Once again, both the bald man and the mustached man were caught completely off guard, their expressions filled with disbelief at the sight. Han, noticing their surprise, asked kindly if they would like to have some as well. Almost at that same moment, several packages of food and provisions began to materialize one after another, stacking neatly in the area as though delivered by invisible hands. The elders, unable to contain their amazement, asked if all of that was truly meant for them. Han confirmed with a smile that it was, explaining that June must have taken a liking to them and was offering these gifts as a gesture of goodwill. From above, someone who had been silently observing all along finally spoke, wondering aloud whether this June, whom they kept mentioning, was something akin to a god. The mustached man turned to his companions, uncertain, and even asked if they should bow in reverence before such a being. But before the conversation could go any further, a voice rang out, demanding to know why the place had grown so noisy. All eyes turned toward the source, and there, standing high upon the massive root of a towering tree, was their chief, who had just arrived. At that moment, June's heart trembled, for he immediately recognized that figure. It was his grandfather, the very man he had not laid eyes on for what felt like an eternity. Then, as though to confirm this revelation, the system displayed information about his grandfather. It revealed that he possessed a mythical passive ability known as Guardian of the World Tree. The very name alone radiated power and grandeur, leaving no doubt in June's mind that it was an ability of overwhelming strength, one that could easily be described as overpowered. The grandfather observed the group intently from high atop the tree. At that same moment, the system issued a notification declaring that the servants had discovered June's blood relative, thereby unlocking the power of his lineage. His name was revealed as Li Bang Yeol, level 55, bearing the titles of lineage, relative, druid, with a trust rating of 88, and the awakening ability known as Guardian of the Tree and of the World. From his elevated position, he continued to watch in silence until, all of a sudden, he leapt gracefully down from the branches. When his feet touched the ground, June immediately noticed that his grandfather appeared far healthier than before. He recalled vividly how frail and aged the old man had once been, weakened by the toll of his declining body and the struggles caused by his cerebral condition. Yet now, before his eyes, there was a renewed vigor and vitality that could only have come from the awakening of such a powerful ability. Through the skill of communication, June informed the group that the man standing before them was indeed his grandfather. He asked them to offer their greetings and show respect in his name. Han stepped forward without hesitation, bowing respectfully and recognizing the importance of this encounter. Standing at the grandfather's side, the mustached man began to explain, describing to him how the group possessed extraordinary abilities, even capable of bringing forth things out of nothingness. The elder was astonished by the sheer quantity of food and water gathered in one place, immediately attributing the source of all this abundance to them. Moved to the point of deep emotion, he expressed his gratitude for their presence, recalling the difficult times of the past when even water had been a constant struggle. Yet Han, maintaining honesty, clarified that these resources were not the work of their group. Startled, the chief demanded to know where all of it originated. Han then revealed that every bit of the abundance came directly from Jun himself, and that their group had come here at his request. The grandfather was shaken by the revelation, his eyes widening as he comprehended that the source of such miraculous creation was none other than his own grandson. Han further explained that his grandson now lived in the Siamayan apartments. Faced with this truth, the chief wasted no time. He summoned everyone present, calling them to follow him as he began to ascend the massive tree step by step, leading the way upward. Watching this unfold, Jun reflected that his entire family must be somewhere up above. A flood of emotions filled him at the thought that very soon he might finally be able to see them again. Yet deep within, he acknowledged that the moment for such a reunion had not yet arrived. Still, he believed firmly that once he completed the outpost, he would be able to use the gate of the Absolute Seal to return directly to his home. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he shifted his focus back to the system's window, recalling how, at the very moment he first encountered his grandfather, a new constructible item had been added. Soon after, the system confirmed this with a notification. An annex had been added to the list of available items. The description detailed that this annex functioned as a safe zone located outside the refuge, with an area that would expand alongside the territory of the refuge itself. However, it could only operate in places where one of Jun's blood relatives resided. Reading carefully, Jun reflected that the price of the annex was indeed higher than that of an ordinary outpost. Yet he quickly noted that there was no mention of the annex being susceptible to destruction. His mind returned to the 10 billion won he had received as a subsidy for the construction of the apartment complex. Even after equipping every building with solar generators, more than 7 billion still remained. The decision became obvious. He calculated that investing only 3 billion in the installation would be sufficient, and compared to the vast sum he had at his disposal, that expense no longer seemed significant. Without hesitation, he issued the command to initiate construction. Immediately, the ground beneath his feet began to shift, and a structure started to take form. Watching the process with keen eyes, Jun wondered if the system was showing him a preview of what the annex would ultimately become, for its size and shape seemed to mirror almost exactly the space where he was now standing. He concluded that the annex's expansion must directly follow the growth of the territory itself. When comparing the overall costs, he realized that the 10 billion price tag made the annex far more advantageous than a simple outpost with its limited reach. Then, another notification appeared. The annex required the presence of a blood relative for a duration of 7 full days. Jun confirmed and authorized the construction, prompting the system to update the timeline. The projected completion was set at 167 hours and 11 minutes. Quietly, Jun reflected that while the annex was being built, he should ask his grandfather not to leave the country. Yet before he could dwell on the thought for long, his focus was abruptly pulled away by another system notification. Another blood relative of Jun was revealed. The name disclosed was Kim In-sim, level 21, bearing the title of lineage with a trust rating of 99, but without any sign of an awakening ability. Inside the vast tree, an elderly woman lay upon a bed. The grandfather held her hand with firm gentleness and asked her to listen carefully to the words being spoken by the group. A faint aura spread over the connection formed by their joined hands, and he softly informed her that their grandson Jun was still alive, and that these people had been sent there directly by him. At that very moment, Jun communicated with his companions and instructed them to ask his grandfather what had happened to his grandmother. Yejuan faithfully conveyed the question in Jun's name. Yet the elder turned abruptly, his expression tense, and demanded to know how Jun could possibly be aware of his grandmother's condition. Soon, however, it was explained that Jun was sharing his vision through them, perceiving everything they saw with his own eyes. Reassured, the grandfather tried to soothe their worry, explaining that the woman was not gravely ill but merely in a state of shock. Still, they pressed him further, asking since when the grandmother had failed to awaken. With a heavy and sorrowful face, he recalled that it had been since the very day the monsters appeared and the world itself began to collapse into chaos. From that moment onward, she had remained in a deep, unbroken sleep. Jun, watching through their perspective, noticed the expression etched onto his grandfather's face. It struck him powerfully, for it was the first time he had ever seen his grandfather like that, so burdened, so utterly weighed down by grief. The sight pierced him with an even deeper sense of the gravity of their situation. Tears welled up in his heart as he reflected that, despite everything, he felt an immense relief knowing his grandmother still lived, even though she had been in a coma for nearly a month. Outwardly, she appeared perfectly healthy as if peacefully asleep, and June concluded that this stability could only be maintained by his grandfather's awakened ability, which was undoubtedly sustaining her. Inwardly, however, he lamented that the system did not allow him to assign missions to blood relatives. If it had, perhaps he could have devised some way to improve her condition. Even if he tried to apply the power of a healer, he knew deep down that his own skill was insufficient for such a task. As his thoughts swirled in silence, he began to grow uneasy. It was strange. 7 people had entered the house and yet no one else had stepped out to investigate. The oddity gnawed at him, and so, through his group, he asked his grandfather about the fate of his parents. The old man, acknowledging that June was following everything closely, chose to speak as though addressing his grandson directly. He explained that, on that fateful day, June's mother had left for work, while his father also departed to earn money for the household. He expressed his belief that they had probably found refuge in some hidden, secure place, emphasizing firmly that June's father would never abandon his wife under any circumstances. Yet June recognized, in the undertones of his grandfather's words, that the man did not truly believe in the survival of his parents. And within himself, June felt the same grim certainty. Without a transcendent ability like the one his grandfather possessed, the chances that his parents had survived were almost non-existent. But still he refused to let go of hope. Through his ability, June issued a new order. The next target must be the Wawang Nursing Hospital, even if the chances of finding them there were small. Acknowledging the efforts of his group, he decided that they should rest for the night. He made it clear, however, that when dawn came, nothing else would matter. Tomorrow they would all go after them. At that instant, the system interrupted his stream of thoughts with yet another notification. To his shock, the message declared that a blood relative of the Absolute had been detected in the vicinity. Without hesitation, June issued a command to Yejin, who quickly relayed his orders to the rats. The young woman asked what precisely she should convey, and June instructed that every single nearby survivor was to be located without delay. Then he noticed something crucial. The alert was not pointing toward Dongjian's, but rather toward his very own location. Conviction settled deep within him. The ones approaching could only be his mother and father. The scene shifts to a street where people are hard at work, cutting apart and stripping the hides of the animals and strange creatures they have captured. One man comments that the work is still far from over, even at such a late hour, while another replies that this only means there will be an abundance of food for everyone. Suddenly, something unusual catches the attention of one of them, and immediately all turn their eyes upward. High above in the sky, countless dreadful creatures are flying, each with a terrifying and distinct appearance, none resembling the other. Without warning, a bell begins to ring frantically, its rapid toll echoing like an urgent alarm across the area. From the top of a watchtower, a man spots the approaching swarm and shouts to announce the arrival of monsters. Chaos quickly spreads. People begin running in every direction, rushing to move everything into the seafood storage house and to close the shutters with haste. The order is unmistakably clear. Everyone must move as fast as possible. The panic intensifies when one of the men shouts for the village chief to come out immediately. The group accompanying June's grandfather turns toward him for guidance, and he promptly informs them that a massive horde of monsters is approaching. From a distance, the grandfather and the group gaze upon the advancing scene, watching in silence as the creatures flood across the horizon. Han, overwhelmed by the sight, questions aloud whether all those beings can truly be considered monsters. The grandfather raises his hand and confirms, his voice grave, while simultaneously giving the command for the trees to move. The command is obeyed without hesitation, the forest itself responding to his will. Meanwhile, Han recognizes the gravity of the situation and volunteers to join the fight. However, the grandfather firmly instructs them to stay back, explaining that the monsters are not targeting humans. He adds, with a grim tone, that everything suggests these creatures are actually fleeing from something far greater and far more dangerous than themselves. Yet he warns that even so, they will not pass without leaving destruction in their wake. A radiant green aura begins to envelop his body, spreading outward in waves of power. At that moment he connects with the surrounding forest, and numerous trees shift together, intertwining and forming a massive living barrier meant to shield them from harm. Inside the protective wall of trees, the group watches in astonishment as the winged creatures soar above them, passing over without striking. It becomes clear that the group was never their intended target. Still, those advancing by land charge relentlessly toward the barrier, forced to confront the trees that now stand as their obstacle. The pressure mounts, and once again Han offers his assistance, but the elder sternly refuses, demanding that they remain within the safety of the barrier. At that instant, the old man lifts his leg and at his command, countless trees surge forward, their sharp branches piercing through the creatures on the ground. The entire group is shaken, overwhelmed with shock, as they witness the overwhelming display of the grandfather's power. The creatures, impaled by the trees, are lifted mercilessly into the air, suspended and displayed like gruesome trophies of the living forest. Yet more monsters appear, hurling themselves at the barrier, biting and tearing savagely at the trunks. But the grandfather remains steadfast, his control unyielding, forcing the trees to strike again and again, driving their sharpened limbs into the new enemies without pause. The system begins to flood with notifications, marking each victory. A message appears, declaring that a level 24 land shark has been hunted. Shortly after, another states that a level 23 saw ray has been slain. Then comes a level 29 blue crab. The list continues endlessly, with each notification announcing new experience points and rewards. Another message informs that all attributes of the group increase in trust. Their gained experience is multiplied tenfold and evenly shared, although the ascent rewards remain monopolized by the hunter himself. Inside the building, June observes the entire scene with his mouth agape, stunned by the cascade of notifications piling up before his eyes. He realizes that the level of power displayed is comparable to someone at level 55. His grandfather, too, receives the notifications, though he does not fully comprehend their meaning. June reflects that, in the beginning, he believed his grandfather was merely being reckless, acting without thought for the danger. Yet with a single strike, hundreds of monsters are wiped out in an instant. Faced with such overwhelming power, he concludes that the best thing they can possibly do is to stay out of the way and avoid becoming a hindrance. In June's eyes, his grandfather transforms into a monster in his own right, a being so powerful that he could no longer be compared to ordinary humans. The notifications continue to flood in without pause. The system announces the successful hunt of a level 31 giant crab, followed shortly by a level 29 giant lobster, and then a level 30 sawtooth crab. Each message also confirms increases in skills and abilities. Suddenly, June realizes that he himself has just leveled up, but before he can process it, an intense and suffocating pain overwhelms his body. The agony spreads through every nerve, as though each part of him were being broken apart and reduced to dust, all while the school in the city continues to grow in influence and power. Amid this torment, a new notification appears before his eyes. The system announces that beings capable of receiving citizenship have been discovered, and the question is posed: grant it or not? June's mind clings desperately to a single crucial thought: whether among those names his parents might be included. He scrolls through the long list, painfully aware that the sheer number of new inhabitants is so vast it would be impossible to check each one individually. Yet even as he does, he reasons that if his parents were truly among them, the message would not have been one of citizenship. Instead, it would have been a notification of alignment. This realization strikes him like a heavy weight. It means that his parents are outside the reach of those people now registered by the system. He also notices Yejin focusing with all her strength, pushing herself to the limit as she attempts to track down the location of his parents. And June convinces himself that the moment they are found, he will know instantly. Despite feeling his body torn apart from the inside, he affirms to himself that there is no time to rest, no room to pause. His mind then turns to the other side of the battlefield, questioning what is happening with his grandfather. Observing carefully, he senses that something is wrong, a subtle strangeness in the situation. He shares this unease with Han's group, who quickly question the old man. The grandfather realizes the difference. Before, the monsters would leave remains scattered across the ground, but now they vanish completely, not even bones left behind. Han explains that this change is due to June's influence. Ever since the system manifested, the corpses no longer remain after death. Intrigued, the grandfather acknowledges that even the mysterious glowing letters appearing in the air are also the work of his grandson. With the immediate threat apparently under control, the old man decides to go to the warehouse to bring out some of the people hiding there. He explains that if they intend to consume the flesh of the monsters, the creatures must be slaughtered in the proper way, ensuring the meat stays fresh and edible. The group agrees, but June internally is struck with surprise at this detail. Never before had he thought of monsters as a source of food, and for the first time he begins to truly consider the possibility. He extends his hand and issues the order to register the item. Before him, a creature begins to materialize, its form gradually solidifying until its outlines are clear and distinct. The system then notifies the success of the registration, categorizing the item as fish. Pleased, June realizes that his attempt has worked, and that this could indeed feed hundreds of people. Yejin suddenly gasps, her eyes widening in shock as she locates someone of immense importance. Without delay, she quickly announces her discovery. June turns at once, his entire body trembling with expectation. The system confirms it. Yejin has found a blood relative, and the power of blood begins to unlock. Outside, amidst the rows of buildings, someone points toward a distant structure. A man and a woman are identified. The system reveals their names. Lin Jisuk, level 50, bearing the title of relative, with trust at 97 and the awakened ability of governance. Beside her stands Kim Donghyuk, level 42, also carrying the title of relative, with trust at 93 and the awakened ability of enhanced defensive aura. June recognizes them instantly, and his vision blurs with tears. After all this time, there can be no mistake, they are his father and his mother. The system notifies that citizenship has been granted to 23 individuals connected to the blood relative Lee. The announcement causes a wave of astonishment, yet June feels a surge of joy as he realizes that his parents are now very close to the newly expanded territory. By observing their movements, he concludes that it is only a matter of time before they step fully into the protected zone. Since the power of the bloodline has already been unlocked, he firmly believes that they will not be stopped by the invisible barrier that holds others back. After such a long and painful wait, his eyes finally fall upon his parents once again. The long-awaited reunion radiates through his smile, overflowing into every part of his being. At that very moment, his parents catch sight of him, and shock flashes across their faces as they recognize him. From the other side, June raises his hand in greeting, his heart pounding. The mother and father rush toward him without hesitation, embracing him tightly as though afraid to ever let him go again. His mother clings to him, checking desperately to make sure it is truly him, asking if he is well, while June responds with quiet firmness that nothing has happened to him. The joy of reunion is quickly mixed with surprise as he notices that all 23 who arrived with his parents possess awakened abilities of their own. These are people connected to the hospital where his mother once worked. At that moment, however, something else catches June's attention. Dogs gathered at the barrier, unable to cross. Internally, June reflects that they cannot pass through because animals cannot receive citizenship. Almost immediately, the system issues a new notification, revealing that there exists an option for a subordination contract capable of awakening abilities in up to 100 individuals. June ponders the implications of such a condition, recognizing that his mother's awakened ability is astonishingly powerful, and that through her, even his father has had his own power awakened. The system then reveals the ability granted to his father. Protective aura, classified as S rank. This ability consumes mental energy to generate a complete defense around the body, and while active, it triples all physical abilities. June quickly grasps the magnitude of this revelation. Multipliers that once stacked linearly now increase exponentially. The result is devastating. His father reaches an efficiency so overwhelming that he could easily overcome level differences that would normally be insurmountable. He also notices that even the 23 newly awakened, though classified only within ranks B and C, already stand far above the average of the unawakened. Yet, in June's mind, what matters most at this moment is not their classifications, but that everyone can finally rest. He raises his hand and allocates 5 units of resources to the group, ensuring they have food and everything else they may need. He instructs them to take warm baths and rest in heated rooms, guaranteeing them comfort after their exhausting and dangerous journey. Still, his mother remains troubled, convinced that her son may be hiding his pain or perhaps is deeply traumatized by the apocalyptic events. His father too reflects silently, wondering if the shock of survival has been too great for him to bear. Perceiving their concern, June seeks to reassure them. He reminds his mother that she herself had seen the lights burning in the apartment. Then he asks how such a thing could be possible in a world where electricity and water have long ceased to exist. To make his point undeniable, he snaps his fingers, drawing their attention. At the sound, every light in the surrounding buildings flares to life at once, piercing the darkness and leaving his parents utterly speechless, unable to believe what they are witnessing. At that same instant, a Coca-Cola materializes in his hand, cold and real. He raises the drink and, with a calm smile, asks if anyone happens to be thirsty. A young girl rushes forward almost immediately, clutching the bottle with trembling hands, asking in disbelief if it is truly real and whether she can actually drink something so rare. June then conjures a drink for each person present and invites them all to follow him, guiding them toward what will become their future homes. After some time, using the gate of the ultimate shut-in, he leads them across into the apartment complex. There, June personally escorts his mother's subordinates to the residences they are to occupy. In each home he provides rice, ramen, eggs, milk and every item they request. As they walk together down the hallways of the building, his mother cannot hold back her worry and finally asks if it is truly acceptable for them to occupy residences that once belonged to other people. With a calm smile, he explains that if any resident eventually returns, they will immediately return the property, but for now no one has come back. He gently asks his mother not to worry, and then opens the door of one of the apartments, inviting them to step inside quickly. Once inside, two companions of the group lower themselves respectfully, bowing in greeting with polite gestures. The father and mother, astonished, remain frozen in place at the unexpected sight. The woman, overcome with curiosity, asks whether one of them might be her son's girlfriend. He denies it at once, and one of the young women firmly declares that both of them will serve his parents with dedication and care. However, he responds with firmness, questioning why they should be the only ones responsible for looking after his parents. Acknowledging the effort they had already put forth until now, he soon allows them to rest, and the two quietly withdraw in silence. Left alone as a family, they gather together at the table. June then begins to ask about everything that had happened to his parents since the beginning of the chaos. He recalls how his father, who worked as a taxi driver, had gone that day, as usual, to pick up his mother after her work shift. It was at that exact moment that the monsters suddenly appeared. Side by side, they managed to protect each other and, as a result of their determination, survived. And just as June had suspected, it was his mother who awakened her abilities first. After listening attentively to their account, he shares his own journey in return, the skills he had acquired, the dangers he had faced, and the ways in which he had managed to survive up to that point. He also tells them about the condition of his grandmother and the constant care his grandfather had been devoting to her. Their stories weave together, filling the night with memories and emotions. Time flows by, midnight approaches, yet the warmth of the long-awaited family reunion transforms their home into the safe refuge they had been yearning for all along. The scene shifts to the city hall of Nagasaki, where heavy rain was falling over the waters of a river. At its edge, a man lifted his eyes toward the sky, deeply intrigued, while his companion stood beside him, equally confused by what was unfolding before their eyes. From the dark depths of the river, a colossal monster began to emerge. Both of them watched the enormous creature moving before them, unable to hide the terror that gripped them. One of the men shouted in a mixture of ecstasy and fear, repeating over and over again that the monster was passing by. The sheer size of the beast made it clear that wherever it went, only destruction and ruin would remain in its wake. The scene then shifts to the following day. June immediately shares with his grandfather the astonishing news that he had found his parents, recording a quick video to show them. On the other side, through the screen of a phone, the grandfather beamed with radiant joy at the sight of them, while showing them to the grandmother at his side. The mother, overcome with emotion, asked if she could also see a recording of her father. Han responded without hesitation, filming the video that showed him. As she watched, her eyes quickly filled with tears, and June, trying to comfort her, reassured her that very soon they would all be able to reunite. The completion of the annex, combined with the power of the absolute gate, would allow them to reach the main house where the grandfather resided. In the meantime, he organized Han's group so that they would continue hunting monsters until the construction was finished, using the main house as their central base. The presence of Han Yoo-jun and Kim De-jong made the progress of the construction much more efficient. Soon, a notification appeared, revealing that 3 servants bearing the title of knight had joined the construction site, which instantly increased its efficiency by 50%. However, the wave of monsters from the previous night had significantly raised their numbers in the surroundings of the main house. Hunting in that region was proving to be far more profitable, since the monsters were now everywhere. He reflected that with the expansion of Haven, hunting within its borders had lessened, and many creatures continued to wander without realizing they had already entered the sanctuary's territory. All the goblins in that area had already been exterminated during the leveling up of the day before. Making a firm decision, June summoned his ability and called upon Dabin, instructing her to deliver a message. Focused and attentive, she stood silently, waiting for his words. He ordered her to inform everyone that with the new expansion, they were only allowed to hunt beyond Siamayan Station. In addition, he requested the formation of a rescue team to save survivors, including those who had specifically asked for medical assistance. Dabin accepted each order with absolute seriousness, determined to carry them out flawlessly. Inwardly, June reflected on the grim reality that within the newly expanded area there were still thousands of survivors living in terrible conditions. Even within the safety of the refuge, more than 10 people were dying due to the lack of water, since leaving the area was impossible. Humanitarian aid was arriving, but it was still far from sufficient. With renewed determination, he reaffirmed to himself that he had to save as many people as possible. He emphasized inwardly that if necessary the absolute gate must be used to reach them directly, or if not, other means must be found to heal and sustain them. The mother noticed the serious expression on her son's face, and even before he could explain the reason behind it, she immediately understood the situation. She offered her help without hesitation, a gesture that left him surprised. Among the people she had brought, some possessed healing abilities, particularly effective against dehydration, fainting, and poisoning. Because of this, she believed that by establishing subordination contracts with the team, they might be able to awaken proper healing abilities. Her intuition soon proved correct. More than 80% of the new subordinates manifested healing gifts, even if only at a basic or low level. Although they lacked significant offensive power, the rescue team quickly calmed the chaos, stabilizing those in distress with remarkable efficiency. For 3 full days and 3 long nights of continuous effort, they moved tirelessly from house to house, saving countless lives in the process. Only after this relentless work was completed did he finally throw himself onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, reflecting on how each day had been so overwhelming and filled with urgent demands that there was hardly even time to breathe. But the relief was short-lived. A sudden system notification announced that a being meeting the requirements for citizenship was approaching the refuge, offering him the option of granting it. Still lying on the sofa, he accepted, recalling that ever since the last expansion of territory, new citizens had been arriving without pause, and the population had already grown close to 10,000. While lost in thought, rain began to fall outside. Drawn by its sound, he rose from the sofa, walked to the balcony and stood there watching, intrigued by the intensity with which it fell. In that very moment, Dabin contacted him through the communication ability, her voice serious. She explained that the rescue team was requesting permission to leave the territory in order to carry out an urgent mission. June considered the decision dangerously reckless. Marine monsters now surrounded the region, rendering it impassable for ordinary people. Yet the determination of the team impressed him deeply, most likely because they had once been firefighters, men and women who preserved their courage in the face of danger even after the world had changed. That thought lingered with him as he pondered. Soon, however, he gave his order. A hunting squad would be assigned to act as an escort, and the rescue team would have to wait until then before setting out. When he opened the system again, a new notification appeared, announcing the hunt of a giant level 33 crab. He noticed, almost with surprise, that he had begun to enjoy these hunts more since the sudden surge in his physical statistics. Yet the notifications did not stop there. They came one after another, in rapid succession, reporting creatures slain one after another with astonishing speed. The massacre was unfolding at such a pace that June immediately realized this could not possibly be his father's doing. Alarmed, he activated the eyes of the Absolute, and the truth was revealed before him. It was his grandfather, advancing with unshaken resolve, destroying everything that stood in his way. Concerned, June sought immediate contact with Han's group, only to hear their report that a new wave of monsters had risen in the region. The news unsettled him, for the proportion of marine creatures was increasing at an alarming rate, and this time on a scale far greater than usual. On the other side, his grandfather observed the strange situation unfolding. He remarked that even now something about it seemed unnervingly unusual. What troubled him most was the way the creatures were fleeing in desperation, driven not by instinct but seemingly guided by a deeper fear, as if trying to escape from something far worse. He asked himself, from what exactly could they be running? Elsewhere, June followed every detail through his ability, and the same haunting question tormented his thoughts. Fear of what, precisely? Before the answer could surface, a colossal marine monster suddenly rose before Han's group and his grandfather, leaving them paralyzed in horror. From afar, June watched the scene unfold in desperation, his heart racing with dread, as the same question echoed within him with greater force than ever before. What in the end could this terrifying thing that emerged possibly be? The creature before them was a white dragon, a colossal being of level 63. Everyone stared upward, their necks strained, their faces pale with dread, as fear and despair took hold of their hearts. The group questioned among themselves whether what they were seeing was truly a dragon, or something even more terrifying, something that defied understanding. From a distance, June observed the scene in tense silence. He knew that if he were to use the vassal summoning, he might be able to save Han's group from certain death. However, as the guardian of the World Tree, he could not stray far from it. To do so would expose him, leaving both himself and the sacred tree vulnerable. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to order them to fight a white dragon. Doing so would be the same as sending them to their deaths. As doubt consumed him, the system emitted a notification. The remaining time until the completion of the annex construction was 38 hours. June reflected that, once the annex was finished, the territory would expand enough to drive away those monstrous creatures. Yet even with the increased efficiency of 50% and the accelerated progress, 1.5 times faster than before, it would still take time. They would need to endure for more than an entire day, something utterly impossible under their current circumstances. Watching the creature with narrowed eyes, he wondered if there was no other way to resolve the situation. The dragon dug its claws deep into the ground, its cold, merciless gaze falling upon Han's group and upon June's grandfather. The old man shouted that even he would struggle to face such a foe alone and ordered everyone else to fall back. But Han's group refused to retreat. United, they declared that they would stand and fight together. For an instant, June's grandfather was taken aback by their resolve. Then, with a steady breath, the old man was the first to give the order to attack. However, Han's group hesitated, paralyzed by the sheer terror of what stood before them. At that moment, June's voice rang out through the communication link. A firm, commanding tone cutting through the chaos, ordering everyone to stop immediately. The command caught everyone by surprise. None of them could understand why he would stop them from fighting. He instructed all units to hold their positions and specifically ordered Moon to restrain his grandfather. Moon obeyed instantly. The old man turned toward him, demanding an explanation, insisting that striking first was essential in any battle. Moon apologized, repeating only June's exact words. These were direct orders. Yet the grandfather persisted, clearly dissatisfied, unable to comprehend the reason behind such restraint. As the battlefield fell into a heavy stillness, June stood deep in thought. Then a system window materialized before his eyes, displaying vital information. The white dragon, level 63, had recently laid its eggs. It was weakened, and its eggs could only hatch beneath the roots of the World Tree. June realized, with a surge of understanding, that the dragon had not come to fight. It had come seeking the World Tree's protection to safeguard its offspring. In that instant, the white dragon's eyes glowed faintly, and its voice echoed directly within the guardian's mind. Startled, the grandfather sensed that this was no illusion. This was telepathic communication. The creature's voice resonated calmly within his thoughts, requesting that they make a pact. The old man hesitated, unsure of the creature's intentions, uncertain whether to trust or fear it. The dragon explained that it needed the help of the World Tree to restore its strength. In return, it vowed to protect them from harm. A glowing symbol appeared upon the old man's hand, a mark that could be used to summon the dragon whenever its aid was required. Slowly, the majestic creature stepped forward, its immense presence radiating both power and serenity, extending something toward the old man. The light from its body condensed, transferring into his hands. Along with it came a solemn request, that he take care of its child. Then, spreading its great wings, the dragon lifted itself into the air and disappeared into the thick clouds above. The group stood in silence, watching the magnificent creature vanish into the heavens, the echo of its presence still lingering in the air. Toji was the first to break the silence, remarking that if they had attacked, they all would have perished without question. Moon agreed, adding that they had survived only because they had obeyed June's command in time. Suddenly, the system displays a flood of notifications. The loyalty of several members reaches 100, and all of them are officially registered as vassals. June watches the notifications closely, reflecting on what has just happened. With Kang Deoksu and Kim Gaeong both reaching the maximum level of loyalty at the same time, his total vassal capacity instantly triples. Now he commands 18 subordinates directly bound to him. He wonders whether it would be possible to register the people his mother had turned into awakened as well. However, he soon discovers it is impossible. Those who serve his mother remain strictly under her command, unable to be transferred. Still, he cannot help but wonder if there might be a way to create or awaken more natural awakened beings. At that moment, a new notification interrupts his thoughts. The system announces that the trust level of the citizen Moon has reached 100%. A new message follows. New ability acquired, teleportation. Before June can even react, another window pops up, congratulating him for obtaining a rare item. Awakening pill, teleportation. The description explains that the item can grant the power of teleportation, the same ability possessed by Moon. June immediately begins to consider who should receive it, and the answer comes to him almost instantly. Through his communication ability, he calls for his father to come to him at once. As soon as Donghyuk arrives, he is met by his son, who opens his hand to reveal the small glowing pill. Donghyuk looks at it with curiosity, slightly puzzled, and asks what it is. June simply tells him that all he needs to do is swallow it. Without a hint of suspicion, his father accepts and takes the pill. In the next instant, he feels something stir deep inside his body. Confused, he looks at June and asks what is happening to him. With a faint, almost teasing smile, June replies in an enigmatic tone, suggesting that he imagine what it would be like if he could teleport. Donghyuk repeats the word softly under his breath, trying to process it. Then, almost by instinct, his body reacts. In a blink, he vanishes, and reappears several meters away. He stands there, completely stunned, unable to believe what just happened. June watches in silence, thinking that for someone like his father, a warrior who relies entirely on his physical body and raw strength, gaining the power of teleportation is like granting wings to a tiger. Amid his quiet awe, the system flashes another notification before his eyes. Trust level of Donghyuk has reached 100%. New ability acquired, enhanced protective energy. June reads the message in disbelief, realizing that even the abilities of close relatives can be obtained once their trust reaches full capacity. A new idea begins to take form in his mind. If he could raise his mother's trust to 100%, he might be able to gain her ability as well. He quickly checks the system data. His mother's trust level stands at 97%. A faint smile crosses his lips. He decides there's no need to rush. After all, he still has a secret method to raise trust much faster when the time comes. The next morning, the construction of the annex is finally completed. Shortly after, the system emits a notification, alerting June to the detection of hostile entities in the surrounding area. It then reports that several sea creatures, including sharks and swordfish, have been successfully hunted down. With this increase in activity, the territory begins to expand once more, and a sharp, excruciating pain surges through June's entire body as the process unfolds. Completely exhausted, he realizes that even though he now gains less experience for victories achieved under his leadership, the total accumulated value remains immense. At that exact moment, something unexpected catches his attention. The system notifies him that an entity compatible with the requirements for citizenship has been detected. Without hesitation, June decides to accept it. Moments later, another notification appears, announcing that the total number of citizens has officially reached 10,000. As a result, the system unlocks a new feature, the Institute of Professions, allowing the inhabitants to finally obtain jobs and specialize in their respective fields. Although every one of these messages holds great importance, June feels that something even more urgent requires his attention. He opens the door to his room and calls for his mother. Concerned, she immediately appears and asks what happened, wondering if her son has something important to tell her. June thanks her for her patience and announces, with a warm and emotional tone, that they will finally be able to visit his grandfather together. The words strike deeply within her heart. Overcome with emotion, Jisuk's eyes fill with tears. She can barely believe what she has just heard. At that moment, from the trunk of the great tree, where his grandparents reside, a door begins to glow with a radiant, golden light. June approaches it, places his hand gently on the handle and opens it. Beyond the threshold, he sees his grandfather sitting beside his grandmother, as if they had been waiting for him all this time. The old man, startled by the sudden appearance, asks who is there. When he recognizes his grandson, his face lights up with indescribable joy. He asks, trembling, if the person standing before him is truly his June. The young man confirms it, his voice trembling with emotion. Unable to contain herself, Jisuk runs toward Lee Bangja, her father. The elderly man, still in shock, murmurs that what he is seeing cannot possibly be real. Yet, as they embrace tightly, time itself seems to stop. Their tears blend together, tears of loss, relief, and reunion. Amid sobs, Jisuk apologizes for taking so long to return, for not having come back sooner. Lee Bangja holds her close, comforting her with gentle words, telling her that she has worked hard, just as her husband has. He thanks them both for surviving, for carrying on with their lives, and for a fleeting moment the air fills with peace and quiet warmth. Then a new notification appears before Jun's eyes. Trust level of Lee Ji-suk has reached maximum. Lineage contract obtained. He takes a silent breath, realizing that his father is currently out rescuing people alongside the relief team, which is why he couldn't bring him along this time. But that's fine, he thinks. The priority was to bring his mother first. For now that was enough. The scene shifts. Lee Bangja is watering the plants, moving with slow and careful motions. His grandson approaches him, curious, and asks whether the world tree had grown around the house naturally. The old man nods, saying that even he had been astonished when he first saw it. Jun then asks about the water and electricity, wondering how they managed to live since the massive tree has altered the entire structure. The grandfather explains that they have been surviving using the generator's power and water from the tank. However, he adds with a weary sigh that their resources are running out, and the gas in particular had already been depleted not long ago. Jun, filled with quiet confidence, replies that he can fix that. He stands up, focuses his mind and channels his power, and right before his grandfather's eyes, the water reservoir begins to refill on its own. The sight leaves the old man completely speechless. Jun calmly tells him that he personally restored the water supply and also recharged both the generator and the gas system. Lee Bangja, still struggling to comprehend what he just witnessed, praises his grandson's extraordinary ability, his voice trembling with admiration. Jun considers explaining the complex system of skills and vassal contracts to him but realizes that it would be too overwhelming to understand all at once. He decides instead that he will teach him little by little. Then Jun begins to climb the stairs toward his grandfather. As he ascends, his gaze sharpens and he quietly activates one of his most powerful abilities, the absolute eye. Carefully observing the space where his mother and grandmother are, Jun focuses his gaze in that direction, channeling his concentration entirely toward them. Then, as he stretches out his hand, the system emits a sudden notification: teleportation. In an instant, his surroundings distort, and he materializes inside the world tree, appearing precisely at the spot where Ji-suk and his grandmother are resting. He immediately realizes that he can use teleportation while keeping his absolute eye activated, and the potential of this combination fills him with excitement and anticipation. His mother, startled by his sudden appearance, asks why he is no longer on the rooftop, and also inquires where his grandfather has gone. Jun calmly explains that his grandfather is still working and then asks how his grandmother is doing. Ji-suk answers that the elderly woman simply looks as if she is peacefully sleeping. Suddenly, the system projects a new message before his eyes: summon the spirit beast, cost 10 billion wons. Jun is completely taken aback by what he reads. His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes that the button to summon a spirit beast worth 10 billion has been unlocked. A powerful wave of excitement and disbelief washes over him. Without hesitation, driven by pure instinct, he presses the button. The system immediately confirms his action. 10 billion wons have been spent for the summoning of the spirit beast. And at that very moment, an intense light bursts forth in front of them, illuminating the entire room with a radiant glow. Jun, maintaining a steady and reassuring voice, tells his mother to remain calm and not be afraid. At the center of that blinding light, a shape begins to emerge. Jun narrows his eyes and observes as a delicate figure slowly takes form. It is a sleeping fairy. Her body shimmers faintly, and after a few moments she gently opens her eyes, as though awakening from a deep slumber. Ji-suk, still bewildered by what she is seeing, asks what that creature is. Jun explains patiently that it is a spiritual being. A creature he has just summoned, one of the unique powers granted to him by the system. At that exact moment, Lee Bangja enters the room. Ji-suk turns to him in surprise and asks why he came back so soon. The old man replies that Jun has already resolved all the problems. Then he approaches his sleeping wife and extends his trembling hand toward her, wanting to touch her face. The fairy, noticing his movement, slips gently from Jun's arms and flies forward, positioning herself right in front of the old man. Concentrating deeply, she spreads her wings, and a radiant aura begins to glow around Lee Bangja's hand. The light expands, surrounding the fairy's small body, as if drawing the old man's power into her own. A new notification immediately appears before Jun. Fairy's level has increased. Natural regeneration rate of the territory, plus 100%. Lee Bangja, however, is overcome with anger when he realizes that the creature has absorbed part of his energy. He clenches his fists, his voice trembling with frustration. But before he can speak, something extraordinary happens. His wife begins to stir. Slowly, the grandmother opens her eyes. The old man freezes completely, his anger dissolving into sheer disbelief. He stands motionless, unable to comprehend what he is witnessing. Yet, the elderly woman gazes at him with calmness and warmth. With a faint, gentle smile, she asks why he is looking at her as if he has just seen a ghost. The grandmother raises a trembling hand to her mouth, utterly confused and unable to comprehend what is happening around her. Exhaustion quickly overtakes her frail body, and she lies back down upon the bed, her eyes fluttering as her strength fades once more. The grandfather, overwhelmed by panic and despair, cries out her name in disbelief, his voice breaking as he pleads for her to regain consciousness. Convinced that the little fairy is somehow responsible for what has just happened, he turns his gaze toward the small creature and demands that she try again, that she use her power to reverse whatever she has done. The tiny fairy, however, closes her eyes in silence, unmoving, her glowing wings dimming slightly. Her quiet refusal only deepens his desperation, and he shouts once more, ordering her to attempt it again. At that moment, June steps forward and intervenes, speaking in a calm but firm tone as he asks his grandfather to steady himself. The old man takes a deep breath, lowers his head and after a brief pause, admits that he lost control of his emotions. With a trembling voice he apologizes. June approaches him slowly and explains that the fairy's energy level is still very low. He advises his grandfather to provide her with vitality regularly so that as she continues to absorb energy, she will gradually evolve and her power will increase over time. The stronger she becomes, the longer his grandmother will be able to remain awake and conscious. The old man listens attentively, his face softening as relief slowly replaces his anguish. As June observes the scene, his thoughts drift. He begins to reflect that the summoning of magical creatures might not be entirely random. After all, the fairy seems deeply connected to the world tree. If that connection truly exists, then each summoning must serve a specific purpose and follow its own hidden conditions. Even though he cannot yet discern what those conditions are, he finds comfort in knowing that for now the important thing is that his grandmother can awaken again, even if only for short periods. Soon after, he grows restless and tells his grandfather that he is going to rest for a while in his room. The old man simply nods in understanding, asking him to call if he needs anything. June walks away quietly and once inside his room, he sits down and opens the system interface. A new notification materializes before his eyes. Citizen Shim Taek-jyong has died. June's expression darkens. He immediately assumes that the message refers to one of the citizens recently relocated to the new annex built near the apartment complexes. Despite the relentless efforts of the rescue teams, hundreds of people have already perished, and many more will soon follow. Inwardly, June reflects that he wishes he could move all those people to a safer place, but everyone is exhausted, stretched to their absolute limit, without a single moment of rest. People are dying everywhere, some torn apart by monsters, others trapped inside their own homes, fighting desperately for survival. A few manage to endure thanks to rare and powerful abilities awakened by chance, while countless others perish without ever receiving a single gift from fate. He wonders if the old saying is true, that great power truly does come with great responsibility. June doesn't know why the monsters appeared, nor why only his family was granted such immense strength. The world has never offered him any explanations, so he resolves to find them himself. In that moment of solitude, he reaches his own conclusion. Responsibility belongs to those who possess power. And he decides to embrace it fully. He silently vows that he will save his country, at least as much of it as he possibly can. As he reviews the system data, he notices that the total number of people to whom he can grant citizenship reaches 220,000, yet only 10 have been officially registered so far. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, June makes a quiet but determined decision. He will continue to expand his reach until that number is filled to its very limit. And while he contemplates all of this, he recalls that the negotiations had been halted once the number of citizens reached 10,000. The inhabitants are allowed to acquire professions, yet nothing has changed in the administration window. With this realization, he concludes that the first step must be the construction of a professional training institute. The system indicates that the Institute of Professions costs 2.5 billion wons and grants citizens the ability to develop commercial skills after researching their chosen occupations. He notices, however, that the structure requires a vast and isolated plot of land, and he plans to build it on the very ground the giants had leveled earlier. The system informs him that the institute requires 30 citizens working for 7 days, each receiving a payment of 200,000 wons, and asks if he wishes to begin the installation. He confirms without hesitation and decides to instruct Dabin to hire 30 more workers. Ancient words of wisdom resurface in his mind. Cultivate the body, put the house in order, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world. Before one can change the outside world, one must first bring harmony within one's own home. June understands that if he truly wishes to save his nation, he must first gather the families of his subordinates. Until now, all of them have risked their lives for him. Now it is time for him to act on their behalf. Activating the absolute eyes, he observes his companions from afar. Without hesitation, he grips a door handle and, with the ability that manipulates both doors and distances, opens a passage to another place. June knows that Han's group has been advancing toward the vicinity of Jigalki Station, searching for the mother of the archer woman. He also recalls that during the construction of the annex, they had opened routes toward Daechidong, but the new wave of monsters had made further advancement nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he soon realizes that he cannot move beyond that point. Even so, he decides to take action. He activates the communication ability and summons everyone to gather. Moments later, Moon appears running toward him, surprised to see him there. It is their first meeting after a long time. June smiles, and Moon immediately understands that the power which annihilated the monsters had indeed been his. Soon after, Han approaches, surveying the surroundings carefully. She asks if that place now belongs to June's territory, to which he calmly confirms, but adds that this is not the only reason the group has gathered there. He explains that the monstrous wave has made travel to Daechidong extremely dangerous. However, now that the new annex is complete, everything has changed. He assures them that they will be able to reach Daechidong, the place where the archer woman's family lives, before the day is over. Upon hearing this, she hesitates, her expression showing doubt that such a thing could be possible. Yet June answers her with composure, stating that he possesses a method. Soon, he extends his hand toward her and reveals that there is something he wishes to propose, causing the air around them to grow heavy with tension. When the construction of the annexed house finally comes to an end, the territory expands all the way to the front of Jigalki Station, granting direct access to the subway. June begins planning to take Yejin there so that they can once again employ the poisonous gas strategy against the swarming rats. He also notes that he will ask Dabin to strengthen the workforce at the Professional Institute's laboratory. Soon, all the preparations are completed. The only thing left is to put the plan into motion. Yejin then focuses her mind, forming a connection with the rats and sending them to explore the passageways between Jigalki Station and Siadeskim. As she observes the tunnels through their senses, she realizes that if she had been sent there alone, the result would have been disastrous. June contemplates the situation and concludes that it is far worse than he anticipated, as he initially believed that with the monster waves gathering mostly on the surface, the underground area would be nearly empty. Yet it no longer matters. In an enclosed space, everything will eventually be consumed by Hiron's poisonous mist. At that moment, the system begins to emit notifications announcing successful hunts, depositing wands as rewards into their account. Another notification follows shortly after, confirming the extermination of a dark race, with additional funds credited as compensation. June feels a deep sense of satisfaction, for the amount is significant. The bounties earned from monsters slain by Hiron's toxic mist are steadily increasing, largely due to the power she inherited from her mother, the ability known as poisonous mist. The system displays that Hiron has now reached level 34, possessing 94 points of trust and 100 of loyalty. Upon signing the Oath of Allegiance, she earns the title of Knight, which in turn enhances the rewards she receives. But Hiron is not the only one to undergo transformation. Yejin's title of Knight evolves into that of Baroness. Although the experience multipliers and general conditions remain the same, the effect of loyalty on her overall statistics grows immensely. What once influenced only her physical strength now extends to all attributes, and with twice the magnitude. Moreover, Yejin acquires a new ability called Enhancement, through which her improved rats now move at a much faster pace and become significantly harder to destroy. By the time their operation through the tunnel concludes, Hiron announces that the entire subway line has been successfully cleared. Observing their progress, June realizes that he should not limit his loyalty contracts to just those two. Instead, he should extend the proposal to everyone. With that in mind, he turns toward Han's team and presents his idea. They listen carefully, and after some consideration, all agree to his terms. As a result, Han, the female archer, and Riller each obtain the title of Baron, while Yeonju ascends to a higher rank, that of Viscountess. The difference between a Baron and a Viscount is of great importance. Vassals who attain the title of Viscount gain an additional 3 slots for follower registration. Consequently, the number of vassals under Yeonju's command rises to 21. At that very moment, the system issues another notification. Toji has awakened a skill with 100% efficiency, Legion of Steel, an evolved ability derived from his title as knight. He can now summon not only enchanted armor but also steel golems, entities that follow his commands without hesitation, advancing mercilessly against the enemy. With the golems clearing a path ahead and the allies maintaining formation, Toji decides to seize the opportunity and push forward. The offensive begins in earnest as the group charges ahead, confronting the monsters that appear in their way. Amid a flurry of coordinated attacks and fierce defenses, they continue their advance until Han finally announces that they have reached Exit 2 of Jigalki Station. From a distance, Jun monitors the operation and reports that the path ahead is clear. He directs the group to proceed straight towards Shin, and everyone promptly follows his instructions. Jun reflects that the distance to the station is approximately 3 kilometers, but thanks to their enhanced physical abilities, they are able to cover the distance in just 10 minutes. After some time, upon reaching their destination, the female archer notes with satisfaction that they managed to arrive within a single day. The man with glasses, curious, asks what their next step will be. She replies that they should exit through Gate 2, as her family's condominium is located just beyond it. However, that very exit is overrun with hungry goblins lying in wait for them. Han, ever vigilant, warns his companions about their presence. Amid the growing tension, the archer steps forward and commands the monsters to clear the way. She then releases a spear of light with devastating force and precision. The weapon's energy splits into dozens of radiant beams that scatter in every direction, piercing through the surrounding enemies. The system notifies them of a series of successful kills. The goblins are eliminated one after another. On the other side, Jun observes the archer's newly revealed ability in action, known as Light Arrow. Before even reaching the target, the light detonates and multiplies, turning each beam into a lethal weapon. Meanwhile, something catches Jun's attention. He notices that the entrance to the nearby building is barricaded. This obstruction can mean only one thing: there are survivors inside. Han decides to take action, removing the debris blocking the door and giving orders to the group. He and the archer will go up to investigate the situation, while the others are to remain on guard at ground level. With steady steps and weapons at the ready, Han and the archer ascend the silent building, prepared to uncover what, or who, might still be holding on inside. On the upper floor they come upon a closed door. The archer approaches and knocks several times, yet silence prevails. No sound comes from the other side. Desperation spreads across her face. The absence of any response is unbearable. She falls to her knees before the door, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of loss. For a moment, the only sounds are her quiet sobs and the wind whispering through the cracks in the hallway. Then suddenly the door opens. A young man stands before them, and for a brief instant the world seems to stop moving. Through her tears, she recognizes him immediately, and both are enveloped in a wave of surprise and emotion so profound that it silences everything around them. The female archer approaches Myung Van and asks where her mother is, to which he quietly replies that she is inside. When the archer's mother catches sight of her daughter, an overwhelming wave of emotion sweeps over her. She immediately reaches out, placing trembling hands upon her daughter's shoulders, while the archer struggles to contain her tears, her eyes glistening with emotion. The mother examines her in desperation, her gaze darting over every detail, asking anxiously if she is unharmed. Then, in a trembling voice, the archer mentions her father, and the entire atmosphere changes in an instant. The mother freezes, visibly shaken, as if trying to push away the painful truth, but the silence that follows already says everything that words cannot. The tears intensify, spilling freely as reality sinks in. Everyone around them slowly understands what has happened. The father did not survive. The grief spreads among them like a slow, suffocating wave. The three are overtaken by sorrow, their cries rising together, echoing through the quiet halls for long, agonizing minutes. From a distance, Jun watches the scene in silence, his expression unreadable but his eyes heavy with empathy. Within himself he reflects on what must be done next. He knows he must find the families of Han, Kang Daeksu, and Kim Jae-won. All three are located in Jangjin-dong, and Jun understands that he must act swiftly to prevent further loss and despair. Soon after transferring the female archer's family to a secure zone, he summons his followers and dispatches them from Seomyeon toward Jangjin-dong. Not long after, a report arrives from Dabin, informing him that the public facilities have reached maximum capacity. Jun briefly considers expanding the existing infrastructure, but upon learning that many of the new arrivals own homes nearby, he decides instead to send them back to their residences. At the same time, he begins planning the construction of new spaces beyond the main complex, including community centers, offices, and shops, to provide greater comfort and autonomy for everyone. In his thoughts, he admits that he had already anticipated this kind of limitation. The expansion had inevitably brought nearby houses into reach, and several of them now stand vacant. By redistributing the residents, they would have more room and balance overall. He also decides to establish new bases around the perimeter, designed for the hunting teams, and to develop strategic commercial points that can support their growing operations. Using his communication ability, he reaches out to Dabin and instructs her to coordinate the organization of these new external bases. A system notification soon appears before him, asking whether he wishes to construct new shops and activate essential services, electricity, water, and gas. June authorizes all of it without hesitation, then pauses to reflect on the progress of the other groups. He wonders silently how far Han's team has managed to advance and imagines that they may have already reached Gyodai Station. By his estimation, the path up to that point should have been relatively smooth, although he knows well that Hiron's poisonous mist tactic only works effectively up to that station. Beyond it, they will need to find their own way as the route from Jayandi to Dongni rises back to the surface midway through the journey. At that very moment, the man with glasses releases Black and instructs the creature to attack the goblins blocking the group's path. The female archer fires her arrows with unwavering precision, while Moon, now wielding his pistol, takes advantage of his newly acquired invisibility skill. Kim Jeons demonstrates his new power of rapid growth, his body expanding in both size and strength, towering over the battlefield as the group pushes forward. Han's group now proves to be many times more powerful than before. Under Toji's precise and tactical leadership, they move with coordinated purpose, maintaining formation as they advance. Han instructs everyone to make use of the terrain's natural cover, moving forward while minimizing unnecessary confrontations and conserving their strength for what lies ahead. After some time, the group gradually slows its pace until it comes to a complete halt. Before them stretches the site of a ruined city, a desolate landscape where collapsed structures and massive chunks of debris block what once was a road. Han kneels, examining the obstacle closely. The pile of wreckage rises to the height of a 3-story building, forming a barrier that seems almost insurmountable at first glance. From a distance, June watches through his surveillance system, quietly reflecting on the scene. For a group whose average age is around 35, such an obstacle should not present an impossible challenge, he reasons. The real concern lies not in climbing over it, but in understanding what, or who, could have caused such catastrophic destruction in the first place. He questions silently what kind of creature could have torn apart a concrete bridge with such raw force. The absence of enormous footprints rules out the presence of a cyclops, yet the pattern of destruction clearly indicates that something immensely powerful had passed through the area. Proceeding with caution, June activates his communication ability and transmits a calm but firm directive to Han's team, advising them to move forward carefully and stay alert for any disturbances. As Han's group descends toward the lower area, June checks their progress, calculating the remaining distance to their destination, Jiangjindong, estimating that only about 4 kilometers remain before they complete the journey. He reviews the data on his monitor and concludes that if all the nearby apartment complexes share similar layouts, the arrival should proceed without major complications. However, just as he finishes that thought, a sudden sound interrupts his calculations, a chime, faint yet distinct, echoing like a doorbell. But in that abandoned region, there shouldn't be any functional doorbells at all. Instantly alert, June activates his multiple vision ability, splitting his perception across various points within the safe zone to identify the source of the noise. He frowns in confusion. Since Dabin had taken over operational control, no incidents of this nature had been reported. Despite that, a sense of unease compels him to investigate personally. He establishes contact with Yejin through the system, informing her that he will conduct a quick inspection of the apartment sector. Upon arriving at the site, June carefully surveys the surroundings and soon notices a small group of people gathered outside one of the buildings. The newcomers seem to be engaged in a cautious conversation, murmuring among themselves as they try to confirm whether they have arrived at the correct residence. Moments later, the door opens, and the group freezes in surprise as June himself steps into view. At that instant, the system issues a notification. The trust levels of the citizens have increased. June's curiosity deepens at the sight of this unexpected message. The mere act of seeing him has somehow strengthened their confidence. A tense silence lingers for several seconds before one of the men steps forward hesitantly. With a respectful yet urgent tone, he makes a request, one that, while simple, catches June completely off guard. The man asks if June could lend them weapons. Dressed in black, he explains that they do not intend to stay within the so-called safe zone. His group, he says, plans to leave soon and needs the armaments to defend themselves on their journey. The man tells June that the group intends to leave. June, uncertain, asks if they plan to hunt monsters, but the man denies it. He clarifies that their goal is different. They want to go out in order to try to rescue their families, and they ask if June can help them in any way. June pauses for a moment. Inside, he recognizes that these men are just like him. Men who spend their nights awake, haunted by worry for their families, going over every possible scenario again and again until the moment they finally decide that they must take action on their own. Driven by desperation, they come to him. June then says that he cannot help them with everything. The man nods, resigned to that reality. However, June extends his hand and summons an item. He explains that he can at least give them weapons because if the group intends to rescue their families, they will need them. The weapons begin to materialize in front of the men, forming slowly out of thin light. The man expresses his gratitude, saying he has no idea how he could ever repay the favor. June responds that he has a proposal for the group. The man asks what it is. June reveals that he wishes to form a subordination contract, an ability that seems almost ridiculous at first glance, yet it allows him to select 100 awakened followers without requesting anything in return. However, the ability comes with a particularly troublesome requirement. The man asks what they must do. June explains that the reason his mother never filled all 100 slots, even with such a powerful ability, is simple. With a tone heavy with authority, he declares that they all must kneel. The men are startled, shocked by how authoritative June suddenly seems. Even so, they obey, lowering themselves to the ground and asking if that position is correct. June confirms that it is. He asks for a moment, places his hand over the man's head, and states that from that moment on, the man must obey him. June explains that all the man needs to do is express his intention to submit clearly. The man does so, declaring his submission. The system immediately notifies that the man, named Jang Sungjun, possesses a trust level of 48 and awakens the ability of teleportation, a ranking-type teleportation that consumes mental strength in order to generate physical force. The man feels the energy coursing through his body and becomes unsettled by the light that begins to spread around him. June is also surprised by the phenomenon. The ability and the rank he receives are an extraordinary reward, far greater than anything June imagined could appear. The system then notifies that a tangerine has been purchased and it materializes instantly in June's hand. A mission appears, to lift the tangerine using telekinesis within 10 minutes, with a reward of increased mental power and no penalties. June shows the tangerine to the man and orders him to lift it using his ability without touching it. The man agrees, focuses deeply, and a thin aura begins to form around the fruit. Moments later, the tangerine rises from June's palm, floating steadily in the air. The man is astonished to see the object levitating and silently celebrates his own success. Suddenly, the tangerine bursts open and explodes into juice, sending pulp splattering over everyone including June. Embarrassed, the man apologizes, saying he lost control, but June tells him that everything is fine. He explains that this is the nature of the power granted by the contract and calls the next person forward to continue the process. The system displays a new notification. The citizen's trust rises to 50, and his loyalty surpasses 30, unlocking the attribute. He now fulfills the requirements for vassal registration. June asks the others if those accompanying Jang Sungjun also wish to establish the same type of contract. After Sungjun is officially registered as a vassal, his assistants complete their own contracts as well. The remaining 5 awaken medium-level abilities, rank between D and C, and stumble over their answers while responding to the questionnaires, but June does not consider that important. For him, obtaining Sungjun alone is already more than enough. Now that the man is properly registered as a vassal, June can at last provide basic support. June then asks the man where his family is located. He confirms, it is the apartment complex in Yeongdong. June wishes the group good luck and watches as the men head off on their own path. Immediately afterward, he feels it is time to return as well, and he teleports back to the inside of the enormous tree, where the rat girl waits for him. He enters with a smile and announces that he has returned, but quickly notices the tense expression on her face. The girl tells him that the situation has turned bad. At the exact moment June comes back, she explains that at the location where Han currently is, a gigantic monster has just appeared, a two-headed ogre level 45, emerging right in front of the group. June immediately activates his long-range vision ability and sees the colossal creature. He recognizes instantly that this is the monster responsible for destroying the bridge, a mystery no one had been able to solve until now. Han's group attempts to resist. Black, the young man with glasses, launches direct attacks against the ogre. Moon teleports around the enemy, using his invisibility as well, firing his pistol at the monster's face with precision and cold focus. Toji summons his army of obedient marionettes, ordering them to strike the ogre at its feet without hesitation. However, the ogre responds with sheer brutality. With a single powerful kick, it sends all of Toji's marionettes flying. Even after receiving so many attacks, the monster remains practically unharmed. Toji realizes that the creature barely reacts to any of the blows. Han watches the scene, understanding the difficulty they face, and concludes that they must somehow create even a small opening. At that moment, the system notifies a command for a summoning. Barbel is called. The summoned creature crashes into the ogre with overwhelming force, knocking it down and pinning it to the ground. The strike comes directly from June's intervention. Using his communication ability, June sends a message to the group, apologizing for taking so long to act. The group, relieved and encouraged as they see the ogre finally brought down, reacts with renewed hope. June then declares, through the same ability, that from this moment on he will provide full support to all of them. Everyone watches the ogre kneeling on the ground, its massive frame trembling as dust settles around it. Togi remains frozen in disbelief, repeating inwardly the same question over and over, whether they truly managed to bring the creature down. Although their attack struck the monster directly and with overwhelming force, the system still has not displayed any notification confirming its defeat. That single missing message makes everything clear. The battle is far from finished. From a distance, June warns the entire group, urging everyone to remain fully alert, because the ogre is still alive and continues resisting with terrifying endurance. June then turns toward the werbear woman, asking if she has the ability to slow the creature's movements even for a moment. She hesitates, uncertain whether she can manage such a feat in her current state, but ultimately she decides to try. With determination, she rushes toward the ogre and activates the healer. A warm, golden aura immediately envelopes her entire body, reinforcing her strength and vitality. June observes every detail with sharp focus and summons another item. A barrage of bullets materializes and begins striking the ogre repeatedly. The continuous impacts batter the creature's senses, leaving it disoriented. Seizing that crucial opening, the werbear woman pushes forward with all her strength and manages to unbalance the monster, forcing it down to its knees once again. Recognizing the perfect opportunity, June signals to the archer. The archer raises his bow, aiming carefully, and channels all of his focus into a single attempt, concentrating intensely to achieve maximum accuracy. Sensing danger, the ogre reacts violently. It grabs a car with only one hand and lifts it as if it weighed nothing. In a sudden burst of motion, the monster hurls the vehicle toward the group with tremendous force. The abrupt attack catches the archer off guard for an instant, but his arrow is already in flight. Both the car and the projectile race forward, one propelled by brute strength, the other by precision. The arrow collides with the incoming vehicle, triggering a massive explosion that sends other nearby cars flying through the air in all directions. In that chaotic moment, June gives the command for the werbear to attack. She quickly positions herself behind the ogre, but the monster turns with startling speed, dodging the archer's second arrow. The sudden shift alters the arrow's path, sending it off course, straight toward the werbear woman. The archer watches in shock as the projectile strikes her directly, despair overwhelming him. From afar, June witnesses everything with horror, feeling the same cold dread he felt the last time he nearly lost someone important to him. He forces his mind to search frantically for any solution. He begs the system inwardly, pleading for any method, any possibility, to save the injured woman. The golden light surrounding the werbear intensifies, glowing brighter and brighter as everyone watches anxiously, especially the archer, who appears on the verge of breaking. Suddenly, a presence manifests behind the group. A hand emerges, engulfed in swirling black flames, Han's hand. He steps forward with unshakable determination, declaring that he will end the ogre himself. The sight strikes June so deeply that he collapses to the ground, unable to comprehend what is happening. The rat girl approaches him and gently asks whether he is all right. June insists that he is, explaining that he simply relaxed for a moment before reactivating his long-distance vision. However, he cannot shake the alarm in his mind. This is not supposed to be the time for Han's awakening. He asks himself what exactly could have triggered such a sudden surge of power. Meanwhile, the ogre faces Han. Han grips the metal rod, now entirely wrapped in dark, swirling flames that pulse with unnatural intensity. He focuses all of his strength and hurls the rod with immense precision. It pierces through the air like a spear and strikes the ogre with devastating force. At last, the system displays the long-awaited notification. A level 45 ogre has been eliminated. The group reacts with a mixture of relief and astonishment. The werebear signals that she is alright despite everything that happened. At that moment, Moon looks at Han, curiosity overtaking his surprise as he asks about the ability Han just used. Still shaken, Han admits he is not entirely certain how it happened and wonders aloud whether June might have somehow helped trigger it. June, still lying on the ground, contemplates the black flames. He reflects on the nature of that power, questioning whether the ability activates only under certain conditions and whether it truly belongs to Han, or perhaps to himself. Even so, this mystery is not the most urgent matter. A familiar and intense pain begins creeping over him. The system notifies an increase in skill level, and once again, it becomes time for June to endure the searing agony that seems to stretch on without end. After enduring the pain, which as always had been present in the same familiar way, he gradually regains his composure. His companion shows clear concern, asking whether he is alright, and he assures her that he is. Within the territory, the monsters are completely converted into experience, while the people who manage to survive are officially granted citizenship, marking the definitive conclusion of that cycle of conflict. This time, however, something is different. The system releases a new notification, informing him that a dungeon has been discovered. Because he is the first to find it, June receives 100 crystals as a reward. He is taken aback as he reads the message. If crystals are being awarded as a prize, then the location is very likely connected to that resource in some way. The indicated location lies behind the apartment complex, roughly halfway up the mountainside. June considers sending Lee Junhyuk's group, including himself and everyone currently under his leadership. He reasons that, by forming subordination contracts with them, the group will become strong enough to face whatever lies ahead. He wonders where Lee Junhyuk is at that moment and activates his ability, Ultimate Eyes. Through it, he sees that they are surrounded by dead orcs, and that Lee Junhyuk himself is staring at the scene in confusion, clearly questioning how the orcs died so suddenly. June reflects that the territory has expanded and that the monsters that had been targeted for hunting were swept away by the reach of his influence. Soon after, he contacts the group through his communication ability, calling them back. They are confused, unable to fully grasp what is happening. Even so, June asks them to bring their guests and return to his home, explaining that there is something important he needs to request. After issuing the call, Yejin and June also return to the apartment using the absolute gate. Since Han's group is close to reaching its destination, Yejin's role finally comes to an end. June acknowledges how hard she has worked and tells her that she can finally rest, as everything within her reach has already been accomplished. He assures her that if anything happens he will inform her immediately, but for now she should return home and rest with her family. Yejin thanks him and leaves happily, feeling truly appreciated. June reminds her once more to return safely. Watching her depart, he feels satisfied and begins to reflect on whether Han's mission is also nearing its conclusion. The last time he checked, there was little left to be done, and he reasons that his overall abilities have already been enhanced to the point where most obstacles can be overcome, especially now that the territory's chief threat, its greatest problem, has already been eliminated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han's group stands before the apartment complex where the families of Han, Toji, and Kim Jian live. Joy spreads through the group as they realize that they have finally reached their destination. Han shows unwavering determination, thinking about rushing forward to rescue everyone and bring them out safely, while the man with glasses reinforces that he will do everything within his power to ensure that no one gets hurt. With that resolve, Toji encourages the group, and they begin running toward their objective. In their thoughts, the same words repeat over and over. Just a little more, only a little more, and they will finally be reunited with the people they are trying so desperately to protect. Toji imagines that after this, they will all head to the safe zone and be able to live in peace at last. However, suddenly the run comes to a halt. The group stops abruptly. Han senses that something is wrong and looks toward Toji, who freezes completely, his body stiffening in shock. Moments later, everyone begins to see the same thing he does. Toji starts to tremble, overtaken by raw nervousness. Filled with terror, he comes to the conclusion that perhaps they arrived too late. Inside the complex, several armed figures occupy the area. There are black orcs of level 3, and another of level 35, along with many others. All of them are large, powerful, and imposing. The group remains motionless, staring at that devastating scene unfolding before their eyes. At the same time, on the other side, June understands what this means. High-level monsters in the range of the 30s have appeared in the underground parking area, and the chance that anyone in that apartment complex has survived is practically non-existent. The exception only confirms a horrifying truth. The families of Han, Toji, and Kim Ji-yeon are the direct targets of this invasion. Overcome by rage and anguish, June reacts without hesitation. He issues a clear command for all enemies ahead to be eliminated. Toji responds immediately, sending his warriors clad in armor straight toward the orcs. As the battle begins, the woman observes the scene from a distance and notices Han once again surrounded by an intense aura. His new ability, now further refined and strengthened, manifests with its full force. While Toji's warriors engage the orcs in direct combat, Han's energy begins to take shape, drawing the enemy's attention. That energy spreads violently, striking the orcs without the slightest mercy. Han becomes completely engulfed by that overwhelming power. For him, that moment clearly marks the true beginning of the battle. Everyone prepares to attack. Han is the most visibly tense. He grips the iron bar tightly, his body steady, his mind filled with determination and absolute confidence in what he is doing. Ahead, the orcs watch the group attentively, but their reaction is abruptly interrupted by two precise gunshots, fired from the weapon of the man with glasses, while Toji follows everything at very close range. Without any hesitation, Toji also advances. His blows strike the orcs in front of him with direct brutality, without mercy and without leaving any room for retreat. From a distance, June summons an artifact. The artifact projects itself rapidly into the center of the conflict and begins to strike the orcs continuously. While maintaining control over the summoning, June analyzes the situation. The ranks of the common black orcs are no match for Han's group, which has grown stronger over time. The real danger lies with the black orcs of the warrior class. They are different from the enemies of the plains, tougher, stronger, and more lethal. June communicates with the group, asking them to maintain formation and to be extra cautious with the armored orcs. At that same moment, one of the enemies raises an arrow and aims it toward someone in the rear line. Upon noticing this, June is struck with shock. The arrow flies straight toward the healer, who does not notice the attack approaching. June tries to warn her, but it is already too late. The arrow pierces straight through the center of the healer's body before she can react. The impact paralyzes her. The entire group turns to watch the scene, unable to look away from that sudden disaster. The arrow has deeply pierced the healer's body, causing such intense pain that it steals her breath. Han loses his concentration. The shock of seeing his companion in that state breaks his focus for an instant. Now June quickly analyzes the situation. The enemy has struck exactly at the team's weakest point. He understands the severity of the blow, knowing that even if healing is applied, its effect will be limited, and that from that moment on, the group can no longer fully rely on the support of Kim De-jong. He reflects that the Werbear woman possesses high regeneration and can endure for a while, but if the fight drags on, the battle will soon turn against the group. The battle has already begun, and its outcome is starting to take shape. Escape is still a possibility, perhaps the last chance. However, June's thoughts are interrupted when he realizes that Han is completely unfocused and an orc is preparing to attack him. June tries to warn him, but at that exact moment, another arrow cuts through the air. What happens next surprises him. The healer reacts, stating that she is still fine, and the arrow is removed from her body. Witnessing that scene, Han's determination solidifies. He understands that they will only discover the ending if they continue fighting. Driven by this feeling, he advances once more. He grips the iron bar with all his strength and attacks without mercy. From a distance, June reflects that the correct procedure would be to order the group's immediate retreat. However, he decides to let himself be carried away by the moment. Overcome by rage, he demands that the status window be opened. He decides to act for everyone in the group, for Han, for Toji, and for the man with glasses. He demands from the system that all of them reach level 40. The notification appears immediately, informing him that to reach level 40, 1 billion is required for each level acquired. June accepts the cost without hesitation. The system confirms the elevation of everyone to level 40. At that same instant, a new energy runs through the bodies of the combatants. They are quickly informed by June that the group's level has been increased. From afar, June maintains control over everything within his reach, coordinating the situation. Without delay, everyone charges into the attack once more. More than 10 million are consumed just to strengthen them in that moment, but that does not matter. The orcs continue advancing with terrifying resilience, seeming almost unbeatable. The entities that obey Toji spring into action. One of them reaches an orc, and the blow is decisive, severing its head in a single motion. June quickly reflects that, up to that point, with the accumulated money, they have managed to reclaim the territories that had been expanded. The resources are sufficient to cover personal consumption of electricity, gas, and water, in addition to the construction of new facilities. At that same moment, June issues a new command to the system, demanding that everyone's level be raised to 45. The notification confirms that Han Yeonju and Kang Dae-Soo have reached level 45. June accepts the cost without remorse. For him, this amount is not a problem when it is used to strengthen Han's team in the face of an enemy that shows no sign of retreat. The battle continues for a long period of time. June causes the female archer, Moon, and Kim Dae-jung to raise their levels. The system notifies that all three reach level 40. The remaining members of the group also have their levels adjusted to 40, ensuring that everyone remains at that threshold or above it. Among them all, three stand out for their combat efficiency. Han, Toji, and the Werbear woman reach level 45. This is the same level as the two-headed twin ogre. Three combatants now possess strength equivalent to monsters of that caliber. As they begin to fully unleash their power, it does not take long before the only ones still standing on the battlefield are the members of Han's group. After the battle, the group moves forward and comes upon a corridor. It is a dark passage, shrouded in silence and tension. Han and the woman accompanying him observe the place carefully. Even so, they continue advancing, always guided by their objectives. Whether it is raining or not makes no difference. They move forward without hesitation. At a certain moment they find a door. Han approaches and decides to turn the handle, but the woman tries to stop him, drawing his attention. He, however, shows no interest in retreating and opens the door to the room. Upon entering, they notice footprints and marks scattered everywhere. While Han remains inside the room, the other members of the group wait outside. Inside the room, knives and bloodstains are found. Han remains motionless, showing no visible reaction. Everyone observes the scene in silence, trying to grasp the weight of what lies before them. When the group draws closer and sees the condition of the room, the shock is shared by all. Soon after, Han finds another door and for the first time hesitates. Instead, he turns toward the group and signals that they should move forward together. His condition is visibly weakened, yet he still insists that he is fine. The female archer approaches to comfort him, wrapping him in an embrace and encouraging him to cry. He, however, maintains that this was something he had already expected. More than once he repeats that he is fine, trying to convince not only the others but himself as well. Amid the situation, the man with glasses sits down on the floor, unable to remain standing. Toji confirms with him whether this is truly what it appears to be, and the confirmation comes in silence and acceptance. On the other side, June watches everything closely. He reflects on the group's failure. Despite having fought with all their strength, they are completely alone in that world. June questions whether it is truly possible to save a country when he cannot even save the people standing right in front of him. At that moment, Han observes that no traces of blood are found in the houses. The possibility that they may still be alive somewhere cannot be ruled out. These words do not come from just anyone but from Han himself, and for that reason no one is able to respond immediately. Han reinforces that there is still no need to abandon hope. Then he checks whether June is present and asks him to call them over for a moment, expressing the need to rest for a while. Shortly afterward, the system notifies the summoning of the vassals. In the very next instant, Han's group appears in June's apartment, all of them visibly worn down by the situation. Thoughts continue to flow endlessly through June's mind. He wonders whether his own ambition caused him to arrive too late, and whether an earlier rescue could have changed the outcome. Han reaffirms his intention to rest for some time, but June remains in a complete state of shock over what happened to the families of the group. He repeatedly asks himself whether he could have saved them. When he analyzes the situation coldly, he concludes that his parents and his grandfather survived by their own merit and that even without his intervention, they would have been safe. June realizes that no one says anything, Yet he feels as though he is being silently reprimanded for that result. He begins to see himself as responsible for the loss of the families, acknowledging that everything is the result of his greed. Crushed by that weight, Jun admits to Han that everything happened because of his ambition. The words come out as he cries, completely shaken. He acknowledges that, because of his choices, he lost the opportunity to save the families they loved. Regret consumes him and he states sincerely that he is truly sorry. Throughout the entire moment, Han shows no expression. Then he turns toward him and steps closer, observing Jun in that state of vulnerability.